Good. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the Bipartisan Commission on Biodefense. We're very happy all of you could be here, and a particular thank you to our witnesses. In December of 2014, our commission held its very first public meeting. Its focus was the same as today's in general terms, which is the biological threat, although today, for good reason, we changed it to be the biological threat expanse. In 2015, we issued our foundational report, our first report, titled A National Blueprint for Biodefense, Leadership and Major Reform Needed to Optimize Efforts. We found, not frankly because of the genius of members of the commission, but because we listened to the experts, we found a nation unprepared in so many ways for either a bioterrorist attack, which at that time was our priority, and also unprepared for a naturally occurring pandemic, which was secondary at that time. So our report contained 87 action items to implement 33 broad recommendations, and the goal was to improve America's ability to prevent, prepare for, and respond to a bioterrorist attack or a pandemic. Succeeding Congresses and administrations, I'm happy to say, of both political parties addressed 65 of the 87 action items in our blueprint, either completely or partially. Now it's obviously time to revisit the topic and refresh our recommendations in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic and the growing threat of biological weapons being used by what I would call rogue states, including particularly Russia, Iran, and North Korea, that we know have bioweapons, and terrorist groups that we certainly know have been working feverishly to get them. Today's meeting will be the first of several by the Commission that will be the basis of a comprehensive update of our foundational blueprint of 2015. The COVID-19 pandemic educated all of us painfully about how disruptive and destructive biological events can be to our health and our economic well-being. The current fortunate decrease in COVID-19 infections in our country make us all hopeful, and all of us, of course, are grateful for the extraordinary effectiveness of the vaccines that were developed so quickly after COVID-19 struck. But the next COVID variant or another infectious disease or laboratory mishap or biological attack could happen any time. That much we know from all that we've learned in the last 6+ years of our Commission's existence. The bottom line is that the era of biological threats is not over. And so while the nation continues to recover from this pandemic, we must prepare for other naturally occurring infectious diseases, biological attacks, and accidentally released pathogens. For example, right now, avian influenza has once again hit America. We seem unable to do much more than cull or kill large numbers of chickens. The last time highly pathogenic avian influenza hit the U.S. in 2014, infections occurred in 21 states. The government spent $880 million to respond to the outbreaks, and we had to kill more than 50 million birds on 232 farms, which resulted in trade bans against American poultry that impacted almost 234,000 American farms. The total estimated lost revenue to the U.S. economy was in the billions. So pandemic influenza affecting humans or animals will naturally continue to be a great concern to us, but we also want to make clear that we can't afford to focus on just those biological threats to the exclusion of the others across a broad spectrum. For instance, there is compelling evidence that justifies us worrying about other nation states and their continued pursuit of biological weapons. Last year, the State Department reported that Russia and North Korea have the most active biological weapons programs, and China and Iran are not far behind. In this brutal Russian invasion of Ukraine, there is increasing speculation publicly, also based on confusing and I think cunning comments by Putin and the Russians that they may be considering the use of tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine. If that is so, it also increases the threat of Russian use of biological weapons in Ukraine. As President Biden warned yesterday quite explicitly, Russia could try to take control of the biological laboratories that do exist, scientific laboratories in Ukraine, and of course, worst of all, could actually use biological weapons to attack the Ukrainian people. The threats from nation states that have or are already developing biological weapons programs and from terrorist organizations looking to obtain them are increasing rapidly. And of course, I hope that some of the experts we will hear from today will help us understand the scope and seriousness of the threat. Also, advances in synthetic biology and biotechnology make it easier than ever before to make pathogens more lethal and transmissible. And advances in the life sciences are occurring at a pace that governments, in my opinion, have been unable to keep up with, which increases the risk of deliberate or accidental releases of dangerous pathogens. This is another aspect of this challenge that this commission is trying to confront. The fact is that laboratory accidents are not rare in life sciences. Perhaps they came to greatest public attention and interest in the last few years, obviously because of the speculation about exactly what happened and when at the Wuhan, China Institute of Virology. Today, 20 of the 59 most specialized laboratories in the world that were designed to handle and study the most deadly infectious diseases were actually built only in the past decade. And most of them are in densely populated areas. As countries throughout the world build additional laboratories to conduct research on highly infectious and deadly pathogens, it is clear that the pace of laboratory accidents will naturally increase unless governments act, regulate, create laws to protect and prevent that from happening. Last year, our commission took a new step and issued a report and recommendations titled An Apollo Program for Biodefense. And the aim here was to try to coordinate government research and development and invest in the technologies that will help reduce and ultimately eliminate pandemics and better prepare for us to stop bioterrorist attacks. The first step, as always, is understanding the scope of the biological threat today. In 2014, when we held that first meeting of our commission, we learned from the experts what the real threats and better responses were, and we tried to and did offer them to the public. The threats have expanded today and will persist in the future unless this administration and this Congress act quickly, and Congresses and administrations that follow stay focused on the biological threats that I've described until they are overcome. That's the agenda. I wish I could give a brighter opening statement, but the bottom line is, as we used to say when I was in the Senate, we're not from the federal government, we're from the Bipartisan Commission on Biodefense, and we're here to help. Okay. My wonderful co-chair, Tom Ridge, is joining us in about 15 or 20 minutes. So for the first of the commission members to offer an opening statement, I'm really pleased to call on Dr. Peggy Hamburg, who will be the co-chair for today.
Well, thank you so much. Delighted to be here and a part of this Bipartisan Commission on Biodefense. I have few additional observations to add to your wise words, Senator. It is a hard time to be, really optimistic, but I think we all recognize that this is a critical inflection point to examine the problems and challenges before us, and as you note, to take action. As a relatively new member of this commission, it's very impressive to me to work with this group and look back at the work that has been done and how prescient many of the reports were in their content and their recommendations. But as you say, this is a time now when we can't just make recommendations, we also have to help ensure that there is action moving forward to actually achieve critical and necessary goals. This meeting and some of the work that will follow is a wonderful opportunity to hear from experts and engage in discussion in critical areas, including examining the expanding landscape of current and future biological threats, to really hear from and better understand the roles and responsibilities of the federal government in addressing various biological threats. And of course, as was just noted, we need not only to be thinking about naturally occurring biological threats, such as the one we are experiencing with COVID-19, but also the threats that are intertwined with those same opportunities of advances in the biosciences and biotechnology, but also the possibility of biological agents being deliberately misused or abused for the purposes of terrorism or biological weapons for warfare. I think we can probably all agree that the landscape in terms of biological threats is worrisome, and in fact the threats have increased even as we learn more about how to respond to unfolding catastrophic biological event such as COVID-19. But as we are addressing COVID-19, and we hope that the shadow of COVID is beginning to lift, we have to recognize that just as we have experienced tragically the burden of a disease like COVID on our very lives and livelihoods, our society, our economy, our political institutions, economies, and national and international security, that very experience makes the use of biological agents to do harm potentially more attractive, because we are living and breathing, so to speak, the power of disruption and tragedy and fear that a biological event can incur. We also are seeing, just as was mentioned, the expansion of laboratories to study microbes of pandemic potential. And that's important in a positive way to better understand the nature and scope of some of these threats. But it also means that more laboratories around the world with strong and less mature systems of oversight are working on dangerous pathogens. It also means that the research agenda is looking at questions of how do you make biological agents more transmissible, more lethal? How do we use the tools of synthetic biology and other advances in the biosciences, both to better understand, but inherent is that, as is the potential misapplication. So, we see that emerging with COVID as an area of, in fact, increasing concern, and of course with the conflict in the Ukraine and Russia's aggressions, a renewed need to focus on the reality of the threat of biological agents as weapons of terror and destruction that could be intentionally used against people living their lives. So this is a time when we cannot relax. We can't be complacent. We have to work together in a bipartisan way across disciplines and across sectors and across borders, not only to define meaningful approaches and solutions, but also to commit to sustained action to reduce risks and put in place the kinds of programs and policies that can make us all safer. So with that, I will turn the floor back to Senator Lee.
Thanks, Peggy. You really, you're new to the commission, but you bring a lot to it, add a lot of value, so thank you. Talking about adding a lot of value, I'd like to invite Donna Shalala, former Congresswoman, Secretary of Health and Human Services, Dean, University Chancellor, University President. My goodness.
Too many titles.
We're lucky to have you. Donna?
Thank you very much, Senator. I don't have much to add. I'm as interested, I know what we've learned so far. What I'm interested in is where these federal agencies, how they've changed their own views and how they've organized themselves with what they've learned over the last decade or so. We've got both the Defense Department and the FBI, major agencies on the front lines, and I look forward to hearing their testimony and seeing not only what they can add to our knowledge, but finding out what they've learned over the last decade or so.
Thanks, Donna. Next, I'm really glad that Tom Daschle could join us remotely. You look good, my leader. I probably would look good even if you were here, but remotely. You look good. Anyway, is your sound on okay?
I can hear you just fine. I hope
okay, good. Okay. So obviously, Tom Daschle, former Senate Majority Leader and a really valuable member of our commission. All yours, Tom.
Thank you, Joe. And let me just compliment you, Peggy, and Donna for your opening comments. I like Donna, don't have a lot to add. I guess I've considered myself over these last 7 years as a part of the commission as that of a student, something Donna certainly understands very well. But we've learned a lot. We've learned about prevention, and we've learned about the importance of how we prepare better. We've learned about response. And so I think we've all gathered greater understanding. What I don't think we still have a good grasp about is how we can add yet a third P, prioritization. I think, if anything, as I look back with any regret, and I have few regrets at all about the experience we've had in our commission meetings and all of the work that has been done, that we just haven't still been able to bring the country to a greater appreciation of the importance of prioritization, how we can elevate this, how we can better prevent, better prepare, better respond, is something that I think is all about how we can better prioritize. So I hope that over the course of the day, we can learn from our witnesses, we can have a discussion, we can better acquaint ourselves to why it's important to to be more sensitive to the prioritization of this issue, how we can elevate it in terms of national security, national health, and really national leadership. That is going to be so essential. We know this is going to be an issue we're going to have to confront in the future. There's no question about it. But we all have said it. It's not a matter of if, but when. And so if when is coming, how do we make sure we've done everything possible to prioritize to ensure that we're ready when comes? With that, I'll turn it back to you, Joe.
Thanks, Tom. That was right on. I'm sure we all agree. Next member of the commission is Jim Greenwood, former member of Congress and CEO of Bio.
Thanks, Joe. I'll be brief. Back 6 or 7 years ago when we created the blueprint, we struggled a lot with how to persuade members of Congress and members of the administration that the threat of a pandemic and a bioterror event were inevitable and probably imminent. And it was very difficult to do because, as usual, the government, both branches, is so consumed with urgent issues of the day that they find it difficult to prioritize things that might happen in the future. We even created a scenario in here where hypothetical scenario where there was a bioterrorist attack on the Capitol on the 4th of July and then subsequently hearings of the intelligence committees of both chambers wondering why we hadn't been more prepared. As was mentioned, Congress and the administration did take up and move forward on some of our recommendations, but not enough of them. And had the administration and the Congress actually adopted all of the recommendations that we made, the outcome of the pandemic would have been, I think, dramatically different. So now the challenge is once again, as this pandemic subsides, and prayerfully it will, will members of Congress and folks in the administration sort of say, well, that's over, now we can go back to other issues, or will they take it, will they recognize that we still have much to do so that the next pandemic or, God forbid, a bioterrorist event will have as minimal an effect as is possible? Yield back.
Thanks, Jim. No, I agree, though the statistics I cited at the beginning about our recommendations that were adopted in whole or in part are impressive. The fact is, I think we'd all say that that not enough was done. And if all of our recommendations, and again, we were just a voice for the experts that testified before us, if all our recommendations were implemented, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic would have been much less severe. So our last, but certainly not least, commission member, although he may not be with us as a commission member, we hope for long, is the former White House Homeland Security Advisor, and I say we hope, soon to be confirmed as Undersecretary for Intelligence and Analysis at the Department of Homeland Security, Ken Weinstein.
Thank you, Senator, and good to see everybody. I'll be brief. I just want to sharpen the point that all my friends up here made, which is just to sort of hark back to one of the original functions of this body, which is to sort of be a warning mechanism, to sort of play a kind of a Paul Revere kind of function about the bio threat. And, we had more than enough of a basis to ring that alarm bell loudly in 2015 when we put out our first report, and then in the subsequent reports. And I think if you just look at the events of the last few months, you see how much more compelling a basis we have for that warning and for action to respond to that warning. Just look at Afghanistan. We now have Afghanistan in control of the Taliban. We know that the last time the Taliban were in control, Al-Qaeda was able to use the country as a staging ground for attacks, as a place to mobilize, as a place to experiment. And we know that they were experimenting with anthrax, with biological weapons. And so, that's a much heightened risk that we have just based on that. Then, of course, to state the obvious, as all my colleagues have said, we now have what the Russians have done in Ukraine. And we have Putin in the position that President Biden very aptly described yesterday as being sort of cornered, being desperate. And we have a man who, has done what contradicts, decades of civilized society and actually threatened the use of nuclear weapons. And a man like that who's desperate, who's already threatening nuclear weapons, which is unthinkable, hard to see how he would hesitate to use biological weapons. So the warning, the need for warning and the need to heed that warning could not be any greater. And all you have to do is just look at the images we're seeing on TV now and transpose that from missiles to biological weaponry, and that's what we'd be facing. So glad that you're here, glad that people are taking this seriously, and I'm really honored to be part of this group. And to the extent this is, if I do happen to leave, just want to say on the record that it's been one of the high points in my life to spend time with these folks and to work on what really is a truly important mission. Thanks.
Thanks, Ken. I mean, obviously the feeling is mutual. You've contributed enormously. We will miss you, but you're not going far. And as Donna Shalala has proven, you can leave for a while to I'll go on to other public service and return. We look forward to that. Governor Ridge, it's great to see you. I want you to know that before your face appeared on the screen, by some magic, you were preceded by a portrait of Abraham Lincoln. And I think this reminds us all, and I mean this in the most bipartisan way, that you are keeping the Lincoln spirit alive in the Republican Party. So we would welcome an opening statement from you at this point, if you'd like.
Well, first of all, I'm pleased to join my colleagues. It's too bad that I have not been as faithful to our cause as I normally like to be over the past couple of months. But was it Ken who gave us the earlier comments about the unpredictable nature of the evil that we're dealing with in Ukraine? I want you to know, on a more positive note, is I have a dear friend who worked his way into Afghanistan to get 9 plane loads of women, children, and disabled people out. He worked his way across the Polish border. He's now working, I still haven't quite figured out how or with whom, with others to get orphan children out of harm's way. Even in the midst of this evil and this adversity, there's still some rather remarkable human beings doing everything they can to minimize the pain and suffering associated with the invasion. I find it interesting the pretense that Putin put forward that somehow the United States was building biological weapons in Ukraine as a pretense maybe for some future action himself. I'm looking forward to this exceptional session that Asha and the team have pulled together today. This is one of the most distinct groups of public servants we've had appear before us in a long time. I guess my thoughts are extend my sincere appreciation to them for taking the time today to talk to us about current and future challenges to our national biodefense. It seems so timely now with what's going on in the unpredictable nature of the geopolitical world. And it's good to be back with you, Senator, and my colleagues. And I'll pass on to someone else who'd be a lot more eloquent in their opening remarks.
Hey, thanks, Tom. You were quite eloquent. I'll go back to what you said at the beginning. No one really has been more faithful to the cause of this commission than you have. So we're really delighted that you're with us today. And it's given us, I speak personally now, a great opportunity to continue and even deepen our friendship, which goes back probably more years than either of us would like to enumerate. Anyway, let's go on to the first panel. Again, I join in the Tom Ridge's comments about the quality of the witnesses. First, we're calling on Ian Watson, who is the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Chemical and Biological Defense at the Pentagon, and Donald Alway, the Assistant Director of the Weapons of Mass Destruction Directorate at the FBI. Thank you both for being here. We're eager to hear what you have to say. Mr. Watson, we'll begin with you.
No, thank you very much. And good morning to everybody. I want to thank the Bipartisan Commission on Biodefense for hosting this event today. And it's been a while since we've convened. And as someone that's sat in the audience and also been a participant to these in the past, it's great to be here to try to speak to you today in my new role. The commission does exceptional work, and I appreciate both, all across the board, Senator Lieberman, Governor Ridge, and Dr. George's leadership that's been displayed over the years since 2014. It's been a pleasure to speak alongside my distinguished colleague, Mr. Alway, today. And I just want to, as I just returned to the Department of Defense last week, actually last Monday, as I was as the new DASD for the Chemical and Biological Defense Program. I've been away for 4 years from the department and the Chem Bio area here as I served time at OSTP at the White House and also in HHS ASPR as well. So I have a great appreciation for the necessity for a whole of government approach as I've worked through my career as well, and to address the current and future biological threats that we're all here to discuss. So the new threat landscape, the Biological Weapons Convention opened for signature 50 years ago next month. It's safe to bet that the biological threats of the next half century will be vastly different from the previous 50 years. Besides the naturally occurring events, science and technology convergence is revolutionizing, as we've spoken and all the committee members have talked about already, the threat landscape we're posed up against now. The National Intelligence Council, for instance, has termed the Bio Convergence and its enormous implications for our work. And we can no longer solely defend against specific threat lists. Threat agents can be nearly limitless. Engineered bioweapons can evade medical and physical defenses, increase lethality and contagiousness, and enhance stability, making them easier to use, more so than ever. New threats could have delayed effects, challenging our ability to anticipate their impact or attribute their origins. We must be postured to respond to naturally occurring, accidental, and deliberate biothreats, as each of the committee members had mentioned before, and that is sustained within the National Biodefense Strategy. So meeting the challenge for the Department of Defense, even as the threat changes, the Chemical and Biological Defense Program's mission does not. We are tasked with anticipating future threats and enabling the joint force to fight and win in a chemically and biologically contested environments. Mission success will require us to change how we operate, though. Business as usual risks failure. Private sector examples are illustrative. In the mid-1990s, Kodak was America's 20th largest corporation. When cell phone cameras emerged a few years later, Kodak responded by making more advanced handheld cameras and all. In 2012, they filed for bankruptcy. By contrast, Apple introduced the iPhone, knowing it would destroy its profitable iPod business. You don't see many iPods today, but Apple is the world's most valuable company. My program and the Chem Bio Defense Program must follow a similar path. We cannot succeed by doing what we've always done, only better. We must pursue radically different approaches. For too long, we have been overly reactive, pursuing capabilities in response to known threats. This allows our adversaries to overcome our defenses with small, inexpensive tweaks. We need a paradigm shift, although that phrase is overly used. Our investments must confound our adversaries' investments, approaches, and decision-making calculus. Mission success requires us to drive innovation, and luckily the United States continues and will continue to lead the world in science technology. To unlock this potential, the DoD must become a better partner with industry. We can help grow and strengthen the biotech industrial base, But we need to communicate stable, long-term requirements and allow industry to devise solutions. The services have long pursued this approach with traditional defense industrial base. Raytheon and Lockheed Martin aren't taken by surprise when the Air Force requires a next-generation fighter jet. By pursuing this approach with the biotech industry, we can create new partnerships, including small businesses, new entrants, and international partners. And we can stabilize a domestic industrial base and make bioconvergence work for the defense of our nation. So in conclusion, achieving Kim Biodefense program's mission and changing threat environment will not be easy. And I look forward to the challenge that I'm in the job for the first week and pulling this together. I remain optimistic. However, in part, I see a growing consensus on the challenge. Everyone from the President and the Secretary of Defense to Congress and allies and partners are prioritizing biological threats. My leadership and the Assistant Secretary of Defense, Deborah Rosenblum, sees this uniquely and clearly understands the challenge, as does the organizations like the Bipartisan Commission. As the interim national security strategy guidance noted, we confront a technological revolution that poses both promise and peril. Government and industry must seize upon biotechnology's opportunities to address persistent health, economic, and environmental challenges while anticipating and safeguarding against the ever-evolving threat horizon. Together, we can deliver on biotech's extraordinary promise and limit its perils. And with that, I appreciate the time to be with you today.
Thanks, Mr. Watson. I really appreciate the sort of proactive spirit of your moving into this position. And I hope that spirit, which is quite vibrant in your first week, will remain that way as you go on.
Unearned enthusiasm. That's what it is.
Not quite up to the Greenspan irrational exuberance yet, but exactly the right kind of can-do, must-do spirit. Mr. Alway, thanks very much for being here to give us the FBI perspective on this question.
Thank you very much, sir. So many thanks to the Commission for allowing us to speak and represent not only the interests of the FBI, but I think our partners and colleagues from both across the community and across the public safety sector. My team did a great job preparing some talking points, but after hearing some of the conversation today, if you'll allow me to diverge, I think potentially I can answer some of the questions that could be valuable based on some of my own experiences and the Directorate's a very capable workforce and some of the contributions they've made to biodefense. This is my third tour in the WD Directorate. My first tour predated the Directorate's existence, so I am somewhat of a veteran in this area, but that's an important fact because the Directorate itself, it just passed its 15-year anniversary. So the grounds for creating a Deputy Directorate is really based on necessity. A unique time for us. We went through similar experiences in creating the Cyber Division. However, in this instance, I think knowing what happened, both the attacks in 9/11 and the subsequent anthrax attacks, where I was an initial responder, realized that the way we were positioned as an organization created some gaps. And I think maybe there's some important aspects of what we learned and where we are today as opposed to where we were before that could be valuable. So as I mentioned, the Directorate is 15 years old. We are just celebrating, COVID notwithstanding, we're just celebrating that anniversary. But I'm very proud of the men and women that work in this area. The origins of WMD stemmed from our structure as both the agency responsible for counterterrorism and counterintelligence efforts. At the time of the inception, the Directorate had 13 individual components around the FBI with some kind of WMD in their focus mission or nomenclature. That's all been consolidated in some form or fashion into the division that I have the honor to lead today. My first entrance from counterterrorism was representing WMD mission, which at the time sat in our domestic terrorism section. That gives you an optic of how we looked at the problem. We looked at it as a means that terrorists would use to conduct an attack. What we see now, right, obviously by the mere nature of the commission, that this is widespread interest across the organization and the community. Much of those interests reside in the counterintelligence division, What we lacked was connectivity into our partners. Being a division focused on terrorism, we realized that there were a lot of expertise and interest and concerns and capabilities that resided around the community, in academia and industry, that in all honesty, we were missing that connection to. So the Directorate as it stands today is really focused, unlike our counterterrorism, counterintelligence partners, we are focused on the threat. And how we look at the threat is very unique. We don't focus on actor groups as an end result. We don't look at nation states as an end result. We look at where the risk is coming from any one of those organizations or individuals, or even where the risk may reside out in the community. So that is really where we have focused a considerable amount of effort in partnerships, in education, and the type of individuals that we employ. So I'm very proud of the fact that at 7% of our division holds PhDs. It's the highest percentage in the FBI. Gives us unbelievable resources in-house to help address where the next threats both are now and the over-the-horizon threats. So some of those individuals are in the room. Dr. Goldsmith, who's Doctor of Veterinary Science, is here today. Those type of resources we didn't have preceding the Directorate's creation.
Thanks, Mr. Alway. That's great. Actually, quite encouraging to hear about the depth of the team that you're working with. So I'll start with a few questions. I am assuming that I'm correct, because you represent the Department of Defense and FBI, that the parts of the Commission's jurisdiction or interest that you're involved with are more the weaponization of biological advances, perhaps, and you can talk about this separately, the security at some of the lab facilities in the country. So let me ask you both just an opening question, which is, are we correct? And I don't want to repeat what I said and others said in our opening statements, but are we correct that the threat from biological weapons is greater today than it was 5 or 10 years ago? Mr. Watson?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Appreciate the question. So I think as a community writ large, and I would put my own sentiment on that, is that is absolutely the case and stuff. I think, and that stems from a couple things. One, as we've talked about with just the technological advances and the access, the lower the thresholds across the range of WMD, the instability worldwide, and the possibility of usage. And also, I think the important piece is not only the demonstration, but also the vulnerabilities and some of the gaps we've realized as a worldwide as far as the pandemic. Those across the board and across the myriad of other things, as the Honorable Penny kind of mentioned, with the biotechnology comes the secondary effects of that. So the expansion of high containment laboratories worldwide, many of which are in areas that those of us who have worked in those laboratories know full well how expensive they are to sustain. And when they're not sustained, that leads to not only biosafety related issues, but could lead to biosecurity related issues. So the explosion and the benefit of use of biotechnology is a net gain for humanity at large in economic health security and national security. But the point being is that, as we've seen, and you mentioned, known states not only having offensive weapons, states we consider likely to have, and the likelihood that those are better obfuscated by use in precision medicine and genetic engineering and for medical and public health related work and for research. The unknowns are such that I think we all kind of agree that the potential threat is ever increasing beyond particularly what we all know as a one bug, one drug, and the threat agent list that was so tightly controlled as far as the threat perspective coming out of the biopreparat and the Soviet programs. And I think that bears out. I think across the board, as we see the U.S. government not only take recommendations from commissions such as this, but also in part to answering to Congress, we've seen not only with Secretary Austin has back on November 1st, ordering, akin to our nuclear brethren, the first defense posture review for the Department of Defense. That is to re-examine the lessons learned of COVID, but also looking across the entirety of our chemical and biological, and that includes, to be very clear, the recognition of not only the definition under the National Biodefense Strategy for naturally occurring, accidental, and also intentional biological threats, but that to assess the roles and responsibilities and authorities of the biodefense programs, to identify the gaps, to strengthen our DoD biodefense posture against the entire spectrum, and understand that threat perspective as well. That is as the DoD proceeds through that process, it's a significant revamping of how we think about it and the elevation and prioritization. Likewise, as particularly HHS relaunches the FMC last month, and that's a critical piece as to how we are going to coordinate across the interagency on the medical countermeasure enterprise and the emphasis and the lessons learned that have been learned. I mean, coming out of the COVID. And I think the administration's made clear that we are not, the need for us to not walk out of this pandemic without the lessons learned that are going to be applicable to not only the threat space, but across all of those deliberate, but also the naturally occurring and accidental, with such large and bolder actions such as the American Pandemic Preparedness Plan, some of the goals put forth in that, and galvanizing the entirety of the community, whether that happens to be in the Department of Defense or our USDA or our HHS allies and across the board. That's a broad question. More of answering your question is the threat has increased. Is it fully characterized? No. That's part of the problem as far as the diversity of the threat from in its approaches and what we don't understand, but also the environment in which that threat can be utilized, but also questioning that the U.S. government has leveraged many of the coordination things that we need to do, but that has a long way to go. If that kind of...
Okay, thanks. Would you say, I cited in earlier State Department report that indicated that that Russia and North Korea had the most active biological weapons programs, and that China and Iran were sort of not far behind. Does that sound right to you still? That's from a while ago, not long ago, but a while ago.
Yeah, that was the State Department adherence report, right? And so does it sound right? Yes. I mean, as far as Russia, North Korea, and Iran, those are typically, and I'd certainly lend over for our intelligence colleagues here, Mr. Away, to answer that. But yes, but we're not looking at just those characters, just those actors as well, right? We're open to and we know, particularly with the adherence report to the BWC, with China and Iran, that we have to be vigilant on the types of programs that are not as overt or have signaling, but are perhaps obfuscated within the S&T developments and the economic developments of, we said, precision medicine, the use of synthetic biology within a natural state. Right?
Okay, good. Mr. Olwey, if you'd just answer the general question first about whether the biological weapons threat is growing, and then to the extent that you're able in an open setting, give us some evaluation of the status of the threat from terrorist groups to our homeland.
Sure, yes, sir. So I would concur that the threat of biological weapons has increased. We go through an annual process where we look at those threats. We actually incorporate feedback through the department. We bring DOJ leadership over, as well as partners who might look at this with a different optic to determine where we're going to apply resources. So we would concur that the threat is increasing. From a terrorist interest, we have seen that, right? We go all the way back to interest in anthrax and other programs. We've seen other threat actor groups express an interest in that. We have not seen that wane over the past 10 years or so. Obviously, we're keen to keep applied resources towards that in partnership with the community partners.
Does the return of the Taliban to control of Afghanistan increase the bioweapons threat from terrorist groups, either Taliban or associated groups?
Well, I wouldn't want to speak for the community, but I can say that creates a safe haven where if there is any interest previously, it's going to have a home to grow.
Right. Okay, thank you. Dr. Hamburg?
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your perspectives and also the work that you're doing today and the work you've done over many years. I wanted to draw on your experience over, both of you, over many years working on these issues as both events and perspectives of the public and policymakers have shifted, but the need for governmental leadership and action has certainly only increased. I think I would hope we can talk some about public-private partnerships because those are crucial, and certainly COVID underscored that. But I'd like now to dig a little deeper into the whole of government response and the mechanisms that exist. And I said response, but I really mean preparedness and response and prioritization, to draw on what Senator Daschle said, in the sense that if we're going to be able to effectively respond when an event occurs, we have to be working and active in between. And, I think that how these issues are addressed looks very different depending on, which agency or department you're in, your professional background, your expertise. But at the end of the day, as we, I think, all know, we really do need a whole of government response, or we'll be left a little in the lurch. And Mr. Allway, when you were talking about how you've been in this business for a long time, I couldn't help but reflect back on a meeting that I went to soon after I joined the Department of Health and Human Services when Secretary Shalala was HHS Secretary. And she sent me off to the FBI. I'd been interested in bio threats from experience as New York City's health commissioner, especially when the first World Trade Center bombing occurred, but also naturally occurring disease. Anyway, so we had talked about trying to develop more activities within HHS. She sent me over to FBI, and I was welcomed rather grumpily at FBI, and they said, "Why is HHS here? We can handle the bio threat." And then we began to talk, and it, became clear that when you said surveillance, it meant something very different than when in the public health world we said surveillance. When you said investigation, it meant something very different than in the public health world. But over time, we began to work together effectively. I think in new programs and activities were developed. But anyway, a long introduction to say, I don't think we have it right still. And there still is siloization. There's gaps in understanding of how different components of the federal government and state and local government address the threat. But also importantly, do we have, in an ongoing way, I was happy to hear about the FEMC, but the right channels of both communication and information sharing and coordinated action to really help us monitor emerging information about the threat landscape when there isn't a crisis. Are we working together to really prioritize the areas where we need to be developing targeted programs, medical countermeasures, et cetera? And then, do we have a clear idea about the different, roles and responsibilities and tools that exist within the federal government in the mobilization of an active response? Is it best coordinated, from an office in the White House? What do you think are, there have been different models. What has worked in both of your experience over many years? And looking to the future, how can we, really strengthen systems to assure better whole of government preparedness, response, and collaboration?
Well, I will go first because I can maybe speak to some of the experiences that you've had. And I hope I wasn't that grumpily FBI agent. But I can say that we are far and apart a completely different organization based on structure and culture when it comes to those. We've always relied on partnerships in everything we've done, whether that's violent crime, bank robbery task forces, or even the JTTF. Now we really incorporate the whole of government in a true sense. So I'll talk about some of the outreach and training. You mentioned the partnerships. So we began partnering with organizations like HHS years ago, as well as USDA and FDA, in where we can share resources and experiences. So there's a couple courses that now we roll out to our partner, a CRIM Epi, we call it CRIM Epi, basically teaching public health officials and law enforcement how to work together, to use common terminology, how when law enforcement receive information, how they can bring in public health officials immediately, as well as when things present in hospital settings, what law enforcement can do to help facilitate the origin on some of those, just in case it is not naturally occurring. So those courses are very successful, and I've got folks here much more experienced that can talk to that. In 2017, we created something called our strategic group, and the W&D strategic group was really born from the rad nuke threat out of PPD 25. We realized we needed to have a collective grouping of how we would share intelligence. So the W&D SG has grown from that original rad nuke threat into an all hazards approach. It's comprised of dozens of departments of agencies. They train quarterly. We host them in our kind of command center and FBI headquarters, but their drops and lines for communication are all piped in, and it is truly a shared resource. So they train every year on how the whole of government would respond. So in 21, they used the Nipah virus, of how the government would take action. So you've got folks from all sectors across DHS, the military, DOE, talking about learning from the active intelligence, creating a threat picture and recommended course of action for those members to take back to their leadership. So that's been extremely successful for us. We also believe in really kind of exchange of personnel. So as you came to us in that time, we now send folks to HHS. And Ed, you, who will be speaking later, was one of those representatives. We've got folks embedded throughout the community into DITRA, into CIA, really making sure that we're connected in the right places and not relying on technology or traditional department relationships to carry the day.
Thanks, Peggy. Governor Reed?
Can we just quickly hear?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Right off the hook there. No,
I took your silence the wrong way. Sorry.
yeah. So particularly to the coordination across all these areas, ma'am. The answer is it has to be better. I mean, obviously we've had the coordination bodies in place, like the BSC and also the Biodefense coordination team out of HHS has coordinated across the interagency for the National Biodefense Strategy. I think as we go forward, and you'll have to take my answer with the degree so I don't step across the unknown lines in DOD. I don't yet know, being a week in there, so I don't want to say anything that's contrary to that. But I think as far as the coordination and also the integration across the U.S. government, where we're going to find ourselves, as we've all just agreed to, that the threat is not only more complex but more diverse, that the sophistication of our coordination has to be as such as well. And from that, I can't answer as to whether that needs to be a nationally set and led from the White House. I'll leave that to the policy side of our house, as opposed to myself, who is the oversight and coordinator for that. But what that should extend to is that if such considerations are for it to work, it has to is going to have to be representative and inclusive of, and not too constraining to the individual mission sets that each of the departments has to fulfill. So obviously for us, making sure that our joint war fighters can operate in chemically environments and protecting the war fighter overall, that can be done within those. I think so long as we're not agnostic to, it's not a covering as far as the oversight and type of coordination. Second is it's good, the degree of sophistication that we're talking about with a nationally led effort has to set the parameters and the goals, because the integration across not only our understand, protect, mitigate type of areas across our countermeasures, PP, the goal of what we're trying to preclude, both across all three areas of our naturally occurring, accidental, and deliberate, have to be capabilities, and those capabilities that's where we're going to be weaving in between each other as the interagency and with our industry partners to try to deliver. But it's just not a matter of duplication. It's not a matter of inefficiency. It's a matter of what is it we're trying to achieve. It's, as we've looked at the AP3 and other things that the administration and past administrations have put out there. If we're suppressing something and it has specific goals about what we're trying to do, unifying across all the medical countermeasures, approaches, therapeutics, and everything to bring to bear what we're trying to preclude that if we fully understand the threatscape. And so what I say is that additional coordination absolutely has to occur, particularly, and that has to be with the involvement of Congress as well, as we look at the diverse type of authorities that all of us might need to employ to be able to do that more effectively. But at the same time, we don't want to trip up with applications that are going to come up against our own departmental needs and mission sets first and foremost, but augment those, that pull them into service of it, but recognize that the capabilities that we're developing are developed in the same way across each as HHS, as USDA is looking at this, and Department of Energy and other ones, that can be brought to great extent, and it can be powerful and augmenting, again, as I say that. And so I can't answer, again, the policy decisions or there should be a national level for my position, but if it were, then I just put some of those caveats as to what it needs to be in order to be more effective.
We have time if you have other questions. Sorry.
Well, why don't we, I asked such a long question, I feel that,
Okay.
I should
Okay.
cede time, so
That's
we can
good of
circle
you.
back. if we-
Thanks. Governor Ridge, do you have questions of this panel?
I do, thank you. First of all, if you don't mind, excuse me. If I understood your background, Tom and Donald, you've re-upped on several occasions and come back in to serve in government. And I just, from one public servant to others, I want to thank you for re-upping. Appreciate your service. And Ian, particularly, if there are changes in the threatscape, who in the whole of government approach, your knowledge or based on experience, is assigned the responsibility to set up different parameters and set up new goals? Who does that internally?
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I understand the question. You're saying who currently is responsible in the government for setting up national level goals, is what you're saying? Yep.
Yes, I didn't articulate it as well as I should have.
No, sir, I'm former artillery, so I have I have a hearing deficit.
If the intelligence or the work with our allies, whatever, if we find there's a different threat out there for which we are not prepared, who's responsible to disseminating that and coordinating in the whole of government approach a response, potential response?
Yeah. So and it's certainly with Mr. I'm not passing over to Mr. Alway, but so the indicators and warnings and things, particularly from our intelligence community and also our intelligence coordination with our partners, as we look to find, as the constant surveillance as to what is occurring for the deliberate state. When it comes to not only the response, when it comes to an accident, also in the current, with a naturally occurring and stuff, working with our international partners, and that's why not only working with WHO, but also in partnership, our programs like the Biological Threat Reduction Program, which is looking to extend surveillance out, and particularly across the world, as we work with our academic and also scientific and also military partners across the world, the early indications and warning of a disease outbreak and stuff, or deliberate use. Now, we're not going to know that at the point, but part of that is akin to, sorry, but when it comes to ballistic missile system, is the surveillance system that's identifying and indicating something's wrong before you hand it off to a fire control radar that's able to do that. And so when that comes, it's going to come across the suite of intelligence. It's going to come across our public health systems, both here in the United States and our partners. It's going to come across active surveillance, and as we, particularly in austere environments or areas in which, as was just mentioned with Afghanistan, we have pockets of instability where we don't have insights into. And so it's that constant increasing of our ability to surveil and pass it back into the response network that is the United States, depending on the mission set that's going to be, particularly on the deliberate side versus naturally occurring, and where that's going to fit correctly within the U.S. government. I'm not sure if that could even quarter of answer your question, but that's my stab.
I appreciate it. Very good. Along the same lines, two additional questions, if you don't mind. Obviously, ChemBio activation in the battle space, certainly field battle space, would complicate the warfighter's effort. Has DOD had any success in expanding or developing new technology to detect bioweapons on the battlefield? I keep thinking of our own failure within BioWatch. I'm wondering if DOD has continued to research or invest in detection capability, if you're aware of that.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So my apologies. So the answer is yes. Since, again, coming out of DITRA 4 years ago and leaving to depart to do other things in the government, and then coming back in, the specific projects and the specific programs right now allocated towards not only biodetection, active biodetection, surveillance capabilities and stuff, I still am learning the names of those 1 week in. And so as I look at the entire portfolio for our components, for not only on the research and development side with our JSTO partners at DITRA, but also not only the advanced developers at JPEO, and how those requirements are being fulfilled, which will be the role I have. I can't give you an exact example on where they are because I'm right now baselining on how the Chem Biodefense program across all the components and services is activating. What I can say is that as we turn the page and to not only applying different technologies as the Department of Defense does on things like wearables, right? So that we can apply those in not only surveillance and out there and monitoring with the soldiers. We've seen that on some of the pilots we've had at INDOPACOM for wearables to monitor and pilots for the COVID related work. And that demonstrated, particularly as we modeled, that had wearables and just that physiological profile for surveillance been available to our carrier crews, that we would not have knocked that aircraft carrier out of service, or we would have reduced overall by 80% prior with indications if those sailors had actually been wearing those wearables. So can I give projects? Can I give the overall comprehensive look of our biodetection right today? No, I can't, but I will in the coming weeks, as that's my responsibility to look at the entire package as a capability, and also more importantly, as we're given direction coming out of the Biodefense posture review, how we're going to achieve that as the Department of Defense, not only for our citizens, but the mission sets we have for civil protection and everything else.
You know, this panel for years has been concerned about the absence of a broad-based biodetection capability that could be deployed in our communities, in buildings, and writ large across the country. So I think I, for one, would be interested in learning a little bit more about what DOD has been doing in this arena. Understanding the battle space is a little different than putting it in a community. So I thank you for that response. One other question for you, Ian, if you don't mind, Mr. Watson. In conversations and interactions with our allies, is there an ally with whom you've worked that has taken an all-of-government approach, and with whom we might learn some lessons to apply, and this commission might be able to review best practices, what they've done? Any of our allies doing what we're doing with our whole-of-government approach that you're aware of? You know, the collaboration, the coordination between and among agencies you spoke about so effectively.
Yeah. So I think there are, I won't call out, not to be opaque, sir, and stuff. So there are those that have better coordination, particularly in between their public health entities and also the Ministry of Defense, and sometimes that's raised in combination with their common set national goals. What I'd say is that what is clear is that is not only resourcing across particularly our partners and allies, as we look at the CBR MOU, our Five Eye partners, partners we work with in Israel, some of those in biodefense and stuff versus those that I had worked with in HHS. we find gaps across all of those, and that's why we partner so closely and so carefully to not only augment the investments we have, but also have a strategic context by which we're approaching the, and also a complete awareness of how we're investing, right? Because we have limited budgets for not only the defense against biological threats, and those have been less than stable over the years, particularly for some of our allies. I think we find pieces and parses in and amongst allies that are better, but I'm not sure if I can cite you a one particular country that is overall has it right. And so I think when it comes to public health, but also the merging of industrial policy and how we look at public health responses, and also would be other responses. You look at Korea, South Korea's not only having mechanisms and agile ability to procure and ramp up testing so quickly and rapidly that we did not necessarily possess, and it took us some time to make those type of corrections within our own procurements and going after our industrial base for testing to get after the COVID response as well. You saw that the way they were agile and flexible. I think we've seen some really interesting response mechanisms with our UK partners, and particularly in Singapore and others. But I would be too ignorant to try to identify a single country right now in comparison with us.
I appreciate, again, the candid answer, and I appreciate it very much. By the way, I love this story about Kodak. When I was initially, I was told that somebody was approached to them about a digital photography. They said, never work. We're not interested. Which makes it even more remarkable, the story that you shared.
Yeah, it comes back to Henry Ford. If I had asked the people what they want, they would have said a faster horse, right? It always seems to be the case. We have to not be subject to that. So.
Do you have other questions, Governor Rich?
This one for Mr. Alway. From time to time, when you interact with the state and locals, I know you do some, occasionally you do some, have you had any reason to work with any major urban communities on preparing for biological threats?
Yes, sir. The partnerships with state and locals are our lifeblood. The very existence of the Joint Terrorism Task Force, where our WMD coordinators sit, is how we effectively support the public. So we do regularly exercise with state and local partners, as well as bringing public health and emergency management into that exercise series.
That's good to know. Thank you. Thank both of you gentlemen for your continued service to government in this very critical area. That's all. Thank you very much for the opportunity to make these inquiries.
Thanks, Tom. Dr. Shalala.
Yeah, I know we're running out of time, so let me ask a quick.
We're okay.
Yeah. Let me ask a question to Mr. Watson. Could you flesh out, you piqued my interest with a public-private partnership using the private sector. What are your priorities for the private sector? The Defense Department has extensive experience with weapons and ships and other kinds of things, but who are you talking to? What kind of companies are you thinking about? And what are the gaps that you want to fill with this kind of partnership?
Really good question. So I haven't had the chance to talk to anybody because I just arrived for here, but our JSO partners and JPO, yes, the Department of Defense it's the bedrock of us is our defense industrial base. What I had brought up briefly, ma'am, particularly is that on the biotech side, we don't have an industrial base, right? We don't have a dedicated subsect of companies that are always there for the Department of Defense. I mean, we have clear true partners that has to be foddered. And that's why under the administration, they've been working on particularly in the administration, focusing on the bioeconomy initiative, right? Because the point being is that as we look not only at countering economic aggression towards our biotech state, as we're looking at not only the potential of our biotechnology, and as the Department of Defense identified it as one of its 12 critical technology areas, the need for us to nurture that. It has different valleys of death within the investment scape. It has different vulnerabilities, and it does not have with the exception of HHS, which you know more thoroughly, the Department of Defense doesn't have a huge history of conveying long-term, stable, and understandable requirements to that biotechnology area. Right. We do with our vaccine partners in certain things, but when we're looking at infusing innovation, as we're looking at going after new innovative platforms, as we look at the types of diagnostics, needleless delivery, those type of things that we're going to have to not only augment our force with and turn innovation, we're going to have to deal with smaller companies, more innovative companies, ones that are their IP subject to maybe not protection that they deal with, and we're looking and easily fold quickly as we make investments. So there's a lot of investment in the biotech industrial base. That doesn't make it a defense industrial base. It makes it an industrial base, which is the public health industrial base set out and also mentioned, particularly I think under the Executive Order 14001 for the White House recently. We have to invest in that. We have to communicate our requirements. We have to build the relationships as thoroughly and consistently as we have with the Raytheons. And that's not to establish 1 or 2 or 12 or 15 companies that will only service to the Department of Defense, because that's simply not going to happen in the biotech space. The biotech space is going to be ever fluctuating and fused with evolution and competing on an international scale. Our thing is to be as supportive of the domestic capabilities as possible, nurture that, but that has to be across the entire United States government for the public health industrial base and for the use of biotechnology. So it's fortunate I benefit, and I think I will benefit in the short term, since ASD Rosenblum has not only the benefit of being confirmed obviously as the NCB, but as the acting right now ASD for industrial policy for the Department of Defense. We have an opportunity as we look at that, and it's great that they're going to put Assistant Secretary of Defense there, and that we have modernization and critical technology, prioritization of biotechnology to infuse it into DoD, not just for ChemBio, but obviously all the applications that it portends for us. So I say that to say that we have to be unbelievable partners with our industry. We're going to have to foster. They're going to have to understand our needs, and we're going to have to communicate those, and we're going to have to be stable in what we're going after and be clear-eyed about what that is in order for them to anticipate, build around that, deliver on, and produce the solutions that are not going to come from internal to us, but are going to come from them and our academic institutions and our partnerships.
I assume that's going to include the research universities.
Absolutely. Has to.
Mr.
Yes.
Alway, listening to that conversation, do you have a list to give him of things that the FBI would be concerned about, would be interested in having developed?
So we very much mimic those sentiments, that we rely on those partnerships, education, and outreach. We've been doing that for a considerable number of years based on where we see risk. Recently, the FBI created an Office of Private Sector to specifically focus on those partnerships as a sole responsibility. They then use the divisions like mine that have specific areas of concern to kind of incorporate what the greater strategy is going to be to create long-term sustainable relationships. Within that, we talk about where the risk is and how to educate industry and academia about how they could be subject to being targeted, what they have, what adversaries may be interested in, at the same time without stifling innovation and what makes us unique as a country.
Thanks, Donna. Senator Daschle.
Thank you, Joe. And both Mr. Watson and Mr. Alway, we thank you very much for the very informative answers to our questions and to your testimony this morning, I'd like to drill down on the assertion I made at the beginning of our meeting, if I could, a little bit. Both have indicated that you feel that the threat is higher today than it was a decade ago, and I totally subscribe to that view myself. I think it is greater. What I don't think is greater necessarily, but I'd love to get your own analysis of how we as the government have prioritized this threat. Have we done it satisfactorily in your point of view on terms of our resources and our staff, our policy, and the overall commitment? And one indication of how well we prioritize, it seems to me, is how well we coordinated intragovernmentally, and whether or not we've approached this from a coordinated point of view. You are both in very important but incredibly independent agencies, Defense and FBI. And I'm just curious, number one, from the perspective of those components in terms of prioritization, are we where we need to be? And number two, if we are, how would you rate our overall coordination within the government to address these threats since they've increased over the last 10 years? And I'd ask either of you to start the answers to the questions.
Tried. It's an outstanding question, sir. And in your earlier remarks on prioritization, you're dead on. As I kind of indicated, I think the increase in overall interagency coordination, which demonstrates acknowledgement and adherence to set priorities. I think the first step is commissions such as this, but also the National Biodefense Strategy went a long way to finally start galvanizing or the thoughts around those. And I think at least since the time I've come into the government over the thing, I mean, quite skeptical early on about the how we go about coordinating. I've seen more coordination within our interagency, but also across the other partners, like I said, in private sector and our international partners than I've ever witnessed in the last 4 years. And that was prior to just the COVID, but has been accelerated and fueled. I think that could be what we're going to have to be cautious about is I think we have not only under the leadership of the NSC and also OSDP, trying to coalesce that because we've made a lot of gains, but we've also been in an action footing for COVID. And not everyone, but all the departments that we work with, but particularly HHS, DOD's been involved in that, and so many others. As we translate out of the action into how we persist into lessons learned and move next, I think it's going to be demonstrable how well that's done. Whether the benefits and the gains we've made on the interagency interaction and coordination are not only maintained but accelerated as a result of that. I think there's every potential to. I've never been so engaged across every single interagency partner and the need to leverage them in order to accomplish simple mission scapes, regardless of whether I was over at HHS or over at the Department of Defense. There is a clear need to further prioritize this heavily. We cannot let escape the impacts, let alone the origin of how this occurred, meaning the COVID outbreak in that we've just underwent and are still undergoing right now. And so that onus and that prioritization, to answer your question directly, yes, increase the prioritization needs to be placed on this because we can't repeat either this, nor do we want to be subject to a deliberate attack or something that we're also likewise not prepared for, or that those are indistinguishable in thing. And then two, the coordination must continue to improve because, as I had said in the answer to Dr. Shalala, the need to build out capabilities, which is difficult, expensive, and also against a more dynamic threat, more complex to achieve. That only is going to challenge us with the additional need to come together to go after that.
Yes, sir. I'll echo those comments. I think we're better positioned now than ever. We're never going to be completely done, fully cooked. But I think just in the way the organizations see each other as a natural fit, as speaking for the FBI, our permanent dedication of resources into the field W&D coordinators, our permanent presence within other agencies, the work we do jointly on policy development, I think speaks to the shared interest and concern.
Thank you, Mr. Holloway. I'm going to follow up with one final question, if I could. I, like my colleagues, really appreciated your analogy with Kodak as you commented initially, and I can't help but think that that's such an appropriate analogy. I worry about being the next Kodak when it comes to our ability to deal with biodefense in so many different contexts. But you also mentioned, as you were talking about the Kodak story, the importance of creating a new paradigm. And I found that term intriguing as it relates to this challenge. Could you drill down a little bit for us with regard to what you meant when you talked about the importance of creating a new paradigm?
To the extent, yeah, I can. Like I said, my depth is, particularly for the department, for the program, is we'll be catching up shortly. But what I meant by a new paradigm is speaking specifically to, and we're looking at the technologies that not only diversify this threat to almost an endless subsect of threats. And so the ability for us to any longer go about investing on one medical countermeasure for one response, one therapeutic for anthrax or just botulinum, those days of us having a diagnostic, having specific countermeasures for every single pathogen, and that's nothing everybody in this room doesn't know, are simply gone. It doesn't mean that we're not investing in those areas, but the point being is that the paradigm shift is going to have to be towards more capabilities, broad-ranging and applicable, and the way we go about that. And I'll say that in just two, and I'll try to wrap on that. One is going to be the way we go about the development, not only the handoff between S&T and RD&T&E portions in the pipeline to advanced development, and what stage and how far we progress those before we pause them and for agnostic application against potential threats, right? As we look at repurposing, particularly on the therapeutic side, as we look for setting the stage across the capabilities, and that means for diagnostics as well, and leveraging that in with early warning, I mean, not only the detection, characterization, surveillance capabilities, and threat agent science has to be, so a good example is like threat agent science. We're going to have to move faster. We're going to have to tether that to intelligence. We're going to have to make sure it results in operational outputs in a faster way to inform therapeutic and rapid diagnostics while still contributing into the scientific body of knowledge as we develop long-term animal models for countermeasures, meaning we're going to have to operationalize and the speed of which we're at, because as we said before, and we talked about the threat, not only the diversity of it, but the lack of knowledge of what de novo characteristics of a biological threat, whether intentional or created by nature, are going to be. And what we've seen is the ability to rapidly respond against such a broad range of potentialities means that we have to shift that paradigm in the way we go about the pipeline of development, delivery, and what's available for us to that are a little bit more, particularly with biotechnology, to deliver upon those faster is the intent. But hopefully when I'm deeper into my job and seeing the full range of the suite, I'll come back and talk to you more about it.
Well, that's a very helpful answer. Thank you. Very thoughtful.
Thank you, Congressman Greenwood.
Thank you. Mr. Watson, I want to follow up on Dr. Shalala's question about the relationship with the private sector. And I come from a long time representing a lot of companies who are in the medical countermeasure business. And you talked in your opening remarks about we have to change how we operate. We have to be, we've been overly reactive. We have to do a paradigm shift. And then specifically, DoD must be a better partner with industry. And it seems to me that the key to that is the extent to which you can de-risk the enterprise for these companies. I think it's fair to say that large pharmaceutical companies are not really going to be very much into this business because by virtue of their costs and their workforce, they have to really shoot for the blockbusters, and it's a whole different business model. So we're, for the most part, talking about emerging companies, small companies, and they, of course, rely on, for at least initially, venture capital funds in order to even exist. And those VCs know, as is the case across the board with biotechnology, that 9 times out of 10, their projects will fail. And so it's hard enough for a venture capitalist to invest in an array of emerging companies, knowing that that's the reality, that they've got to make their profit on the one that succeeds. Now we go to the specialized realm of medical countermeasure companies, and their lament has always been the government isn't clear enough with us as to what they're looking for. And maybe that's for security reasons. They don't want the rest of the world to know, the bad guys to know what it is that they're most worried about. And then there's the lack of certainty that even should they succeed in identifying what the government wants and then successfully developing and producing those measures, that the government will be a reliable purchaser of those. And so it seems to me that if we want to, in fact, have, and I don't know how we succeed in this mission without having a set of companies, and I don't think there'll be a lack of volunteer companies to do this, if the risk can be sufficiently, if the enterprise can be sufficiently de-risked. So I'd like to hear your thoughts about that, and whether you think, in fact, there is a way to do that that's financially responsible, but also leaves us in a position where we have a reliable sector of companies that can be prepared to think about, to have the long-range planning, to think about, what the country's going to need, and also be able to respond quickly should an emerging threat occur.
It's a massive question. Yeah, so I do. I mean, this is something that's near and dear, and I was just talking to Ed Yu before this about the needs for growing out. And again, when I say industrial policy, I don't mean that to just be a throwaway catch-all and stuff. I mean, it literally is going to have to be rethought about how we go about this. And again, as the U.S. government, the tapping into and utilization of biotechnology writ large is not a mission set orientation. In fact, it's generalization. We can't look at it through just the technology, just the missions that we're applying toward, or even the applications. We're looking about developing the companies that are going to provide solutions and innovations that we know not how that it's going to be applied. So we have some examples of good, and like you said, for like venture capital, it's just not just whether those fail or not, but also are they willing to take the risk in waiting longer for return on investment for something in that traditionally for bio can be quite a little bit longer than you're willing to invest in those. And so you see programs like Drive at BARDA that try to partner with those venture capitalists and approach it in the same way. So, and I use Drive as an example, not the only one, but because I know many places in the department is looking at similar things. I use it as an example because it's recognizing those things that don't exist, that aren't working for the biotech industry or for the public health or for the biopharma related world, is not working well with it there to support that, and trying to find a U.S. government and private sector solution together to try to ameliorate that to some degree. And I think Drive's a good one. I think that the U.S. government has to bring all the levers to it. So when we're looking at and we did it slightly under COVID with the Department of Defense and also working with HHS, with DFC and setting up the loan programs that could actually be accessed. So when you don't have procurements, at least you're making investments in the defense industrial base. I think we've seen things, not only the programs that Congress has put forth, not only at the Department of Commerce that are going to be coming on as far as the critical supply chain reserve fund and the access of that by other across not just the public health supply chain and also the biotech supply chain, but across multiple supply chains. But the need to use that for capital investment, the way we go about industrial-based expansion, the way we tie into and give not secured procurement contracts to companies, but being able to telegraph what we want, as you had just indicated, over the long term, but utilizing those loans, new and dynamic ways to do partner on venture, to do those, to get companies non-dilutive capital where they need it to overcome what we know, and it's not a ubiquitous state, right? There are many different types of valleys of death and vulnerabilities amongst whether it's a vaccine manufacturer versus whether that's going to be somebody who's in the biotech that might have a new innovation that we don't yet have an application for defense. Those things have to be nurtured overall. And so what I think when we're looking at national policies, and I think the bioeconomy efforts that have been pursued are right on tap, because we need a holistic way to bring those, not only the tool sets, the mechanisms, but we're going to have to learn from the private sector what does and doesn't work, right? Particularly on scaling up manufacturing, on domesticating some of those things, on making sure that we're protecting, particularly from the FBI perspective, some of the aggressive economic policies that we've seen from some of our adversaries or competitors towards that business sector. That was long and maybe slightly rambling, but at the end, but at the same point, it's not only a massive one, but it's one of the most important things we have, because we're not going to get the solutions for the biodefense threat that we're talking about now from the U.S. government. And if we're not nurturing that, and so I don't necessarily agree it needs to be a subsect of so many companies to do that. I don't think that maintains the character of the innovation that the biotech industry represents by just that. But I do think holistically we have to create the environment in which at least we have an industry that can persevere to access into it and stuff. But that's as best as I can do on that.
Pretty good. Question for both of you. I want to ask about how you think about the different kinds of biological weapons. So, you have an anthrax, which, while it can spread widely, and we know all about that, it's not viral. It's going to ultimately have a limited circumference of the impact, I guess you could say. And then you have smallpox, which is potentially highly lethal and highly transmissible. And so, as I think about it, I think of nation states having perhaps limited interest in the latter, because eventually, as we've learned from the pandemic, a highly contagious and deadly virus goes global, and it goes global pretty quickly. So, assuming that nation states are less than suicidal, it would seem like there would be a less of a likelihood for them to employ that kind of a weapon. Whereas, or I should say, as opposed to that, there are, as we know, segments of the jihadist community for whom death of themselves and their victims can be characterized as martyrdom, and they may have a completely apocalyptic view of the use of these weapons without the fear that the nation state leaders would have. It may be that those actors are at least capable of using the technology to make a pathogen that's both highly lethal and highly contagious. But I'd just like your thoughts from both of you about how you view those kinds of distinctions.
Sure. I'll make a couple comments, because especially on your first comment about the nation states, that's obviously something we do closely in collaboration with the USIC, DoD partners. Our value there is understanding the threat, understanding the interest, and then figuring out where our part in that. And oftentimes that may be on source development, intelligence that we can use to provide to our partners. The second aspect on the non-state actor interest, obviously you hit the nail on the head. If there's not a concern about your own safety or the survivability, but getting your message across and imposing a psychological damage to your adversaries, in this instance us, then is the juice worth the squeeze, right? And that's where we're trying to constantly assign value. So we look at both of those. We also look at how agroterrorism, or how things like an attack on our industry can have an impact in a non-traditional conflict environment or non-terrorist attack, intentionally introducing something that impacts a large segment of our society. We're closely working with the Dominican Republic on African swine fever, right? A disease such as that being introduced intentionally into our livestock has a multi-billion-dollar impact and very low cost to introduce. So that's where our partnerships with other U.S. government and partner nations are so key to understanding the risk.
Yeah, I agree with everything Mr. Always said for the Department of Defense. I mean, as the joint force, our job is to make sure we are able to win in a chemically, biologically contested environment, and also to eliminate that threat to our warfighter. And so, and I say that as our mission set because, as you said, the different types of biological threats to us are all known and unknown. Are so. We don't approach them the same, but meaning that they're going to, with our adversaries, are going to have strategic or tactical intent, access or denial to embarkation, location, disruption of logistics, direct dislocation of warfighting elements, or denial of access to specific territories or areas. Meaning that, as we've seen, kind of on the chemical side of the house, and the use of chemical both at the all. Against population centers to all the way down to assassinations, the use of biological weapons for specific means to achieve a tactical or strategic outcome have to be within the consideration of our war planning and for the department since across the board. So, that makes it that's what we were talking about a little bit before on that paradigm shift, that the diversity in which the application of those and the diversity of those threats and the characteristics they have make that an ultimate challenge. That is, but if I'm answering your question correctly, the different types all have to be considered. None of those can be negated as a potentiality for use against our warfighter or for the mission set we're supposed to achieve on behalf of the nation.
Yeah. And it seems to me that the worst case scenario is that a nation state that has the scientific capacity to create the most viral and lethal weapon has it hijacked by someone who not a nation state, by a party that's not a nation state, and therefore you have the worst of both worlds. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Jim. Ken?
Thank you, Senator. Agent Holloway, I just have a couple questions for you. First, when you talked about the WMD Directorate, just want to get a sense of sort of the range of things that you do. You talked about how you sort of identify and assess the threat, sort of the quintessentially intelligence function, but you also do, relatedly, like attribution and investigation of incidents, right?
Yes, sir.
And I guess probably the latter being one of the things that the WMD coordinators who are housed in the JTTFs, I assume they're working on individual cases. Is that right?
They do. So we're really broken down in three distinct branches. Our operations branch, which would both manage the WMD coordinators of field, lead those investigative efforts, maintain a robust undercover platforms, right, to detect incoming threats. Our countermeasures aspect is really a lot where the coordinators both work as an investigator in the field and as an outreach tripwire liaison partner to the communities where they serve, and then the intelligence aspect. So we've got intelligence aspects within the directorate. We also parse those out, right, to make sure that we're sitting with partners within the FBI and in the community to get the best picture of what the threat looks like.
The directorate's really evolved and
It has.
progressed quite a bit in the last
It
15
has.
years. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Just in terms of the intelligence picture, so what are you seeing in terms of the terrorist bio threat? I mean, are you seeing an expanded appetite for and capability of, employing bio weapons against us by the terrorists, not the nation states so much, but the terrorist groups?
Sure. What I can say in this environment is that the interest is still there. The concern is that the growing availability of new technology and new means that obviously we have to adjust as well as both the marketplace that they're looking at, the apparatus of how they would obtain and gain not only the subject matter expertise, but the actual equipment and precursor materials. So it is, the threat's evolving. We are adjusting as well.
And do you still have the sort of individual cases like the white powder, envelopes that you're running down
We
They
do.
still have one with frequency.
They have it ebb and flows, but we treat each one of those. We go through the same mitigation process, or field personnel, go through an evaluation process with our experts to determine risk and the appropriate response. We do that with public health partners and local officials at the scene. So we still get those. We still, obviously there's been an increase, right? We have ricin threats and larger threats that we've seen around the world where there's still a continued interest to use the types of chem bio as a means of both assassination and attack.
Okay, thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you, Ken. Peggy, I think you have a follow-up question you'd like to ask.
Yeah, I just had a very quick follow-up question on the public-private partnership discussion. I appreciated what you described as rambling, but I thought it was a thoughtful discourse on the complex and diverse issues that Congressman Greenwood had raised. But you had I think in your opening remarks or early in your discussion had mentioned, the striking contrast between the U.S. and South Korea, that we both had our first case actually on the same day, but they very rapidly moved to put in place both a testing system with a diagnostic specifically for SARS-CoV-2 and a accompanying public health program, of course. I was just curious if you could give your perspective on what you thought was the reason that they moved more swiftly, because it wasn't that they had, more sophisticated biotech companies in the diagnostic realm. It was a failure of engagement, in my view, and whether that was a question of existing bureaucratic processes about how we respond that were inappropriate to the magnitude and nature of the threat, whether it was a lack of specific authorities or clarity around authorities, whether it was that we didn't have the stable of companies that we'd been working with that we could activate quickly, whether in a future scenario we could address, some of those issues of authorities, funding streams, maybe some liability issues. And also technology, because, I think one of the things we can do now is be thinking about what are future technologies that enable nimbleness and flexibility, platform approaches as opposed to, sort of one-off, one disease, one diagnostic kind of approach. But I'm just sort of curious, you watched it more from the outside than the inside in the sense that this, the early stages were more within HHS. But if you can identify what you think were the factors that led to our failures versus, what occurred in South Korea.
No, it again, really in depth, because in and I only pause. And so because of where the responsibility for response, and so I don't want to comment particularly on HHS's insights into how that was done and stuff. I had visibility over it, and so from a DoD perspective,
or just even looking to the future in terms of, are there things that would be discrete steps that could help forestall such a situation?
I think a clear and undeniable one for that and for other things, but also we saw this in successes in the pieces that do work well too, like OWS's successes and stuff. So for Korea, a lot of the, and I'm not going to speak about the entirety of the public health system and all, but already established mechanisms, acquisition mechanisms and relationships with those companies allowed for the easy ramp up, and also the interaction between the government and those companies to deliver the scale and size to meet the policy objectives of the public health service. And so when we're responding to Representative Greenwood as well, when we're talking, and I did not mention it with Representative Daschle, but when we're talking about a paradigm, we're not talking just about the way we go about innovation. We're not just talking about the way that the threats are more dynamic. We're talking about the systems approach and the capabilities we have to put in place to allow for not only preparedness, but the rapid response. And that comes, and I alluded to it as far as the relationships and the building and the communication of requirements. But as we've seen with money that's been provided to the U.S. government under the ARP and Defense Production Act and other bottles, I mean, and those are emergency supplementals, increasing the capacity and then the entree and access into the whole suite of medical countermeasures. So as we're looking at making sure the nation has sufficient fill-finish capacity in receipt of ramping up rapid vaccine manufacturing, as we're making sure that we have onshore access to vials for manufacturing and to the syringes, as we're looking at the appropriate levels of PPE across the entire space, I'm thinking the meaning that some of the things and it's not the sole reason for under South Korea with the testing and diagnostics, but they clearly had the established mechanisms, the easy access and entree, pre-established acquisition. I mean, so we're talking some fairly basic things, but the things that are actually really hard that undergird a lot of this are having those mechanisms, having those plans, having ability to turn quickly, and recognizing that those industries aren't ubiquitous, that each of them have their flaws and pieces that we have to substantiate. And that's why I was talking about a full understanding of an industrial base that we're going to have to adapt to in order to do that. It's not just for the industrial base and access to innovation, it's also having the ability to respond rapidly to an actual, whether deliberate or again, naturally occurring, quickly and rapidly with the capability, because you're not going to stockpile your way out of this. You're not going to be able to respond quick enough. And that's why I think some of the innovation in the AP3 and the way we go about that can help us in communicating the requirements and the capacity we need to maintain in the United States.
Excellent. Thanks, Mr. Watson, Mr. Alway, for your testimony. Thanks for your public service in general.
Insofar as the senator's not here, may I ask a quick question?
Sure. He actually is waiting in the wings.
Oh, then in that case.
No, but go ahead. Somehow we're 5 minutes ahead. Yeah.
Oh, he's my senator, so I'm going to show him deference.
Okay. Well, thanks to both of you for your public service. Thanks for your testimony today. Mr. Watson, I was thinking, in fairness to you, we should invite you back in about 3 to 6 months after you've been in this job more than a week. And I'm sure you will have impressions that at least are more experienced. But you've both been very responsive, and we thank you very much. Have a good day. Should we take a few-minute break or go right to Senator Casey?
Senator is here.
Oh.
Let's
do a 4-minute break. We'll be back at noon.
Hi,
Hi.
how are we?
Would you be interested in having like a hot corned beef and Swiss sandwich?
Yes.
Like heated, like I make your sandwiches and I heat them like a milk.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Or the leftover chicken. What would you like? Sandwich? And anything with it, or anything on it? What any kind of mustard?
Thank you.
Pause for lunch?
Minute,
Big pause for lunch?
just 1 minute, just a break.
Okay.
So let's reconvene, close the door, and we're ready to go. We're really honored, and I think as the doorkeeper in the house used to say, it's for me a high personal pleasure, not only an honor. to welcome Senator Bob Casey to our commission. Thank you very much for giving us your time, your experience, your expertise. Bob is here as chairman of the Subcommittee on Children and Families, Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions, and a member of the committee, the Senate Committee, Select Committee on Intelligence. I would say briefly and more broadly, I was on a program a couple of weeks ago with our former colleague, Gordon Smith of Oregon. And in one of the questions he said, he always thought there were three kinds of senators, deal makers, peacemakers, and lawmakers. And I was thinking about you as we were thinking about today, and I would say you really qualify in all three categories. And that's a compliment. In other words, you are a peacemaker, and in a very good sense, you're a deal maker. You know how to reach compromise, and as a result, you're a really exceptional lawmaker. I will add, both from the years I had the honor of serving with you, Bob, but also watching since, that you have a quality that, at least in the public manifestation of members of Congress, we don't see enough, and that is civility. Most of our colleagues, I thought, were quite civil in private, but personal relations, and then would get them at a committee meeting or on the Senate floor. Oh my goodness! But you have figured out how to be the same in public as you are in private, and that's a great asset for our country and for your constituents in Pennsylvania. Of course, I say all that in the spirit of this commission, which is absolutely bipartisan. But anyway, it's great to see you again, and we welcome your testimony.
Well, Chairman Lieberman, thank you so much for your introduction and for having me here today. I see my friend Tom Ridge virtually. Governor, great to be with you, and we look forward to seeing you in person. I haven't been on the road as much, but they let me in Erie every once in a while, so I'll see you up there.
I'll be at the plane to welcome you. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And I really want to thank the members of this panel for giving me the chance, and members of the commission, I should say, for giving me this opportunity. Just wanted to make some opening comments, and I know we'll have some questions and a discussion. But I wanted to start with the basic challenge that you face every day as a commission and that we face as a nation, and that's the challenge of biodefense in a very, very dangerous world. This commission, the Bipartisan Commission on Biodefense, has served as an indispensable leader on biosecurity and biodefense for many years now, and I've appreciated your thoughtful approach and insights on these issues during our work together. We've lived through, I guess, what can only be described as the horror of the last 2 years, nearly 80 million COVID-19 cases throughout the United States. Tragically, we're getting close to the 1 million mark in deaths. Last number I saw was above 969,000. And in Pennsylvania, that number is over 44,000. We did not have a number that high, anywhere near that high, in our state in terms of killed in action in World War II. The casualty number overall got above 30,000, but never anywhere near 44,000. The number of deaths would have been far worse if not for a decade and a half of leading research on mRNA vaccine technology by, among others, and I just want to note the work of the University of Pennsylvania, of course, DARPA, and so many others who made it possible for us to even have a vaccine. I would include, of course, in that researchers, National Institutes of Health in particular, healthcare workers, and others around the world who not only made it possible to have a vaccine, to develop it, and to administer the vaccine, but of course to get it to the people who needed it, and thereby saving countless lives. I know there's some estimates out there, but we know that number is a big number, thankfully. But that doesn't mean, of course, the pandemic is over, and it doesn't mean we don't have more work to do to make sure we're better prepared for the next pandemic. The United States was not prepared for the COVID-19 pandemic. We also saw new challenges emerge just over the last 2 years that we hadn't anticipated, like the effect of political polarization on the public's perception of a number of things: their perception of scientific information, their perception of public health officials and their credibility, their perception of medical experts sharing information. Of course, these perceptions were shaped by a lot of lies, sometimes lies by public officials and others who had a big microphone. I'm not sure there's a vaccine or a remedy for that, but that was persistent and damaging, and we have to wrestle with that even as we wrestle with the challenges we're here to talk about. So as we move forward, we've got to continue our efforts at every level, federal, state, and local, and on the government side of this, as policy leaders and legislators, but also as community members and as neighbors, to strengthen our public health resilience, to learn from the COVID-19 pandemic and the mistakes we did make, and also to work to ensure we're better prepared for the next threat, whatever that threat is. The most obvious potential threat we face today is future mutations of COVID-19 and the virus that evades protection offered by available vaccines. But other infectious disease threats remain, whether it's influenza, Zika, dengue, Ebola, on, that have all caused pandemics to present themselves in the last century. Infectious diseases are not the only thing we should have our radar focused on, of course. Biological weapons present, I should say, an even greater threat. Biological weapons are specifically designed to take these attributes of infectious diseases, which make them even more dangerous, and combine them into one pathogen. Where COVID-19 has caused deaths of almost 1 million Americans, as I mentioned, a well-designed bioweapon could cause tens of millions of deaths just here in the United States. So the threat today of such a strike is higher than at any time since the peak of the Cold War. Thankfully, we have both the opportunity and the tools to make bioweapons obsolete in the next decade. So many authorities have talked about that, and we have to figure out a way to make it happen. I applaud the work of the Biden administration in taking steps to address biosecurity challenges. Their whole of government review of U.S. national biopreparedness policies and the reestablishment of the National Security Council Directorate on Global Health Security and Biodefense. Both of these steps are critical steps in the right direction. Additionally, the antiviral program for pandemics is working on COVID-19 antivirals, but also on a broader work to develop antivirals for RNA viruses of pandemic potential. So we've got to continue to invest in the basic medical research that can lead to the breakthroughs that we saw, whether it's breakthroughs from vaccines to therapeutics or pathogens of concern. Now, in terms of the work that Congress has to do, we had a good start most recently. I'm a member of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. We had a hearing just last week to mark up the Prevent Pandemics Act, a bipartisan bill to strengthen our public health care response capabilities and to learn from the past 2 years. I want to commend both Chair Murray and Ranking Member Burr, not only for this effort, the markup in the bill, but also the work they've done over many years on these issues. I hope that the bill is the first bipartisan effort to address challenges we've identified and not the last. But it's a significant effort and one that addresses a number of key priority issues. I'm pleased the bill incorporates an idea that I and a number of us have been calling for since 2020, which is the creation of a bipartisan task force to review the federal government's response to the pandemic. This would be modeled, of course, after the 9/11 Commission, and the task force I believe is a necessary step to ensure that we're clearly identifying elements of the response that were critical to responding to COVID-19 or those that fell short in some manner. The task force will identify gaps in the response over the last 2 years and make recommendations to the President and to Congress so that we can take additional steps to strengthen our response capabilities moving forward. The bill also included policies that build off of the recommendations that you have been making since your 2015 report, like establishing a coordinating body at the White House. In this bill, in particular, the Office of Pandemic Preparedness and Response Policy would be a manifestation of that, to advise the President and to support both coordination and communication across the federal government with respect to pandemic and other biological threats that may impact national security itself. So the Prevent Pandemics Act also makes significant investments in key capabilities like biosurveillance, genomic sequencing, and epidemic forecasting. Public health workforce programs support the next generation of frontline public health workers and strengthens efforts to research, develop, and stockpile all types of medical countermeasures that may be relevant in a public health response. And finally, mitigating shortages of drugs and medical devices. I know we'll probably talk later about PPE and how essential that is. The markup last week was just the first major legislative step to seeing the policies of the Prevent Pandemic Act enacted into law, but we still have a long road ahead. As Senator Lieberman and others know, introduction of a bill is a long way from passage and implementation. But we've got to continue to evaluate the response to the pandemic to identify further areas of improvement and work to build bipartisan consensus around how to address these issues. So finally, let me just say thanks to this commission for your enduring work over many, many years to raise these issues, to, in large measure, to sound the alarm and to help us be better prepared. I'd love to take your questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Senator Casey, for that thoughtful statement, and also for giving us an update on the latest progress, really, on Capitol Hill. This is the beginning of a process by this commission to, I guess I'd say, update also our foundational report of 2015 based on what's happened since. And obviously, the most significant thing that happened since is the COVID-19 pandemic, which I must say, when we started out, if I just simplify and say that we were concerned about the bioterrorist threat, bioweapons, and naturally occurring pandemics, the naturally occurring pandemics was sort of a distant second, certainly in my mind. And now, of course, it's quite the contrary. But also to talk about other events on the bioweapons front. So I'm going to ask you two questions. One is to ask you to respond to this concern that I, and I think other members of the commission have had, that the devastation that's been caused, and you enumerated it, by the pandemic may actually encourage people, hostile nations, terrorist groups, to focus more on developing biological weapons because of what they've seen, the dislocation, not only the death, but dislocation societally, economically. If you have any thoughts about that, I'd welcome them.
Well, there's no question. I think that response and the problems we had, the gaps we had, make any dictator, any authoritarian government be encouraged or see opportunities to take advantage of that. I think one of the probably the best brief assessment or brief statement came in our threats assessment. I was looking, it brought a couple of pages from that threat assessment. This is the public unclassified version of it, pages 18 and 19. And here's what it said in part. It said kind of the opening summary said the COVID-19 pandemic has killed millions of people, disrupted life worldwide, with far-ranging effects and extending well beyond global health to the economic, political, and societal spheres. Although the most severe impacts of COVID-19 are lessening as global vaccination coverage increases and natural immunity builds, countries worldwide will continue to grapple with COVID-19 during the next year. So that's kind of the broad framing. Then it talks about the economic fallout. It talked about the strain on health systems. It mentions countries globally remaining vulnerable to the emergence of novel pathogens. But then at the end, on page 19, under the heading of biological weapons, here's what it says. Global shortcomings in preparedness for the pandemic and questions surrounding the origins of COVID-19, the virus, and biosecurity may inspire adversaries to consider options related to biological weapons development. And then there's a reference to both, to three countries, China, Iran, and Russia. Right. But it concludes with this, quote, rapid advances in dual-use technology, including bioinformatics, synthetic biology, genomic editing, could enable the development of novel biological weapons that complicate detection, attribution, and treatment. So that's about as good a, unfortunately, as good a summation of the threat as I would be able to provide. So that charges us, I think, with the responsibility in Congress to be prepared, not just from a public health perspective, but also from, broader biodefense, biosecurity perspective as well.
I appreciate that answer very much. Just to clarify, what's the source of that threat assessment? Where's that from?
That's the National Threat Assessment.
Okay.
Which is really kind of a whole of government assessment, and obviously infused with a lot of intelligence. And there's a classified version and
right.
a public non-classified version.
Okay, well, that's important. So second question, another event since our first report really quite recently is the extent to which the Russian invasion of Ukraine has led people throughout the world to think anew about problems. NATO's revived, European Transatlantic Alliance. Yes, we want to focus on the Asia Pacific, but it's obvious we can't turn our back on Europe. But the other question here is because Putin has shown us again what can happen if you don't have any limits on yourself that are apparent anyway. So I just wanted to invite you to just speak a little bit, if you will, about the extent to which what we're seeing playing out in Ukraine now by the Russians should affect also our evaluation of the possible use of biological weapons, either there in Ukraine or at some point against us here in the United States. And as you all know, he's begun to threaten Putin. But also President Biden warned everybody yesterday that these threats from Putin about biological or chemical or even nuclear may be his pretext for justifying his use of those weapons. So, you follow these things, you're on the Intelligence Committee to the extent that you can. I welcome your thoughts about how the Russian invasion should affect our thinking about all this.
I think that word pretext is unfortunately relevant in this context as well, because we saw, and the good news is our government was able to provide intelligence that was declassified quickly to be able to kind of forecast Putin's actions, and thankfully we had that available to us and could help predict and have it validated in real time in some ways by his actions. The invasion itself was a validation of that intelligence in our work, the work of our intelligence community. In addition to that, the real concern is that he not only has shown the propensity to develop a pretext for an invasion and then maybe the use of chemical weapons or other steps he could take, but there is to a certain extent a template here. and we have to imagine, I guess, in the context of chemical weapons, just in the last couple of days or weeks, where you have kind of this pattern. It's a kind of a false assertion or a series of false assertions, as he's made about what's happening in Ukraine, generally with regard to facilities. So you make the false assertion, and then you construct the false flag operation, which seemed to play out yesterday. I was looking at an article today in the Guardian, which read, the headline is "Ukrainian town told to shelter after shelling causes ammonia leak at chemical factory," and this is in the Sumy region of the country, and thankfully it reports a slight leakage of ammonia, but so that becomes the false flag operation, and all of a sudden you then blame the country you're attacking. And then the third element is the attack itself. So it's false assertion, false flag, and then attack. And then you have the consequences of that. So I think we have to be mindful that that's a potential scenario that we've got to be prepared for. I don't think I have a readily identifiable remedy that would prevent it from happening. But we have to consider steps that he might take that maybe we haven't thought as much about.
Thank you. Now I'm going to make it an all Pennsylvania event and call on the Honorable Co-Chair, Tom Ridge.
Was he muted?
I think you're on mute, Tom.
There's a lot of people that wish we could stay on mute forever.
That's you.
By the way, give me an opportunity to welcome my friend and our senior senator from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And Senator Lieberman, you talked about the lawmakers were peacemakers and lawmakers. What was the third one?
Deal makers.
Deal makers. And I'm going to add a fourth. It's a difference maker.
Yeah, it's a good one.
And when I think of my friend, Senator Casey, I would tell my colleagues, I have been privileged to chair the National Organization on Disability since I left public service, since I left the cabinet. And we have no better advocate for people with disabilities in the Senate of the United States than Senator Bob Casey. As he builds some bipartisan support for some things, legislation that we're trying to promote on behalf of people with disabilities. Just give me an opportunity publicly, Senator, to express my deep personal appreciation for your sustained engagement in these issues. And with regard to your service on the Select Committee on Intelligence, if you're in a position to respond to this question. On a day-to-day basis, I know at one point in time, this commission recommended that a individual, excuse me, that within the intelligence community, we set up a directorate specifically focused on bioweapons. You know, right now, we pay attention to the development of weapon systems. We pay attention to nation states and terrorist activity. And we felt, given the emergence of synthetic biology and the capability within nation states, and more importantly, the predictability of a nation state with a sophisticated apparatus to develop the synthetic biology and turn it over to an uncaring terrorist group, we need to pay special attention to this. Are you satisfied? That may not be the right way to ask you this question. Is that capability of identifying emerging biochemical threats within the intelligence community at a level that you are satisfied with? Is that capability exist? Is it a priority within the intelligence committee in your mind?
Governor, thanks. And just parenthetically to make reference to what Governor Ridge started with. I call him Governor Ridge. He was Secretary Ridge, but for Pennsylvania, he still will always be Governor.
Always job.
But on the disability issues that he raised and my involvement with those issues, here's the way it usually happens. We try to promote something on Capitol Hill. We run into a roadblock for whatever reason. And then we say, you got to call in the infantry. We call Tom Ridge, and he usually can break through that in both parties. So we're grateful for that. I think on the intelligence front, there's no question it's been a priority. There's no question there's more intensive effort, both by the intelligence community generally and by the committee. And again, the bipartisan nature of that committee, as you know, is remarkable. And I see it when the cameras are away and you're in a secure room, so you can see people.
The ultimate test.
Yeah, it is. It is. So the committee's focus has been intensive and bipartisan. Whether or not we've done enough, whether or not we're prepared for some of the things we're talking about here today, I would have to say my guess is no. I think we because you both our intelligence community, but even the committee, we have so many issues that you're trying to keep up with, whether it's the I think a renewed, or if not renewed, at least more substantial focus on China, the challenge posed just this year on Afghanistan and now Ukraine. There are just so many issues that the committee has to spend its time on. It naturally leads to probably on some days an inability to keep up on some of these threats. So I know it's an area of real focus, but I'd have to say we got to do more. And part of that, of course, even beyond the Intelligence Committee, is Congress itself, and it comes down to one simple word, which is not just focus and prioritization, but resources. We can't assume that the resources we have in place now are going to be nearly adequate to meet this threat, the threat that this commission has identified way back in 2015.
Thank you. Are you able to observe and share an opinion as to whether or not our allies are positioned to use some of their intelligence gathering capabilities to supplement ours around the world?
I don't think there's any question that we've benefited from that significant intelligence sharing, even just in the recent weeks on Ukraine and on other threats. That collaboration is going to be ever more critical, I think. And you know, I think, Tom, from your work, how important that kind of sharing is. And being able to, I think in some ways, being able to expeditiously declassify and use it to predict Putin's moves or to help in this conflict has not only been beneficial more broadly to a certain extent on the battlefield, but also it's helped restore some of our credibility around the world, that we're willing to work with allies, and that NATO isn't just an organization; it's something we're going to work to continue to lead and be a constructive partner in. And I think the intelligence part of that has helped us kind of rebuild some of those relationships, or at least fortify them.
Is the position in the White House called Global Health Security and Biodefense, that part of the National NSC capability, Senators? Somebody comment on that? I'm just wondering whether or not, when you meet the Select Committee on Intelligence, keep the White House informed at that level. The reason I ask is so as we have as we work toward a whole of government approach, having that information available on a regular basis to the White House so they can direct or redirect resources or facilitate coordination seems to be very important. I know it's unusual. Would they sit in on party briefings so they are fully aware, are aware as you are of what's going on in this space with regard to bio threats?
I think I'd say that in terms of the interaction between that office and the committee, I'd probably have to get back to you about the most
Right.
the timeline in terms of the interaction between the two. But there's no question that unless we have this constant information sharing and collaboration between two branches of government, we're not going to be prepared as we would hope, and as I think this commission has urged us to over time. But maybe we can supplement that answer with some more information about interactions that we can actually talk about.
Not as if you don't have anything else to do, Senator, but I'm intrigued by the Prevent PPA Act and the task force, the bipartisan task force you have looking at the response to COVID. At some point in time, through you or your team on the committee, I guess we'd probably like to ask you, because we'll probably do it ourselves, in terms of problems or gaps that you've identified in our response, which I think has been generally a whole government response to COVID. There are gaps there that could have been filled had some of the specific recommendations of the task force been adapted or implemented. Because we're still keen on working hard to get those very specific recommendations embedded in both the legislative and the regulatory framework, so we can minimize the impact of future bioattacks. And I know we're going to look forward. I personally look forward to working with you and your staff to compare our recommendations to the gaps that your bipartisan group discovers in the inquiry you're going to make in terms of the COVID-19 response. I want to thank you for your leadership on that, and thank you for being so engaged with this important, this commission. At a time when the politics of Washington, D.C. seem driven, where we've lost that notion of civility and respect across the aisle. I think clearly the introduction of our friend Senator Lieberman made of you in terms of building the bridge, covering those gaps. It speaks to who you are. It speaks to the tradition of service of the Casey family within Pennsylvania, that's for sure. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to make these inquiries of my senior senator. I want to wish you the very best and thank you for contributing again with your comments today. And I look forward, once that task force has concluded its work, to identifying where some of the specific recommendations we made might have filled the gap or addressed the concerns in a COVID-19 response. Because whether the terrorists or a nation state throw it at us, Mother Nature surely, we can anticipate Mother Nature throwing another variant at us down the road, perhaps even more frequently than either way, whether a nation state or Mother Nature throws it at us. We have to be better prepared than we've ever been prepared before. So I thank you for your leadership on this issue, and thank you for your participation in the forum today. And best wishes to you, Senator. Thank you again very much.
Governor, thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom, and thank you, Bob. Next, Dr. Hamburg.
Well, thank you so much. You know, I have to say, it feels very strange for you to be sitting at the witness table and me to be up here having, as if when I was the FDA commissioner, testified before you on so many occasions. But like Governor Ridge, I want to thank you for your leadership on those set of issues, and the fact that you were always just so thoughtful and constructive, supportive, but also probing. And thank you, for your critical leadership at this moment on a set of issues that are only increasingly complicated and diverse as we think about the many different manifestations of the biological threat and its devastating implications. Governor Ridge was just asking you about biosecurity issues in the context of your work on the Intelligence Committee. I wanted to take the other side of that, not so much, better understanding, who might be doing what, where, and their motivations from intel, but, the sort of day-to-day work in advancing biosciences and biotechnology that does have, the threat of unintentional misuse or accidental release from a lab, but also deliberate misuse and abuse of biological agents to do harm as tools of terrorism or biowarfare. And knowing that, that it is this complex set of opportunity and threat that is, being undertaken in labs, in government, in academia, and in the private sector. If you and your colleagues have been looking at, the sort of current strategies for oversight of bioscience research with a perspective on biosecurity, the issues around dual use research that I suspect you're familiar with. NIH has had a defined role over time. Is that adequate? Do we need to be thinking more about some of these issues and thinking about it, not just as a domestic concern, but science is a global enterprise and there are issues of global governance and international collaboration and coordination as well.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question that in the context of this kind of the broader engagement, but in particular on the bill, the so-called prevents bill, that's kind of our shorthand for it, that was just marked up. We're, in a larger sense, or I should say in a very real sense, we're at the beginning. Even though a markup is considered significant progress in the Senate, they don't happen as often as we would like. But we're at the beginning because we still have to get from the committee's work, having a bill marked up and out of committee, to the floor and to the process of getting to enactment. So there's still a good bit of work to do on that bill. And I think a lot of the questions and concerns that you raise will have to be contemplated in that process of making changes to the bill or amendments or further development to get the consensus we need. But I think it's, and then even upon enactment of the bill, I think the task force, the work of that task force, kind of doing a retrospective review and making recommendations, that will, I think, further clarify some of the issues you raised. So it's going to be, in some sense, a two-part process. But I think even before we get to passage of this bill, I think we're going to be wrestling with a lot of those very issues.
Great. Well, thank you. I know others have questions and time is limited, but we certainly stand ready to help you in any way we can on that domain of work or other areas as well.
Thanks, Peggy. Donna Shalala.
Thank you, Senator, for your thoughtful leadership on service to our country. I just
Miss
have
you
one.
in the House.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. The way the Senate is organized, I mean, an issue like biodefense pandemic stretches across the committees. How do you think about how the Senate should be organized when you're dealing with something as complex that has different elements? It obviously has a defense element. It may have a judiciary element. Clearly, your committees, both committees, have jurisdiction, but it's a pretty fragmented system, as is the government, by the way. So how do you in particular think about not only your piece, but how the Senate needs to pull the pieces together so it's a real strategy.
Yeah, I think you point to a real difficulty with regard to kind of just the structure of government and the structure of the Senate. All those committees and areas of jurisdiction are implicated. And another one would be the work that Senator Lieberman did in the context of Homeland Security. That's a whole other area of responsibility. I think the best we can do is to try our best not to allow kind of jurisdictional boundaries to prevent the kind of consensus across subject areas or disciplines or committee work to interfere with the goals that you all articulated and we're trying to wrestle with right now, especially after having lived through the pandemic. And we're not quite there, but we hope we're managing it better in a different phase. So it is difficult in a body that has committees, no different than some of the challenges in the House. But I think that there's at least a willingness, and I think this is bipartisan, to address the issue not confined to the jurisdiction of a committee, but more broadly as both a national security challenge as well as a public health challenge. And that the committee structure doesn't always lend itself to that. It sometimes requires committee chairs and ranking members to collaborate between and among committees. But it is a cumbersome process sometimes because of those lines. Now, I'm not sure someone may have a proposal for having a Senate structure that's different, but I think now we're limited to what our committee jurisdictions are. And having helped take this step, I think, is a significant step in the right direction, but obviously it's going to implicate other committees as well. But I'm open to ideas.
Well, otherwise you're dependent on the administration and task forces that fill in the gaps afterwards.
Right.
But there is a tradition of some joint committee work on specific subjects in emergencies.
Right.
That could be put together, or you could use, I suppose, the appropriations process to fill in the gaps.
Yeah, and appropriations, that whole debate itself is going to be central to this meeting these biosecurity, biodefense challenges, because we can't do this on the cheap. We have to make the investments that we know I believe are warranted, and I think most people in Congress understand that. But we've been, to a large extent, penny pinching when the threat requires potentially billions more a year that we haven't been willing to spend.
Thank you.
Thanks, Doctor.
Thanks, Donna. Well, it's a natural segue when we talk about Senate organization and processes to be able to turn to the former Majority Leader, Senator Tom Daschle.
Thank you, Joe. Bob, I just want to add my gratitude as well for your great efforts and your leadership. We have a lot of supporters on biodefense, but we have few champions, and you are a true champion, not only for those disabled, but for those who care deeply about our own biodefense challenge. And so we're grateful not only for that, but for your willingness to spend some time with us today. I was going to follow a similar line of questions that Donna just did on committee jurisdiction. I think there are probably 5 committees: Intelligence, Homeland Security, Health, Armed Services, and Appropriations, that all have jurisdiction over biodefense. And you add to that at least 5 committees in the House. So you've got 10 committees that are working on this challenge. And you really have to hope that somehow there's a collaboration and a coordination. But it really causes me concern that we're probably not as organized legislatively and congressionally as we need to be to be able to address these crises and emergencies. But you've already commented on that, so I won't ask you to further comment. In the interest of time, I'm just going to ask really one question. Again, we thank you for your work on the Prevent Act, and you did indicate that it's just the beginning, and I couldn't agree more. I guess part of that process is going to one day involve appropriations, and I'm just curious if you could just address two questions around the Prevent Act. Number one, is there a likelihood the House will take it up? And number two, what prospects for appropriations for Prevent do you think exists for this session of Congress?
Well, I think maybe only because the threats are becoming more apparent by the day. I mean, in the Ukraine conflict, for example, we're in day 27, or if it is 27, and just the intensive interest in that horrific conflict and the coverage of it naturally lends itself to a focus on some of these issues. So I hope that elevates the prioritization that people would place, members of Congress would place on dealing with these issues and funding them. Predicting likelihood of passage of appropriations or levels of appropriation, I won't try to do. It's hazardous. You know better than I, as a majority leader, how difficult it is. But I do think that there's maybe only because we've lived through the long-term, the 2-year horror of the pandemic, and now kind of more recent horrors we're seeing every day, that may create a sense of urgency that wouldn't be there otherwise. So I want to be optimistic about that. In terms of the House taking this up, I can't imagine they won't take up some version of this. I'll turn to Sarah if we know. Is there a House version right now? Not right now. One of the rare times, Tom, that the Senate is ahead of the House on anything. So I hope that we could get some kind of an engagement that would lead, if not to an exact bill, at least to a good conference. I want to be hopeful as well, because this is, not this calendar year, but in the last 18 months, this infrastructure bill, which was called for years, if not decades, considered dead on arrival 7 different times, finally made its way through and was enacted into law. And that had in some ways, it had a different kind of urgency. It's a domestic urgency to invest in our infrastructure, but it did have that same feature, which is a big need, a need for dollars, but also the interaction or intersection of a lot of different committees in both houses. And frankly, I think the infrastructure bill covering, I think it's about 8 federal agencies. So it has that same dynamic that can be challenging. So there might be some, I don't want to overstate it, but some degree of inspiration there. So I don't know where that leads us or leaves us, but I'm hoping that means that by the end of this year we can make some real progress on something substantially similar to Prevents. And as you know, sometimes the gap between authorization and appropriation can be cavernous. It can be really substantial. So we got to make sure that we don't just pass policy and set up a task force and do some other things without the infusion of the dollars we need. So we would, in the Senate, we would need some Senate consulting advice, which I'm sure you can provide.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom. I want to briefly say that Tom Daschle has real credibility on this question of committee jurisdiction. I happen to have been privileged to be part of it. After 9/11, after the 9/11 Commission, Kane Hamilton reported, there was justification for at least the 5 committees that Tom cited, probably more, to say, oh, this is, we have a piece of this. And Tom Daschle, working at the time with the Republican leader, Bill Frist, said, if it gets balkanized, if I may use that term, in that way, spread among the committees, nothing's going to happen in a quick enough time. So fortunately, they asked Susan Collins and I, who were the leaders of both parties on the then Governmental Affairs Committee, whether we would take it on, and asked us simply to consult with the other committees of jurisdiction. And obviously, we were post a catastrophe, so not that there was not spirited debate and division, but fortunately, it was not at all partisan, and it did result in most of the 9/11 Commission report being adopted. So it can happen. I mean, it was ad hoc, of course, but thanks to Tom's leadership and Friss, they changed the system to meet the challenge. So I thank Tom again.
It's set a high bar for cooperation and leadership, Joe. That was all your effort. We really appreciate it even today.
Thank you. You gave us the opportunity. Jim Greenwood, we're just continuing with the Pennsylvania focus here. Seems unfair, really, to the rest of us, but okay.
And let me join my colleagues in offering you praise. You've been my senator for a long time, and I've been very pleased to have you represent me in the Senate. There's been questions from Donna Shalala and from Tom Daschle about the structure of Congress, but I want to talk a little bit about the culture of Congress. And there was a book that came out in 1980 or so called The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. I remember one thing and only one thing from that very long book, and that is that the urgent becomes the enemy of the important. And no institution more than the Congress, demonstrates that principle. The Congress is famous for locking barn doors, and yet, if you look at the pandemic, it's a perfect example of, had we spent billions, we would have saved trillions. And it's not the only example. If you look at mental health, if we actually took mental health seriously, what we would save in prisons and violence and addiction and family dysfunction would be an order of magnitude different than the expenditure. But Congress just has a hard time doing that. And there's never enough money in appropriations, and there's always the debt issue. And so how do you make these forward-looking investments, which is what's clearly required here? And I'm sure you don't go to town meeting. You go to a town meeting, or you look at constituent mail, it's not going to say, what are you doing about bioterror? It's going to say, what are you doing about the price of a gallon of gasoline, right? And so that's what gets the attention of elected officials and their staff. So my question is, and it's probably not a fair question because I'm not sure what the answer is, but how do you think about how to deal with that, specifically on this issue? And when you looked at you and your colleagues' work in the PrEP Act, and the thoughts about how much money we're prepared to put into that or not put into that, what are your thoughts about that?
Well, maybe I'll express it more by way of an aspiration. I hope that that what we've just lived through, this, as I call it, the horror of this pandemic, would allow us to kind of break through some of those impediments that are usually there in terms of investment. It's the pay me now, pay me later kind of dynamic where, as you said, it applies to so many areas of our domestic policy. Mental health, you mentioned. And the one I think about a lot is children. I mean, that great organization, I just mentioned this morning, so it's on my mind, I guess, but that great organization, Fight Crime, Invest in Kids, was able to capture in a soundbite, if you have this as a priority, do this. If you want to fight crime, you got to invest in kids. If you want to outcompete China, invest in kids. If you want a better workforce, invest in kids. I could go down a long list. And the same is true here. We haven't been willing to make the investment to prevent the horror that this commission has begun to prepare us for. So I hope that the recent experience that so many families lived through, some of our lives were disrupted, other lives were more than disrupted. They dealt with the death of a family member or terrible illness or the loss of a job or a small business. and just the searing impact of the pandemic on people's lives, I hope would maybe help to predispose them to be more supportive of investments instead of waiting for a calamity or a much greater problem. I think those of us in the Senate and the House have to speak to that more often than we do, not simply to speak to the urgent deadline or plea from constituents about one issue in the near term, but to speak and to try our best to articulate why these investments are not only needed over time, but are as urgent on many days as some of those issues that we believe are urgent in the moment. But I think the pandemic had such an impact on people's lives. I think we got a shot at making that case more so than we have in the past. We got there on infrastructure. We're getting there on some other issues as well, and I hope we can make similar progress on this. Jim, thank you for your work.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you. And just as an aside on the children's thing, as a former caseworker with abused children, I've advised several candidates for governor of Pennsylvania, including this year, run as I want to be the children's governor. And I think it's a winning strategy.
Yep. Thank you.
Bob, I know it's Tuesday and it's caucus lunch day. That's the rhythm it's in. Do you have time for one question from
Sure.
Ken Weinstein?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Thanks, Senator. Thank you for being here, Senator. Appreciate you joining us and appreciate your leadership in this area. I want to zero in on the COVID task force, and I haven't kept track of the statutory language and sort of how it's crafted, but we've been talking about that, since 2020,
Yeah.
the need for some kind of look back, formal commission and look back. And as you know, there's been a lot of drift, there was resistance, and it's never come to pass. And I sort of go back to the post 9/11 era. A number of us remember the debate back then. Scooter, would remember this, that, there's a decent amount of resistance to the 9/11 Commission. Arguments being that it's going to be political, it's going to, be a blame game. Also that it's going to distract the relevant agencies from building up their capacity to prevent the next 9/11. And so, those arguments were overcome at the time, and the 9/11 Commission, it was been referred to several times here. It's one of the most impactful commissions in our lifetimes, and you think about the change that it brought about, including really overhauling the whole intelligence community for the good. So do you see that kind of resistance still in place now for a COVID kind of task force, or do we think maybe now some of the political concerns have subsided now that, there's now a Democratic administration that's been in place during the pandemic, so maybe it wouldn't be seen as being so one-sided, such that it can get across the line and we can actually get something impaneled?
I sure hope so. I have to say, though, to be honest about it, I think we face an additional impediment because of how divided we are in society. We've had the kinds of political divisions we've had are unlike the ones that I've seen, at least in my lifetime. There are always debates about policy and sharp elbows thrown, and politics has never been tranquil. But these divisions are on some days unbreachable. So even the impact of a pandemic on people's willingness to be open to even something as I think necessary and as simple, really, in my view, as a task force, can easily get held up in the thicket of that divide. And so I think we should assume the worst, in terms of the political dynamic, and get prepared for it. I think that the fact that Patty and Richard leading the committee have come together and we got a bill through the committee is a really good step, because even at that level it could have been held up. But I think we should get ready for every time you think there's a breakthrough and a kind of a diminution of those divides, they seem to arise yet again. And I just, look, we have a different political culture, not just because we're divided, but we have platforms like social media and other dynamics that we didn't have, 15, 20, 30 years ago that can harden the divisions or kind of jumpstart them when they seem like they're receding. So I don't think we should underestimate the difficulty, even on something that fundamental. But I'm still hopeful we'll get there on a task force. And then, of course, the other challenge is even when the work of the task force is done, implementing recommendations is a whole other set of work.
Okay, well, thanks very much. We'll hope for the best.
Thank you.
Thanks,
for your work.
Ken. Senator Casey, thank you. Your testimony has really been enormously helpful to us, and thanks for your public service, and God bless you. I'm about to, Chris, I'm older than you, so I'm about to say something that your parents probably said to you. Stay who you are, Bob. We need you.
Joe,
Okay.
thanks very much. I still remember when I was a young committee chair back in 2011 and 2012. I was chairing the Joint Economic Committee, and we used to have the privilege of going to the chair's lunch, and that's where some of your commentary after those lunches were especially instructive. I won't repeat them here, but they were interesting about what we discussed and how people discuss certain issues. So
I'm deeply
Leave that for a
grateful
book
for your
someday.
confidentiality. Have a
Thanks
great
so much.
day.
Appreciate
Take
it.
care. Folks, we're going to break for lunch and come back 1:30. Yep, take care. Eat quickly.
They are easy, but because they are hard.
It could have been written off as an impossible challenge doomed to fail. Instead, on September 12, 1962, President John F. Kennedy stood before the nation and spoke those immortal words.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
It could have been written off as an impossible challenge doomed to fail. Instead, it galvanized the country and brought us together for the benefit of all of humankind. Today, we're faced with our own seemingly impossible challenge, stopping pandemics before they can ever take hold again. And just like the race to the moon, it will take our best and brightest to reach our final destination. But more importantly, it will take all of us coming together once again for the common good. Each of us are experiencing firsthand the devastating effects of pandemics, and it's becoming painfully obvious that we must put an end to them once and for all. But within all the turmoil and grief, there is hope. We developed a vaccine in less than a year, pushing technology and innovation beyond what was thought possible. And new treatments and medications have been created. Yet while we stemmed the tide and averted an even greater catastrophe, we might not be so lucky next time. Whether natural, accidental, or deliberate, infectious disease threats are increasing in frequency and severity. It's that very reason why we must act now. Fortunately, there are those who have already answered the call and joined forces to form the Apollo program for Biodefense. Our nation has a history of accomplishing amazing things when we put our minds to it, from a system of highways that connected the country to a global positioning system that helps us find our way. We have always been able to achieve what's never been done before, particularly when we take on technological challenges. But this challenge will take sustained bipartisan support and U.S. leadership to develop new technologies needed to prevent biological events. Both public and private sectors must work together, with private sector providing research, insights, manufacturing, and efficiency, while the government provides structure, oversight, and incentives for innovation. And since this problem is a threat to all, we will work with other countries in a U.S.-led initiative, strengthening our international relationships while making everyone safe from pandemics. The Apollo program for biodefense will not focus on a singular track, but rather multiple groundbreaking solutions. We'll create a world where new pathogens are detected and continually traced from the source, where we can distribute rapid point-of-person tests to every household in the country within days of detection, where effective treatments are already in hand, and vaccine development and rollout occur in weeks rather than years. We'll advance other areas of science across the whole spectrum of STEM as well, inspiring the next generation of scientists, bioengineers, entrepreneurs, and public servants. We're closer to ending pandemics today than you might think, but we're at a turning point. It's time to harness America's ingenuity, optimism, and grit to achieve resilience against biological threats. Anything less could have dire consequences. Living through this pandemic has created momentum to produce technologies that we had lacked the will and resources to pursue before. We have to build on that progress and push for greater advances that will protect us from the next infectious disease threat. We envision a time when people will look back and wonder how we ever let infectious diseases wreak havoc on our society, how we ever tolerated seasonal flu, let alone viruses like COVID-19. This noble and extraordinary mission can be fully realized by the end of this decade, but only with leadership, resources, and interests that go beyond technical constraints and the usual cycle of panic and neglect. The time is now. Please join our cause today so that all of us can be protected and the world can be safer for all the tomorrows to come. On September 12, 1962, President John F. Kennedy stood before the nation and spoke those immortal words.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
It could have been written off as an impossible challenge doomed to fail. Instead, it galvanized the country and brought us together for the benefit of all of humankind. Today, we're faced with our own seemingly impossible challenge, stopping pandemics before they can ever take hold again. And just like the race to the moon, it will take our best and brightest to reach our final destination. But more importantly, it will take all of us coming together once again for the common good. Each of us are experiencing firsthand the devastating effects of pandemics, and it's becoming painfully obvious that we must put an end to them once and for all. But within all the turmoil and grief, there is hope. We developed a vaccine in less than a year, pushing technology and innovation beyond what was thought possible. And new treatments and medications have been created. Yet while we stemmed the tide and averted an even greater catastrophe, we might not be so lucky next time. Whether natural, accidental, or deliberate, infectious disease threats are increasing in frequency and severity. It's that very reason why we must act now. Fortunately, there are those who have already answered the call and joined forces to form the Apollo program for Biodefense. Our nation has a history of accomplishing amazing things when we put our minds to it, from a system of highways that connected the country to a global positioning system that helps us find our way. We have always been able to achieve what's never been done before, particularly when we take on technological challenges. But this challenge will take sustained bipartisan support and U.S. leadership to develop new technologies needed to prevent biological events. Both public and private sectors must work together, with private sector providing research, insights, manufacturing, and efficiency, while the government provides structure, oversight, and incentives for innovation. And since this problem is a threat to all, we will work with other countries in a U.S.-led initiative, strengthening our international relationships while making everyone safe from pandemics. The Apollo program for biodefense will not focus on a singular track, but rather multiple groundbreaking solutions. We'll create a world where new pathogens are detected and continually traced from the source, where we can distribute rapid point-of-person tests to every household in the country within days of detection, where effective treatments are already in hand, and vaccine development and rollout occur in weeks rather than years. We'll advance other areas of science across the whole spectrum of STEM as well, inspiring the next generation of scientists, bioengineers, entrepreneurs, and public servants. We're closer to ending pandemics today than you might think, but we're at a turning point. It's time to harness America's ingenuity, optimism, and grit to achieve resilience against biological threats. Anything less could have dire consequences. Living through this pandemic has created momentum to produce technologies that we had lacked the will and resources to pursue before. We have to build on that progress and push for greater advances that will protect us from the next infectious disease threat. We envision a time when people will look back and wonder how we ever let infectious diseases wreak havoc on our society, how we ever tolerated seasonal flu, let alone viruses like COVID-19. This noble and extraordinary mission can be fully realized by the end of this decade, but only with leadership, resources, and interests that go beyond technical constraints and the usual cycle of panic and neglect. The time is now. Please join our cause today so that all of us can be protected and the world can be safer for all the tomorrows to come. On September
Let's reconvene, and the people who are still enjoying. One thing about this Bio Commission, we've disproven the old saying that there is no such thing as a free lunch. There is a free lunch here. But anyway, I'm quite pleased to turn the gavel over for the afternoon to the rookie, but only on this commission, and already a very valuable member. Incidentally, it shows the continuing wisdom of Secretary Shalala, who was the nominator of you, Peggy Hamburg. So, Chair Hamburg, it's all yours.
Well, it's really a pleasure to take over the chair, and particularly for this panel, because it involves three esteemed individuals whose work I have followed and been influenced by, and in some instances collaborated with over many years. So thank you all for coming. I don't know, Piers, did you come all the way across the pond for this? So thank you so much. I won't go into all of your backgrounds and accomplishments. I think that that's available to those who want to look it up. But all of you bring deep and broad experience in the area of biothreats. The topic today is human-generated threats and vulnerabilities. And, we really want your insights about, sadly, a set of catastrophic biological risks that we face, concerns that range from accidental releases of pathogens in the laboratory setting to, deliberate, scientifically sophisticated or unsophisticated manipulations of biological agents to create terror or worse, and how we should both understand these threats and think about oversight that could make a difference, and how we can all work together to reduce these kinds of threats going forward. So I think first we'll start with Dr. Gregory Koblenz, who's Assistant Professor and Director of Biodefense Graduate Programs, Schar School of Policy and Government here at George Mason University. And then we'll turn to Kevin Esfelt, who is Assistant Professor and Director, Sculpting Evolution Group. There might be questions on what that actually means, but at the Media Lab at Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And then finally, Dr. Piers Millett, who's Vice President of the iGEM Foundation and a Principal in Biosecure Limited, also a Senior Research Fellow on the Future of Humanity Institute at the University of Oxford. So welcome to all of you. I think we'll probably just go down the line, but with some questions in response to each of your presentations, and I'll try to manage the time. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Hamburg, and thank you to the rest of the Commission for inviting me to speak to you about the evolving global biosecurity landscape. The COVID-19 pandemic, even though it was most likely caused by a natural zoonotic spillover event, has highlighted the risks posed by human-made biological threats and the gaps in the national and international mechanisms to ensure that life sciences research is being conducted safely, securely, and responsibly. The global biosecurity landscape has become more complicated and more challenging due to several trends that were underway before the pandemic, but were nonetheless accelerated by the pandemic and that we are seeing evidence of now. And I just want to go over some of those areas briefly, and then I know my colleagues will elaborate on many of these themes in greater detail. So first, the number of maximum containment laboratories capable of conducting research with the most dangerous pathogens, which are commonly known as BSL-4 labs, are increasing in number. Based on research by myself and Filippo Lentzos at King's College London, we've identified 60 such laboratories in 23 countries, either in operation or under construction. Most of these laboratories are located in urban areas, and only a quarter of the countries that house them score highly on international standards for biosafety and biosecurity. Furthermore, there have been signs that since the pandemic started, there are plans underway to construct 20 additional BSL-4 labs around the world. There are some national guidelines for biosafety, but there are no international mechanisms to ensure that these labs are operating under the highest standards of biosafety and biosecurity. The second trend is that research activities outside the laboratory are increasing biosafety risks. Last year, USAID announced a new $125 million program for viral characterization in Southeast Asia. In addition, Chinese researchers have called for further research in the field to better characterize the risk of zoonotic spillover events. The growth in large-scale viral prospecting to identify potential pandemic pathogens in the wild increases the risk that researchers who are seeking to collect biomedical samples or environmental samples might become infected while in the field. The emergence of SARS, MERS, and SARS-CoV-2 have already demonstrated that such viruses exist, are circulating in animals, can jump from animals to humans, and can spread internationally under the right conditions. However, standards for field biosafety are much less well developed than standards for laboratory biosafety. For example, there are no national standards in the United States or China for field biosafety, and there's no international guidance on this subject either. The third trend is that the COVID-19 pandemic will increase the number of laboratories and scientists engineering viruses to have enhanced virulence or transmissibility compared to naturally occurring strains. This gain-of-function research is motivated by a desire to better understand how easily these viruses can jump from animals to humans and spread from human to human once that happens. And one of the key techniques to do this is to infect human cells with chimeric versions of these viruses to identify which strains or what mutations give these viruses the ability to do so. We saw a significant increase in such research after the 2005 H5N1 avian influenza outbreak and the 2009 H1N1 flu pandemic. This research eventually led to the creation of the H5N1 avian flu strain that was capable of being transmitted from mammal to mammal, which the naturally occurring version could not do. We've already seen a dramatic surge in coronavirus research around the world, particularly in countries that have little to no oversight over dual-use research. There's at least one lab in the United States and maybe elsewhere in the world that is trying to add genetic material from the original SARS virus to SARS-CoV-2 to create a chimeric version that combines the genes of both these strains. There is no international guidance for how to conduct this research safely, securely, or responsibly. The United States does have a policy in place, but it has been poorly implemented up until this time and needs to be revised in light of what we've learned during the course of the pandemic and how NIH has handled gain-of-function research up until this point. The fourth trend is that the biosecurity landscape has been altered by changes in how scientific research is disseminated. The urgency of the pandemic led to a massive increase in the use of preprint servers, which are online outlets that allow researchers to publish their findings before they are submitted to peer-reviewed journals. In the case of COVID-19, we've seen roughly half the scientific publications have gone to preprint servers. In the past outbreaks, maybe 5% of scientific publications would be submitted to preprint servers. And the use of these preprint servers avoids one of the lines of defense, which would be peer review and editors being able to review journal articles before publication for any sign of dual-use research or any signs that these articles are creating information hazards about risks or vulnerabilities that we're not commonly aware of previous to that. In addition, we have also seen the emergence of an open science movement, which seeks to make data, computational tools, and data sets more widely available for researchers around the world. And we've already had a case of a protocol for the synthesis of SARS-CoV-2 that was published but then criticized by biosecurity experts as reducing the barrier to engineering that virus to have more dangerous properties. In addition, we see that the private sector is increasingly driving the innovation process in life sciences and biotechnology. Non-government sources of funding, such as corporations, foundations, individuals, and even crowdfunding sites, are accounting for an increasingly large share of the science research funding. And this presents a serious challenge in the United States because most dual-use research is subject to oversight only if it receives federal funding. And so we now have an increasing amount of research that is being funded with private funding that is not subject to any kind of dual-use research oversight. The most dramatic example of this was the synthesis of the horsepox virus several years ago, which was paid for by an American biotech company for $100,000. Just to put that in comparison, Last year, the synthetic biology industry raised $18 billion in private funding, which is more money than they'd raised in the previous 10 years. So given the increasing size of the global bioeconomy and the growing commercialization of gene synthesis and genome editing tools, this is an increasingly large loophole in our dual-use research oversight policy. The sixth trend is that there are important developments in areas outside of microbiology and molecular biology that pose dual-use risks. In areas like immunology, population genomics, synthetic biology, genome editing, gene therapy, viral vectors, and neurosciences, there are concerns about misuse. But the vast majority of research in these areas don't fall under our current dual-use research oversight policies. And generally speaking, most of the scientists working in these fields aren't even aware that their research may pose biosecurity or dual-use risks. And this is even more so in cases where you have research that is the result of the convergence of multiple disciplines within life sciences, or the application of emerging technologies such as machine learning, AI, or data analytics into life sciences that might generate new insights into risks and vulnerabilities that we're not previously aware of. And finally, there's a growing risk of biosecurity due to the growth in misinformation, disinformation. This problem has become so bad that WHO created a new term called an infodemic to describe how severe this problem is. We need to expect every unusual disease outbreak or any biological attack or rumor of biological attack in the future to be accompanied by a disinformation campaign and the sourcing of that being both domestic and foreign sources of disinformation. Disinformation not only threatens the credibility of our public health institutions, but directly affects the behavior of the public and their ability and their willingness to trust political leaders and public health institutions with advice about how to keep themselves safe during an outbreak. It's already been brought up, the Russian allegations of U.S. work on biological weapons in Ukrainian laboratories. This is just the latest in a long line of unfounded Russian allegations about the activities of the U.S. government supporting public health labs in other countries, especially in the former Soviet Union. But it's particularly become the centerpiece of the Russian disinformation campaign now. Roughly a quarter of all Russian disinformation targeting Ukraine relates to the so-called biolab allegations. And these allegations are also the centerpiece of Russian state media currently. And so there is a big emphasis on not only the international audience for this disinformation, but it's being used also to target the Russian populace itself and use this as a way of building support for the illegal, unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. And while this information is designed to produce short-term political gains, it also will have long-term consequences for transparency and international cooperation on biosafety, biosecurity, and arms control. In conclusion, given the increasing number of countries with dual-use biotechnology capabilities, the ability to conduct research on risky pathogens, the transnational nature of modern life sciences, and the global impact of an accidental or deliberate disease release of a pandemic pathogen, the national and international mechanisms that are needed to make sure that this research is being done safely, securely, and responsibly are vital, but they are lacking. While biosafety, biosecurity, and dual-use research oversight are separate activities that serve distinct purposes, they're interrelated enough that they need to be considered together as part of a comprehensive biorisk management framework to reduce these kinds of risks. And therefore, I recommend the Commission look at how we can have a biorisk management approach that is comprehensive, cohesive, and more effective at addressing these risks together rather than in isolation. Whether the current pandemic was caused by a laboratory accident or not, it doesn't mean the next pandemic can't be. Indeed, efforts to prevent and prepare for the next pandemic ironically include a range of activities that serve to increase the risks posed by an accident or deliberate release of a pandemic pathogen or misuse of biotechnology. Given the existing international and national systems to ensure that this research is conducted safely, securely, responsibly are currently inadequate, we need to seriously reconsider how our global architecture for biorisk management is constructed and what the United States, working with other partners, can do to strengthen that system. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That was certainly comprehensive and just a little bit chilling, but we need to hear, what are the concerns grounded in science and the realities of the world we live in. Can I turn to you, Dr. Esfelt?
Well, thank you for your invaluable work in this area and for the opportunity to address you. I'm afraid I'm one of those folks. Greg's. Is this off? So I'm afraid I'm one of those folks that Greg mentioned who dabbles in all those other areas that are not directly virology, but are highly relevant to this. As my lab specializes in biotechnology tool development, and particularly evolutionary and ecological engineering. Building things in the lab that could spread outside the lab and keeping them doing what we want. And frankly, I'm quite terrified by where this is going. My lab has begun working fairly intensively on biodefense interventions because I think we will absolutely need them. I think the only way to understand the scale of the emerging problem is to consider that children in this city today are considerably more likely to die in a thermonuclear explosion than of any accident. And the only reason why thermonuclear weapons are humanity's most lethal invention is that we have not yet learned to reliably make new pandemics. But we do know how to make viruses. From give us a genome sequence and exceptionally detailed step-by-step assembly protocols allow folks even who are not trained virologists, including a large number of folks in my own group, to make an infectious agent just from the genome sequence. The cost of the DNA to assemble the 1918 influenza virus is now under $1,000. By my estimate, 30,000 people can assemble an influenza virus. Somewhat fewer a coronavirus, but not that many fewer. We don't know which viruses will cause new pandemics, and that is our saving grace right now. Because as soon as we learn which ones could do it, then 30,000 actors will immediately have the power to kill as many people as a thermonuclear detonation. So if we don't like the world in which Putin has that kind of power, we're really not going to like the world in which tens of thousands do. So COVID has proven that pandemics are equivalently lethal to nuclear weapons, and we should also treat them as unblockable, at least at our current stage of technology development. If someone unleashes new pandemic viruses in airports, multiple airports, because if it's a deliberate release, you're not going to have a single point release like you would for an accident or a natural spillover. It's going to be in multiple airports at once. It's going to spread much more quickly than anything we've seen from COVID, and we failed to defend against that. So for all intents and purposes, these are unblockable weapons capable of killing million-plus Americans. Representative Greenwood and Secretary Ridge noted earlier that a particularly devastating scenario would involve a sophisticated state actor identifying sophisticated agents that would then be obtained by, say, an apocalyptic terrorist group and used. I would suggest that a worse scenario would involve a sophisticated actor assembling a list of pandemic-class agents and making them publicly available for any future terrorist group of any inclination to use. And unfortunately, as Dr. Koblenz mentioned, a couple of US agencies, entirely well-meaning, hoping to prevent natural pandemics, are attempting to do just that. USAID is doing vital work to discover and sequence new animal viruses and help communities detect and contain new natural epidemics before they become pandemics and strike us. This is important and vital work. But they also are funding work to identify which of those newly discovered viruses, by performing laboratory characterization experiments, could cause new pandemics. And in order to mobilize support for containment, they plan to publish them in a list rank ordered by threat level. Relatedly, as mentioned previously, NIH works with the most lethal viruses out there, the ones that we know can infect humans and kill us, but can't spread well human to human. NIH supports studies trying to make these viruses more transmissible, that is, capable of causing a pandemic. Similarly, with the intent of publishing them. Now, my point is not to throw stones at them in particular, because they have good intentions. But they're health agencies, they're health and development agencies. They don't have the security expertise And it's their job to fight public health emergencies. We can't expect them to not do that. And they currently regulate themselves. There's no security oversight mandated in place in these agencies at all. Until recently, USAID had not even been notified that these efforts could present a security risk. And they're, to my knowledge, now currently looking at it. Even if efforts to identify pandemic-capable viruses in advance could help us prevent natural spillovers, it's just unclear whether it would be worth it. For reasons I'm happy to get into, it doesn't accelerate vaccine development because we can't test a vaccine against a virus that has never before infected a human and is of unknown lethality. But even if we could perfectly prevent every natural pandemic, would it be worth it if the cost was giving tens of thousands of individuals the ability to single-handedly unleash more pandemics at once across multiple airports than would normally hit us in a century? Because that's what we're facing. So what can we do? Delay, detect, and defend. The first step is to stop funding the pandemic virus identification experiments that would allow us to determine which pandemic-capable viruses could be unleashed to kill millions of Americans and people worldwide. We can also use the select agent list. We can update that to ensure that it includes all potentially pandemic-capable agents. Even one indicator that suggests a virus is pandemic-capable would indicate that it's much more dangerous than anthrax, which does not spread around the world on its own. We can similarly treat the list-based approach as a guideline for functional equivalence. That is, they've already added the SARS-1 and SARS-2 chimeras. That's precedent for saying any design process that uses a piece of a select agent by making combinations, doing directed evolution, or as training data for machine learning, any output of such a process should also be regulated as a select agent because it should be considered to be functionally equivalent of what went in. But really what we need internationally is to press for a pandemic test ban treaty. It looks a lot like the risk of pandemic proliferation poses an equivalent threat to the United States and possibly a greater threat to our national security and international security than do nuclear weapons. But that is a threat if and only if we identify which particular viruses could cause pandemics. And there's a narrow set of experiments that can do that. And if they're performed and the results are shared, that unavoidably gives tens of thousands access. We're not ready for that. We can also limit that access by requiring DNA synthesis screening, which a number of folks are working on. But again, those are only stopgaps. They just buy us time. It will eventually happen. What we need is we need a reliable detection system that will tell us when we need to put on our particular defenses, and we need to develop defenses that can do it. Reliable detection is possible through sequencing. All threats are made of nucleic acids. And if they're threats on this scale that we're talking about, they must be spreading exponentially. So if we sequence intensively, say in wastewater, and we look for exponentially spreading patterns of nucleic acids, that will reliably detect every exponential biological threat. We estimate the cost of building this system would be, and running it would be on the order of $1 billion or $2 a year for the whole world. What if we see one? We need to prevent people from being infected. I hate to be blunt, it wrings my heart to say this as a biotechnologist, but the notion that biology can defend us from biology is a pipe dream. As Ian Watson said earlier, the idea of one drug for one agent is just over. The notion that we can develop a vaccine within 100 days of identifying a pandemic virus genome is a noble goal, but it's too slow. 100 days after Omicron was first sequenced, it had infected 1/4 of Americans. And that's a natural single point spillover, let alone multi-site airport release. We still don't have a vaccine for HIV. Let's not assume that we can develop any kind of medical countermeasure against the effects of an adversarial agent. So what we can do is we can just prevent people from being infected in the first place. And this neatly sidesteps all the issues with pharma and getting the incentive structure right and not having a defense industry geared towards meeting government needs. We just need equipment that can reliably prevent people from getting infected. Powered air purifying respirators today can do the job. They're clunky, they're uncomfortable, they're certainly not stylish. I don't know that people would be willing to wear them, but on the other hand, if there's a 30% plus lethality pandemic raging out there, what we need is for all the essential workers to have equipment that they feel safe going out there and ensuring that everybody else has access to food, water, power, law enforcement, and healthcare. If they're willing to go out there and do that, then we're okay. And that's the bottom line. There are other things we can do. Germicidal UV light fixtures, rapid diagnostics that allows us to do test and trace, exposure notification systems that tell us who we've been interacting with, social graphs to warn people how far away a given virus is from them. But at the end of the day, those are just helpful. The bottom line is reliable detection and reliable defense for all of our essential workers. If we get those ready, then we'll have obviated at least human-targeted exponential biothreats. Thank you.
Well, thank you. You know, we
think.
we began the morning session saying that it was a hard time to feel optimistic with what's going on in the world, and I think we're continuing in that theme.
Yeah, I was just thinking you correctly described Dr. Koblen's testimony as chilling. How would you describe Dr. Esfeld's? But it's real, and they're experts, so
right.
We have to listen.
Well, and I think as we hear from our third presenter, we're going to, I would imagine, hear some thoughts about how to put in place strategies to address some of these concerns. There are obviously no easy fixes, but we need to work hard to think about responsible stewardship of this powerful science. Here's.
Thank you. So I'm going to hopefully pick up something that we haven't looked at in sufficient detail, but that can be relatively easily integrated into the systems we have. Now, both of my colleagues have been talking to you, at least in part, about information and the hazards that flow from information. So I'm going to talk to you about info hazards. And we're all familiar with info hazards. There's nothing new about this. Widespread knowledge of certain information can have national security implications. For example, we keep the precise location of our leaders out of the public domain to make it harder for those that would cause harm to take advantage of that knowledge to do something. We don't tell people where our leaders are going to be or exactly where they're going to be at given times, and indeed what steps we have taken to keep them safe. But these concepts of information hazard aren't really applied to biosecurity or biodefense. Most of our efforts to deal with biological risk deal with things, tangible assets. We have regimes such as the Select Agent program that we were talking about to control access to things like pathogens and where they can be used. We have other regimes that, such as the P3CO federal guidance that looks at what you can do with certain things. And then there are regimes like export controls that control where things can be sent, to whom, and what they can be used for. There have been some efforts to expand some of these regimes to also control information. For example, in the Netherlands, they decided to apply their export controls to information when they used them to control pre-publication access to the gain-of-function studies with H5N1 back in 2011. Notably, the US and other countries like the UK haven't done that. There's a clear demarcation. We're not going to deal with information. That's the first of three real-world examples I want to give you of information hazards. I want to stress that in the Netherlands, they were concerned about making public the identification of a very small number, 5 to 7, specific mutations that would take one of these highly pathogenic viruses and make it more transmissible. They weren't trying to control access to a thing or even a methodology. We've heard about publications and methodologies. It's just pure information that the specific mutations that were of concern. And as a result, early drafts of that research paper identifying those specific mutations were subject to export controls. A second example of an information hazard comes from the US. Back in 2005, there was an article published, I'm sure you're all familiar with it, modeling how botulinum toxin could be inserted into the US milk supply and the implications of what that might mean as far as an attack. Immediately, there was considerable concern that such an article had ever been published. Commentators argued that it was a blueprint for those wishing to cause harm. They were worried that it unnecessarily identified vulnerabilities, increasing the chance of a malign actor exploiting it to cause harm. Again, it was the information that was the problem, not the methodology. Just noting that the vulnerability was much later demonstrated to be at a lower level, and so I'm comfortable talking about it here. The third example was published this month and comes from the field of chemical security. A US-based company specializing in the use of machine learning to develop biologically active molecules for the treatment of neurological conditions, along with experts from a national defense laboratory, published a paper describing how to misuse machine learning tools to create new chemical warfare agents. These included agents predicted to be more deadly than VX, and also not currently on any international control lists. They took steps to remove key information from the methodology. It wouldn't be simple to go and get the paper and figure out exactly how they did it. Nevertheless, they have provided a very real proof of principle that this approach is feasible and yields results of considerable concern. By openly advertising a new approach to chemical warfare agent design, they risk encouraging and enabling malign actors to pursue those goals. From these examples, we can see that information can change the biosecurity risk environment. It can highlight approaches that a malign actor might otherwise have missed, for example, identifying a specific small set of mutations to make an already deadly virus even more pandemic prone, unlocking capabilities that would otherwise be inaccessible. For example, how to use machine learning to create more deadly chemicals easily, quickly, and with minimal resources, and spotlighting vulnerabilities that might otherwise not have been apparent, such as the case with the botulinum milk example. So what can we do about it? Thanks, Peggy, for the prompt of what can we do about it. We do have a range of tools at our disposal that can be used at different points throughout the research lifecycle. Every day, we take decisions about what new knowledge to pursue. We make choices about what research to fund. There are many paths that we leave unexplored. We should think carefully about any potential security implications of research. In many cases, it is feasible to consider whether proposed research is likely to generate an information hazard. It was clear from the outset that identifying specific mutations to make a lethal virus spread more easily would inherently generate an information hazard. During the course of research, those involved can also be thinking about any information hazards that they may be generating. There are opportunities to discuss this with colleagues as well as experts. Researchers often have multiple paths to obtain the results they're seeking. Considering biosecurity and the potential to generate information hazards should be one of the factors considered when choosing which path to pursue. This process should be carefully documented, including the rationale as to how paths were chosen and how risks were being managed. And that documentation should accompany the research throughout its life cycle and certainly should be published alongside any eventual paper coming from the research. Having generated the knowledge, it's of vital importance to carefully reflect on how to communicate it. Maybe it's not a question of what information is available, but more about how, when, and to whom it is actively communicated. This was certainly the case with the botulinum in milk example. In addition to the technical paper, the authors published a public-facing New York Times opinion piece showcasing US vulnerabilities and highlighting the potential to cause mass casualties. That certainly brought their modeling into the attention of many people that otherwise would not have heard about it, and highlighted a vulnerability that otherwise might not have been visible to malign actors. There's also a question of when to communicate findings. In cybersecurity, information hazards are much more commonplace. Zero-day exploits, fundamental, unknown, major vulnerabilities in operating systems are a fact of life. In cybersecurity, there are strong norms about how, to whom, and when to communicate these issues. There's a robust industry built around confidential reporting to trusted partners and not making vulnerabilities public until there's been enough time to patch them or fix them. It's noteworthy that these same approaches are not prevalent in the life sciences. For example, the the recent publication detailing the use of machine learning happened without any way of managing the risks identified in that paper. What does this mean in practice? I'm going to draw from our work at the iGEM Foundation. Each year we have 7,000 plus young scientists and engineers from together in 350 plus teams from 45 plus countries across every inhabited continent on the planet, competing in the world's largest synthetic biology competition. So it's my job on a day-to-day basis to keep researchers like those in Kevin's lab focused on doing good rather than harm. Their work is inspirational, but it's also practical. Their projects often go on to be written up, published, they add to the body of knowledge that exists. They also get turned into new tools and companies that spin out and turn these things into real-world applications. We take identifying and managing risks from these projects very, very seriously, and I lead a comprehensive team that focuses on building on national requirements to identify and manage risks from those teams to their colleagues, to the teams themselves, their societies, as well as the environment, should they get out of the lab. And that includes a specific focus on biosecurity, dual use, and information hazards. So I really want to drive home that information hazards are real. At iGEM, we deal with information hazards every year. We've come to the conclusion that doing science and engineering on such a scale inevitably means that some teams will generate information that could cause harm. As a result, we have practical experience in adapting what, how, when, and to whom we communicate. When the risks are well known, or one that we have ready countermeasures, we encourage the teams to talk about it freely. It's important that the teams not only think about dual use, but are seen to be thinking about dual use. This helps to normalize approaches to biosecurity. In some cases, the information a team has generated may be useful to a specific community as part of our efforts to build better defenses. It may be harmful if discussed more widely, and we work with those teams on their messaging to balance competing interests of informed debate amongst a relatively small, restricted biosecurity community, and in avoiding highlighting risks that we cannot manage, and certainly not putting them into the broad public domain. Occasionally, we have a team that identifies something genuinely new and innovative in the way that their work may be misused, or new exploits or vulnerabilities that are not in the public literature, or a vulnerability that cannot readily be patched. In those cases, we discourage the team from discussing this information. Of course, we privately communicate those findings to those that need to know so that they can be fed into national threat assessments. One final thought as we move to the more interactive part of our discussion. It's difficult to talk about information hazards, and I'm not going to provide you specifics about info hazards that we've identified but haven't figured out how to fix. By definition, the best examples of information hazards are exactly the sorts of things that we shouldn't be talking about in public. Bearing that in mind, I hope my comments have been useful, and I stand ready to explore them with you in any more depth, as well as their implications. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, well, thank you. I think our three panelists have certainly woken us up from any postprandial napping that we might have been inclined to. Thank you all for, very rich, thought-provoking discussions. I'll just jump in first, but I know my colleagues will have a lot of questions. What each of you described from somewhat different perspectives and experiences is a problem that is deeply embedded in the very science that is advancing in order to do good, deeply embedded in the very science that is advancing because science is about asking questions, trying new things, and unfolds, and it's hard to stop because of this critical balance of doing good with reducing risks. And it's also embedded in the fact that the best science is done in an open, transparent, collaborative way where information is shared, yet some of the information can be dangerous and or misapplied. And there is no obvious place where you can sort of manage these risks. You know, government and regulatory oversight has an important role. Education and training of the scientific research community has a role. Professional societies and, you know, sort of best practice has a role. How science is funded has a role, whether it's government or philanthropy. Those who publish science, as Pierce suggested, has a role to play in terms of what can be published. Also, you know, the modern advances in IT and social media make that more complex. But so I would just like to quickly hear from each of you where you think there are opportunities to put in place strategies that can meaningfully reduce risk given the realities of our scientific enterprise. I think you mentioned there was really no place in our global architecture right now to address this, but what do you think just your thoughts about how best to begin to implement from the role of government, but also how to bring in these other stakeholders and partners?
Sure, that's a great question. Really gets to the challenge of this area, because there's so many stakeholders with so much invested in making progress for scientific reasons, public health reasons, economic reasons, and this technology is so intensely inherently dual use. It raises these questions constantly. I think there is no one single answer. What you need is to identify multiple different stakeholders and points at which you can have influence. So, for example, dealing with issues about biosafety and biosecurity within laboratories, there is an international standard called ISO 35001 that lays out what labs can and should do to make biosafety and biosecurity priorities within their organization, and processes they can put into place to make sure that these issues are prioritized and are given attention at every level of that organization. That standard is out there. It's been available since 2019. It was written by an international team of experts, so it's not just a U.S. product, but it has not really been adopted by laboratories so far. So having incentives for these labs to adopt that kind of standard, and more importantly, having a mechanism for some outside entity to then check on the compliance of that lab with that standard will go a long way to making sure that all labs are adhering to a set standard about biosafety and biosecurity. And you might want to start with a small set of labs like the BSL-4 labs, but that's really just the tip of the iceberg. There's research that is of dual use implications being conducted in labs at the BSL-3 level, BSL-3+. So it's less about the biosafety level, more about the types of activities that they're engaging in. There are ways for national governments to encourage this, right? If there were regulatory requirements or requirements from the funding agencies that if you are going to engage in this kind of research, your lab needs to adopt these standards, or you need to engage in this kind of oversight and report it back to the national authority, that will go a long way as well. And since science is international, right, it can't just be a U.S. approach. There needs to be an international approach to this as well. So you need to bring in international organizations and other countries in order to have a comprehensive approach. So again, no one single easy answer, but there are lots of different points at which you can start making a difference, starting at the individual PI level to labs to countries to international organizations, and having that kind of defense in depth against misuse, I think, is the right approach to take.
Kevin, you offered a few ideas about how to deal with the sort of extreme end of the problem, but any ideas about how to work on the front end in terms of reducing the dangerous research and its potential for application?
So it's the front end where you run headlong into the info hazards. I mean, one of the nice things about building the detection systems and the defenses is, especially the physical defenses, it's really hard to misuse a respirator mask. But on the upfront end, I think it's mostly incentives. And I feel keenly this tension between open, transparent science and the need to restrict information, because, I mean, in my field with gene drive technologies that can edit an entire species in the wild, thereby affecting everyone who lives in that area. I mean, with that kind of power, we really need to invite communities to say what they think, because they're not going to be able to opt out of the effects. So we want to be transparent about what we're thinking about doing early on, invite voices to change how we're going about it. But we decided to reveal the tech and tell the world about it only after we determined that it favored defense. And so how do you walk that line, convey to the community, yes, openness is the way to go, if you've already determined that there's not serious dual use potential? I don't have a good answer. iGEM's really the place to find answers to that sort of thing.
Who decides, when to reveal
And there's the real problem. I mean, none of us is wise enough to make these calls on our own, but as soon as you tell somebody else, that's at risk of disseminating the info hazard, because one person can unilaterally disclose it, and then it's done, right? As soon as one person credibly discloses a pandemic-capable virus, boom, pandemic proliferation. That's it. But incentives can be in our favor. I mean, look, we're not going to see eye to eye with China when it comes to any number of advanced technologies. But this is an area where we really do have shared strategic interest. Like, whether or not they or any other nation is developing bioweapons programs, at least those bioweapons programs are not going to put their blueprints on the internet for every apocalyptic terrorist to use. That's not in any nation state's interest, which means we should be able to bring everyone together to say, you know what? Let's not do that. Let's ban pandemic virus identification experiments. That is an absolute area of international cooperation that we really could leverage. And within science, I mean, we got to bring in the editors and the funders, because those are the folks who incentivize people. I mean, why did that paper get published in chemistry? Because they could get a Nature machine intelligence paper out of their discovery. As long as scientists believe that by pointing to the info hazard and saying, oh no, what are we going to do? They get a prestigious high-profile paper, people are going to keep doing that. We need to change those incentives. And specifically within our country, I think select agent program is the way to go, because even if we're not going to ban the experiments, if researchers know you identify your pet virus that you like studying as potentially pandemic capable, then boom, it's a select agent list. Cost of doing research with that virus just goes up by a factor of 5. They're not going to want to do that. So you just make it clear that you run the wrong experiment, your object of study is going to be 5x more expensive, and they're not going to do it. You don't actually need to ban it. So I think everything is in those incentives.
Yeah, I'm struggling with when you know there's a dual use. Did those that invented warfarin for rat poison know that decades later they'd be using it for blood thinners? I mean, when in science, given the way science is done, can you anticipate that there's going to be a dual use? I mean, that's the difficulty. I can see closing down labs. I can see the incentives. I can see, a set of regulations. I can see even the role of NIH. But what I don't understand, given science, is how you can anticipate dual use.
The more we have small teams of similarly trained specialists making the advances in their own narrow fields without consulting others, the more of a problem we're going to have. Whereas the more early stage review, especially by folks outside of the field, the greater the chance that they'll at least spot it early. I think that would benefit science as a whole. I mean, why do we do peer review at the end when the story is completed, and then the reviewers can tell you, you really should have done it this way from the beginning, and then the worst thing of all is when they're right.
That's the harder place to do it early on.
I don't disagree, but I think that's one of the rare areas where science could be better off with earlier stage review. That is, I think it would accelerate the good stuff and could have a chance at catching the bad stuff. But at the end of the day, we're going to make mistakes, and we just have to do our best.
Here's my broader question and Donna's, follow on.
Right. I may do them in reverse order and start with the specific question about dual use, because I think in all of the 3 examples I gave, just from the one sentence summary of, we want to identify which mutations make a highly pathogenic virus more transmissible, we can all spot a dual use implication. We want to do a modeling of how to insert a deadly toxin into the US milk supply to figure out how many people we can spot the dual use implications. We want to develop new chemical warfare agents using technology. We can spot the dual use implications. I agree, there will be some that come out later. There will be some that are edge cases that are hard to do. But none of the examples you're hearing are edge cases. They're really simple. We can spot from the one sentence summary, they could be misused to cause harm. And how we balance those two things, that's a much more difficult question and not one that I can answer for you. But I think we are seeing time and time again research that has clear dual use implications. So I think there must be a subset we can do. Whether we're doing it right, I don't think we probably are. But I think just from the concrete examples we can talk about openly, we can see that. And then to take a step back to the broader question, you'll be very relieved. The first thing I'm going to say is governance, because this is about a whole of field, whole of public, really, effort. You laid out beautifully the list of the different groups that have to be involved. And all of them have a different role to play. And we're only really now figuring out whether it's for dual use, whether it's for germ-edited babies, whether it's for a myriad of other applications, how we should be looking at the governance of emerging technologies writ large. And I think that's what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to do more of that. And I know that sooner or later, whenever we have governance discussions, we run into this question of all we need to do is strengthen the culture of responsibility. The problem is nobody knows how to do that. And what I can say, and this is, I think, why Kevin was pointing towards iGEM, is we've been working really, really hard to encourage our young scientists and engineers to step back from their technical work and to consider how the world affects their work and how their work affects the world. The placing it into that societal context at 16 to 21 years old. And they do that year in, year out. Some of them are better than others, obviously. And then just finally to highlight that as part of that, we have found that incentives are far more powerful than disincentives. We try and create the space and highlight the behavior that we would like them to follow. We give them incentives from the point of view of actual rewards. They can win prizes for doing this. We showcase work that has good examples of thinking more broadly about their technical work and how it fits into the social construct. And I think if we do that right, we will reinvigorate the relationship between science and our societies. It will build public trust. We will not run into the problems that we run into. And it isn't just about education. It's about giving many people the chance to contribute to policy making so that they feel that it's their decision and they feel that they have a stake at the table.
Thank you. Well, let me turn to Senator Lieberman.
Okay, thanks, Peggy. Thanks to all of you. So you really documented the threats here, and it's an old story in human experience. Tremendous advances, technological, scientific, holding great promise for humankind, and yet they're subject to both accidents and malevolent use. And it's our track record is not so great at controlling. I'm laughing satirically, I suppose, or sadly. So that's the question I want to get into about what your thoughts are, or help me to understand better what your thoughts are. Dr. Koblenz, you talked about the ISO standards and the fact that they're not being much observed or implemented, and that you thought, and I think reasonably, that we need incentives to lead labs to adopt those standards and live by them. So what are possible incentives that could have that effect on the people in the labs? And do they require national legislation to provide those incentives?
I think you could have a mix of incentives, some of which would be more, the norm of, this is what a responsible lab, how they operate. Other incentives being more material. And for example, having a requirement that, labs that are doing work that is federally funded, if they are operating, at a BSL-3 or BSL-3 plus or BSL-4 level, will, as a part of their grant contract, would require them to adopt this standard and demonstrate their compliance with it and allow the funding agency or a designated entity to audit their compliance with the standard. I think that would be a very strong and powerful incentive to get more labs to adopt it. Realistically, these standards are already fairly compatible with the U.S. Legislation and regulations in biosafety and biosecurity, so it wouldn't necessarily be a new burden, but it would, establish the expectation that laboratories operating in this space, conducting potentially risky research, would not only, adopt the highest standards available for biosafety and biosecurity, but do so willingly and be willing to, allow others to verify their compliance with the standard and to set a standard of transparency about their operations and confidence that they're doing this safely, securely, and responsibly. And, ideally, if you had the major science funding agencies of the G7 countries, for example, that all had the same requirement, that would help level the playing field in terms of labs in different countries operating under the same standards and not being able to kind of, get away with research that is, dangerous and yet being done under less safe or less secure conditions.
Okay, that's helpful. I was just thinking, and just to mention it, there's been a quite encouraging phenomenon in American business in recent years with the adoption of this ESG standard, which is mostly positive motivator, but it's had some currency in the markets, not just the stock markets, but the credibility of the brands. And so they've done a lot of things that they might not otherwise have done to pass the ESG standard. I just mentioned that in passing. Dr. Esfeld, I was really interested in a few of the things you said. One was that, if I got this part right, the first part, which was that if there's a virus developed that has pandemic potential, that there are 30,000 people in the world who are capable of converting it to a pandemic. So I'm curious who they are. Obviously, I don't want you to list their names, but what kinds of these are mostly? What kinds of people are they? And I guess to me, as interesting, if you're able to do this, what's the where are they? In other words, are there a disproportionate number in the U.S. or China or Russia or wherever?
It's a great question. So it's probably back of the envelope. They're mostly, some of them are virologists. Many of them are synthetic biologists, biotechnologists, right, or just folks who are good at mammalian tissue culture. Because for to culture a eukaryotic virus and follow the protocol, the delicate part is actually being able to grow the cells that you're going to infect with the virus, or rather boot the virus up in from DNA. I don't want to overemphasize this, like not all viruses can be generated just from synthetic DNA, but a lot of them you can, including influenza and corona and measles and other paramyxos. So lots of them you can. And the problem is that during COVID, Nature Protocols published a paper on how to make a coronavirus and variants of a coronavirus to accelerate research. This is 100+ steps, as in make this buffer, add this many microliters to the tube, run this program on your thermal cycler machine, designed so that someone with no background in coronaviruses, or indeed in virology in general, could successfully obtain a sample of the coronavirus so that they could do whatever it is they were doing in order to help fight the pandemic. The problem is that same protocol can be used for, or at least easily adapted for, just about any coronavirus. How easy, I'm asking a couple of my younger graduate students who have never done any virology before, can they just figure it out? And the preliminary indications are that yes. So your young MIT quality graduate students, if they have the tissue culture skills, can do it. Probably about 1/3 of the people who can do it are in the United States. Another 1/3 or so are somewhere in Europe, and the rest are in China and elsewhere in the world, for the most part.
Just one more question, and I'll yield to my colleagues. So say a little bit more about your idea of a pandemic test ban treaty, and particularly very reasonable, what I take to be sort of attempt or hope that we can ban the most potentially dangerous developments. But is there any hope that could really happen? It's very hard to stop the movement of science, including the misapplication of the products of good science.
I think, again, our best hope is delay. I don't think we can stop it. I think eventually there's too many routes to pandemic-capable viruses. But right now we are not ready. And I think we can develop the defenses that will allow us to withstand it when those tens of thousands, or then probably hundreds of thousands of people can unleash pandemics at will.
How do we delay?
In order to identify a virus as capable of causing a pandemic, you need to have some indicators, some way of measuring its traits and comparing it to something that you know can cause a pandemic. We know that endemic human viruses, the kinds that circulate between us, are pandemic capable in naive populations, because if they can circulate in us indefinitely, even though many of us have had them before or had their relatives and have pre-existing immunity, in order to overcome that, they must be especially infectious. That is, in epidemiological terms, their R is well above 1. So if we measure the traits of viruses in the lab, ability to bind to relevant human cells, infect them, replicate within them, transmit between relevant animal models, depending on whatever the virus is, what's closest to humans, genetically engineered mice, ferrets, what have you. If an animal virus displays traits in any of those tests that is anywhere near that of an endemic human virus of the same family, that's pretty strong evidence that it's pandemic capable, or at least a piece of it would be. For example, if it can replicate really well within human cells, but it can't get in very well, then that would suggest that the backbone is good, and the problem is the entry protein isn't good, which suggests if you made a chimera of a really good entry protein with a really good backbone, then that would be a recipe. So and performing this particular set of experiments on animal viruses in human cells is less than 1% of all virology. It's a tiny subset of experiments. It's really only done by folks who want to figure out which viruses could cause pandemics. So it would not be a disruption anywhere near of the scale of what government has rightly done to regulate nuclear physics in order to say, nope, we're not going to run those specific experiments. And the only other category is if you take an endemic human virus and you engineer it, if you measure it and find that it's overcome population level immunity of the unengineered version, then that is also an indicator. And so there's a number of immunology tests. So basically there's 5 key classes of experiments. That's it. If we agree not to do those, or at least if we're going to do them, at least don't share the results with the public, then that will buy us time, because the genomes are already out there. What we just don't know is which viruses could do the job.
Right. Well, thanks to the three of you for your work, for beginning to think through some of the implications, and obviously today for helping us do the same. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. We are running behind, but so much fascinating discussion, and you guys, are uniquely positioned to inform us. I don't want to forget those that are joining us virtually. Starting Governor Ridge, would you like to question our panelists?
I just want to echo your compliments to this panel. Their testimony has made me think of my days in chemistry class. I got a pretty good grade. I decided, listening to these gentlemen, that my professor must have marked on a curve. Talk about being above my pay grade. I'm fascinated by the testimony. I've always been, when you talk about the scientific method, you develop something, you ask and you probe and you try to, your thesis and your antithesis and the whole 9 yards. And there's always the promise and the peril of publication of what you learned. It's one thing to be able to oversee that, maybe in a democracy such as ours, but putting limits on the publication and access to it is much more difficult in the UK and in the US than it might be in Venezuela, Iran, or China or Russia. So what is I don't think there's any agreement as to if there is a multilateral international organization that could oversee the national development of pandemic-capable virus. And so what's the disincentive for a country who we may view as an adversary from proceeding down this path? And we talked about incentives in the States. What's the disincentive to an adversary? Have you given that any thought? We often talk about our own frame of reference in democracy and how the scientific process works here and how we're so much more transparent than other cultures and other scientific communities are. How do we get around that, knowing that our adversaries, they'll certainly sign a pandemic test ban, I'm sure, but as soon as the ink is dry, they'll be back in their labs trying to figure out how to weaponize it. So how do you bring these potential adversaries in before? If you have any thoughts on that, you must, I suspect you've given that some thought. If you have, I appreciate your sharing that thinking with us.
Piers, can I turn to you to start the response? Because you raised the word governance.
I'll give it a go. That I think, excuse me, I think that the first thing to say is it depends who you're worried about having access to this material. I'm pretty sure that any of the info hazards that I would highlight, or even the ones that I'm aware of, which I'm aware, most governments that think about this space can access that information. It isn't about stopping large, powerful governments from having access to some of this. It's about those other powerful actors, the sorts of groups that Kevin was talking about, and indeed Representative Greenwood was talking about earlier about non-governmental powerful actors. At the moment, if it's in the public domain, everybody has access. At least if this was a multilateral international process, that would be managed and it would be run by states. And so that, I think, takes us part of the step towards the answer. The other thing that I think is important to, whilst it's not the answer, it's the one thing that I would really, really not like to see, which is us going out and training thousands of people in the countries we can influence on exactly what it is we're worried about. So any scenario where we have to have institutional dual use officers who are policing science for information hazards is, in my opinion, the wrong way to go, because we are training people with exactly the knowledge that we don't want them to have. So when we do this, as we move forward, the solutions will have to be something other than having an institutional biosecurity commissioner or information hazards officer. I'm a great fan of automation. If we can do that so we're having tools, not people, that is one solution. If we reduce the number of places work happens in, so the number of people you need to be aware of this is reduced, that's also powerful. But I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Just to answer Governor Ridge's question, I think the pandemic demonstrated that global health is only as strong as the weakest link. And given the fact that any release, either accidentally or recklessly or deliberately, of a pandemic potential pathogen would pose a threat to global health security for everybody. And so I think that there are relatively few governments that would have an incentive to deliberately, design and release a pathogen capable of causing a pandemic. And that there is as I think was already mentioned, there's a common goal, a common public good in enhancing biosafety and biosecurity to make sure those kinds of events don't happen. I think there is actually grounds for cooperation among countries that maybe don't agree on a lot of things, but I think they can all agree we want to avoid the next COVID-24, COVID-29, COVID-30, and whatever the origin of that is, it's something that we all have a common interest in avoiding.
Thank you. Let me turn quickly to Senator Daschle, also while we're on the screen.
Thank you, Peggy. I'll try to be brief. I know we're running out of time. I find that this connection between information and our national security is such a critical discussion, and it's been a very sobering one this afternoon. I believe that disinformation and the availability of dangerous information is the atom bomb of democracy today. That may sound hyperbolic, but I believe it's that important. as a national security issue. I'm reasonably confident we can delay some of this information and the misinformation. I think we can probably get agreement among countries. I don't think we'll ever get agreement from the bad actors, Iran, Russia, North Korea, nor will we ever, obviously, be able to convince 30,000 biological terrorists potentially of the importance of this issue. So I'm confident we might be able to delay that. I do think that there's an inevitability to it. I also think there's some question as to how effectively we can detect. But my biggest concern is how we defend. And I would just like to devote my one question to our three experts on how they would argue we best defend against what I think could be almost an inevitability today.
Okay. Well, I see Kevin going for his button. You go first. We could obviously spend the rest of the day discussing this, but, briefly, but we really value your input.
The very brief answer is, first, things that Congress can do require DNA synthesis screening as soon as a freely available industry standard screening service becomes available. It's not yet, but as soon as you mandate that, it will happen.
Screening of what?
DNA synthesis. That is, the problem is, for less than $1,000, I can place an order for the DNA constructs that will make 1918 influenza. So we need to ensure that every DNA synthesizer on the planet that is not run by a government black lab just will not do that. That will not make that, just like, inkjet printers will not print money because we built them that way. We should do the same for DNA synthesis machines and assemblers. So that is something
access to certain kinds of components.
Yes. And then the other, but that doesn't really get us to defend. That just reduces the number of actors who could do this by about 100-fold. Because if you can't get the DNA, then you can't do it. And it's really the access to DNA that has exploded that number to 30,000. So for the actual defense, again, I think we are going to need ASPR to invest in near perfect protective equipment, which does not yet exist, but I believe philanthropy will fund its creation. The for-profit sector will begin marketing versions of it to the immunocompromised. And once it is available in a few years, the question is who is going to pay for it to be stockpiled and delivered to essential workers when we detect a threat.
Thank you. Piers and then Greg.
I'm going back to governance on this. I genuinely feel that it's by engaging those that are involved. Just to sort of highlight, I don't think the 30,000 people that Kevin's talking about are 30,000 terrorists. This is 30,000 scientists and engineers and motivated people out there that have some technical background. I want to see them part of the solution, not part of the problem. And just to go back to something you heard about earlier, the FBI initiatives in this space, the tripwire initiatives and their engagement with science has been flawless and should be replicated throughout the world.
Thank you.
I also would prefer to have prevention rather than response, because that will reduce the risk that this will not be inevitable. This will just make this as low likelihood as possible. So education awareness for life scientists at all stages of their training would be invaluable. So they are recognizing the kinds of dual use issues that Dr. Shalala mentioned, and that there will then be a process by which they can decide, to what extent is this a risk that, my panelists have mentioned that we should not be talking about, or who are the appropriate government authorities to take this to say, here's a vulnerability, please fix it, and then we can, move on to doing science for the good. But I think between that and the kinds of regulations to require DNA synthesis to be screened, I think those combinations will go a long way to making this risk a much lower probability than I think the senator is worried about.
Anna.
I just wanted to know, one way of getting the labs to pay attention is just change the overhead rate. You raise the overhead rate. I mean, you want a positive incentive? They'll do it in a year. I mean, they'll do it quickly.
That's a great idea.
It's an inside joke of academics.
Okay, is that your question?
Yeah, that's
okay.
Fine.
Congressman Greenwood.
I think I have one quick question for each of these three horsemen of the apocalypse here. Gregory, should gain of function be included in Kevin's pandemic test bench reading?
The type of research he's talking about is what is colloquially known as gain of function research. There's gain of function is a general scientific term that applies to lots of research and is not at all dangerous or risky. But the kinds of things that Kevin's talking about in terms of changing the virulence or lethality of a pathogen, yes, that would be considered gain of function and would be subject to the pandemic test ban treaty that he's proposing.
Okay. And Kevin, you I think the most sobering thing you said was, at least to me, was that biotechnology can't protect us from biotechnology. And so you laid out your delay, detect, and defense. The one thing I'm not clear about on the defense side, and you emphasized having these aspirators, or these equipment, not ventilators, but PPE that's foolproof. So then what? I mean, so we've got this terrible pathogen flying around, and the essential workers can go out feeling relatively safe. And then does everyone shelter in place for an interminable period of time? I mean, how does that ultimately work?
In that case, if we had good enough equipment to shield all the essential workers, and especially if it was a obviously high lethality pathogen, then you block enough transmission, it will die out within our borders. And then we're in, unfortunately, China's current situation. How do you keep it out? But we need to but we have to be able to go to zero pathogen, given the potential lethality rates of certain pathogens, even natural, let alone engineered. I mean, you'll note that almost everything I said was focused on just natural, like pandemic agents. I didn't even talk about the ways that we could make them worse, because that's controversial, and it leads itself directly into my colleague here's favorite topic. But we have to get to zero pandemic pathogen. That's the only reliable way to go. But if we get there for a month even, then for virtually all of the fast spreading respiratory pandemics, it's extinct within our borders and we go back to our lives. But the disinformation thing, will people be willing to do it? Again, high lethality pandemic, I think they probably will. It'll be obvious enough. But we can't do it right now. We can't go to zero pathogen because we don't have the equipment. And N95s are just not going to cut it.
This is whatever it is, the Sturgis, South Dakota motorcycle rally notwithstanding, we can all shelter in place. And Dr. Millett, I think this has been somewhat covered already, but I'm just want to go back to Kevin's 30,000 people who can do this in their garages, so to speak. So it seems like I don't really get how one of those 30,000 doesn't publish recklessly, and so that the other 29,000, are for naught.
I wish that's the problem we had to deal with. The one person that may publish, and yes, that is certainly true. You end up moving towards that space, but at the moment, we are operating in a space where it appears that the journals aren't stopping those papers from being published. It appears that the scientists, not only are they not trained, educated to be thinking about these things, but they're not aware of it. They're not part of that governance space. And as Kevin suggested, are actively incentivized to publish those things. So whilst I don't have the solution for you, I think moving any of those things forward takes us to a safer world. Doing that in a way where we are not unduly getting in the way of the myriad and multitudinous positive impacts of the science and engineering that needs to happen can only be a good thing.
So I guess what it comes down to is, even though 30,000 people might be able to synthesize very bad pathogens and put them on the internet, that by taking the kind of steps you're taking, you reduce that number to by at least all of the sane, rational, responsible folks, and then you have a handful of outliers who hopefully, at least for the time being, don't get that pathogen developed and publish it.
And I think there's also another framing that's useful here, right? It isn't that the recipes are available. The most brilliant chefs in the world put their recipes out in books. We can buy them. I don't know about you, but I can never replicate that experience perfectly. So what we're talking about is those with those skills. And that's who the 30,000 are. They're the ones that have the skills to translate the recipe into reality. And those are growing, and that's growing really, really fast. If we were sitting here 5-10 years ago, that would have been 3,000 or 300. And don't forget that the first person to actually do this, to chemically synthesize a virus, is less than 20, 30 years ago. So it's that growth that we're looking at. And then how do we, coming back to what I said earlier, how do we empower those 30,000 people with those skills to reduce the number that would either accidentally or deliberately use those skills?
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let me turn now to Ken.
Thanks. I think I'm fine. I'm worried if I ask a question, I'll get more bad news. I'm already like half suicidal. So thank you very much.
All right. Well, in that case, let me thank the three of you. I think your presentations in this discussion have been both powerful and important. We will hopefully be able to continue to talk with you, to run ideas by you, and urge you to, let us know as you come up with issues or ideas that you think could inform our work. So thank you so much. And I'll ask you all to step down, so to speak, and our next panel to come forward. You should never have let me chair because I let us go through into the break.
If it gives you any comfort, I've done this repeatedly. I want to thank the three of you before you leave because I believe you helped the commission in working on its Apollo program report. So thank you.
Yes.
Amen. Spot on, Senator.
Here.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't know as they were leaving whether it was clear that these three individuals have previously been very helpful to the work of this commission when the Apollo report was being put together, and we're very appreciative of that and the work that we will be able to do with them going forward. So I urge my fellow commissioners to take breaks as biology demands. We've just lost Secretary Shalala to airline schedules, and we may lose Ken as well. But that doesn't mean that this next panel and discussion is any less important or might not go as long. And now we're going to be building on our previous discussions with a focus on biological weapons, terrorism, and arms races, and have the privilege of three very accomplished and distinguished panelists. And as before, we'll ask each of you to speak briefly and then have some lively discussion, I'm sure. So first, let me introduce Dr. Caroline Sugar, who's a research fellow in biotechnology programs at Georgetown University Center for Security and Emerging Technology. Then Ms. Christine Pathamore, Chief Executive Officer of the Council on Strategic Risks. And last but not least, Mr. Ed Yu, who has been mentioned already in this morning's discussions, and he's been detailed from the FBI to the DNI and currently serves as the National Counterintelligence Officer for Emerging and Disruptive Technologies at the National Counterintelligence and Security Center. So with that, Caroline.
I would like to thank the chairs for extending an invitation to testify today on the issue of biodefense, and to the commission members and staff for your dedication to this important topic. Today, I will first provide an overview of what we consider to be key aspects of this threat. I will then address challenges to the bioeconomy and will finish with an outline of how CSET is putting in place the tools to tackle this difficult problem. We believe our approach will provide decision space for both the United States and its allies to understand the depth and breadth of potentially risky research around the world, assess foundational and enabling technologies, including AI, that will have an impact on this field in the future, and help design better policies to both harness its potential and protect against misuse. As new developments in biotechnology create opportunities for human health, manufacturing, and discovery, there is a possibility that this research may push societal norms regarding the use of research that enhances virulence or transmissibility, as well as introduce risks through the exploration of exotic toxins, misuse of animal models, and human embryos. Differences in approach and regulations could potentially lead to ethical asymmetries where prescribed research in one country or region could be explored in another in ways that could impact the speed and adoption of technology, cause an undesirable offshoring of the bio industry from the United States to those countries, and increase the possibility of misuse. It will be increasingly important to maintain transparency, reciprocity, and robust discussions of global norms related to the different aspects of biotechnology, including gain-of-function research, genomic security and privacy, the use of non-human primates, editing of human embryos, and population surveillance. Additionally, too often policies and programs focus only on technical capabilities to the detriment of the application, development, impact, and security of that research. Even if some have the purest intentions for the work, others will not always be as scrupulous. Given the complexities of these issues, political leaders will need to base their decisions on the best available data and information related to global trends in biotechnology investments, human capital development, and supply chains, as well as capabilities. CSET, the Center for Security and Emerging Technology where I work, is uniquely positioned to begin to explore this data and information. You've already heard from many experts today about the specific aspects of the threat and catastrophic biological risks, accidental releases of pathogens into the environment, and dangerous biological information getting in the hands of bad actors. So I will only highlight a handful that we are particularly concerned with and where we are focusing our efforts. First, gain-of-function research and dual-use research of concern have the potential, through either deliberate misuse or accident, to create catastrophic biological risk and pose biological threats. While it is important to study human, animal, and plant pathogens and understand host-pathogen interactions, more needs to be done to understand the depth and breadth of research globally and to reach a better understanding of how to regulate it. Major viral outbreaks like MERS, SARS, and COVID-19 are zoonotic in origin and jump to humans. Animal and plant-specific pathogens that destroy animal herds and crops can cause major disruption to food supplies. Second, disruption to the bioeconomy supply chains has devastating effects on U.S. research and medical care. At the beginning of the pandemic, there was a backlog of medical gear, including personal protective equipment. Additionally, necessary laboratory equipment did not make it to the U.S. Low-tech needs such as gloves, pipette tips, and bleach for decontamination are vital for lab operations. Experimental materials, including DNA extraction kits and research animals, were also interrupted. Labs could not conduct any research during this time, halting and or slowing groundbreaking and innovative research. And third, comprehensive oversight and understanding of risky research is necessary for cross-national cooperation and transparency in biosafety. High containment research requires proper equipment, training, and safety measures to lessen risk of lab accidents involving dangerous pathogens. It's also important to distinguish why high containment labs exist. While some research pathogens, others are reference laboratories and medical facilities to diagnose and treat patients. I will now turn to threats to the bioeconomy. Emerging technologies, such as biotechnology, are increasingly at the center of global competition, providing the foundational research and developments that drive economic growth and simultaneously shaping international military and economic competition, and the direct health, employment, and safety of our citizens. Our strategic competitors, such as China, have made developing a strong bioeconomy a key pillar of their economic development. China seeks to dominate in these technologies, stating that its latest policies and programs will transform China from a biotech power to a biotech superpower. China is laying the groundwork to do this, much like its approach to develop 5G, by having a long-term strategy. building an innovation base that includes interdisciplinary research labs, and creating industrial and research clusters that co-locate universities, government research entities such as the Chinese Academy of Sciences, commercial entities, using its talent programs to attract overseas experts, which in the biofield have been quite successful, and leveraging its collaborations with foreign entities. Its efforts include a multi-decade effort to support its biotechnology sector and foster its bioeconomy through the funding of big science facilities, support to national champions, i.e. favored companies, programs for talent recruitment, and increased funding for basic research. China has also amassed the largest sequencing capacity in the world, which it leverages to acquire genomic data. It's important to note that China does not allow the export of its own genomic data. Its national security law compels companies in China to share any data they have with the Chinese government. Our co-panelist Ed Yu will discuss this in more detail, but this raises a host of both privacy and security concerns. China has also shown that it's willing to push ethical boundaries in biology especially, with this less regulated use of human embryos, mass production of non-human primates, and genomic surveillance. The implications of China exporting these technologies sets the tone for discovery, challenges global norms on many levels, attracts companies to do this kind of research, and has a direct impact on human and animal rights worldwide. No discussion would be complete without consideration of the potential military applications and the role of the PLA in this work. China takes a holistic approach to its science and technology development. China's 13th five-year plan for military and civil fusion specifically calls for cross-pollination of military and civilian technology in areas not traditionally viewed as national security issues, such as neuroscience and brain-inspired research, as well as biotechnology. China's People's Liberation Army researchers have a long history of involvement in these areas, and the PLA historically has been in charge of public health in China. This was most recently on display during the COVID-19 response, and information coming to light about the PLA's involvement with Beijing Genomic Institute's commercial efforts in Europe collecting the genomic data from pregnant women and their unborn children. What can the United States and its allies do? Bearing all this in mind, the United States and its allies will be better positioned to both harness the capabilities of biotechnology and protect against its misuse by being aware of public indicators of risky research at scale. We will accomplish this by understanding which categories of gain-of-function research are being explored by whom, where it is happening, and how it is changing over time. This will lay the foundation for then understanding the potential anomalies in research and development, thus providing an open source avenue for identifying risky research and researchers by experts. CSET offers a perspective on these questions that no other organization can provide. Our mission to work at the nexus of national security, technology, and in this case, issues related to both biosecurity and bioeconomy are uniquely positioned to bridge historically siloed parts of the policymaking community that must work together to both harness the capabilities of this technology area and protect against its misuse. CSET's data collection and data team also provide a unique capability that will enable research that is not done elsewhere. We are using CSET-acquired data resources in combination with other data to create rich, evidence-based discussion for better decision-making. This includes the following: developing a gain-of-function classifier to identify gain-of-function research through academic publications, developing additional signals of dual-use research of concern, and identifying biosafety level 3 labs worldwide using publicly available data. In taking a holistic approach to this issue, we believe that risks to national security and the bioeconomy can be mitigated. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. But before we get to questions, let's hear from the other panelists, but thank you for that comprehensive look at the landscape, so to speak. Ms. Pathamore.
Thanks for having me today. Hopefully this is working okay. As the second to last person to speak with you today, I can echo many of the concerns that were shared throughout the course of the day, but I will not specifically, for the sake of time. So in our work, while I'm very concerned about terrorist interest in biological weapons and, of course, natural pandemics and other biological threats, most of my work and the work of my organization focuses on state-based biological weapons threats. So I'm going to focus mostly on that area today. While I have personal thoughts about the long-term security implications of COVID-19, and of course the continuing concerns about biological weapons possession by specific nation states, my team and I have actually done concerted analysis on whether this pandemic might change calculations regarding future use of biological weapons. So I'm going to share mostly some insights from that body of work that my colleagues and I have done. And I'll highlight just two points here today that I think are relevant that I'm not sure have come up so far. First, our work highlighted that what may be an ongoing shift in nation-state motivations for having and potentially using biological weapons. So such motivations have evolved over many decades, from strategic deterrence to research to gauge battlefield utility in conflict before that was fully outlawed, and even apocalyptic scenarios of mass death and destruction. Our work raises serious concerns that over the coming years and decades, for those few states that remain interested in biological weapons, that they appear to be shifting toward a blend of motivations, including, once again, perceiving biological weapons as an important strategic deterrent, but at the same time being attracted to their potential use in hybrid and gray zone conflict in particular. This complicates policy in multiple ways, of course. For example, current US nuclear posture includes deterrence of strategic biological as well as chemical attacks by threat of nuclear retaliation. However, this is unlikely to be viewed as a credible threat for stopping the use of biological weapons that may be conducted on a more targeted scale. And unfortunately, we're seeing many signs of this particular type of behavior from Russia, even in unclassified news reporting, as part of Putin's illegal, horrific invasion of Ukraine. And we're deeply concerned that in the future, hopefully not too many, but even a few other nations may take a terrible lesson that these weapons could hold both strategic utility and warfighting utility at the same time. Second, while this trend has been going on for a while, COVID-19 accelerated many nations' interest in biosafety level 3 and 4 laboratories. Our work indicates that this is an especially powerful driver of nation-state behavior and geopolitical perceptions. These labs could increase the risk of accidents, create a wider distribution of extremely dangerous pathogens, and of course, they could facilitate offensive biological weapons activities. But even if they do not, of course, they will certainly increase suspicions among nations if standards and transparency measures are not introduced in the years ahead regarding these laboratories and the work that they do. And as we've seen from Russia and others, and as was mentioned earlier today, the mere presence of BSL and BSL-3 and BSL-4 laboratories can become a focus of dangerous misinformation and disinformation campaigns. So lots more to the world of the threat side of the house, but you all asked in the preparation of the remarks to give 3 actionable recommendations. So I will focus on 3 based on our works at the Council on Strategic Risks. 1 targets the strategic level. You might be able to tell I came from the Pentagon. The next focuses on resources, and the third will focus on 1 specific type of program to showcase the tie between a shifting to a more bold U.S. defense strategy for biodefense, and if well-resourced, what that could look like at the implementation level. So at the strategic level, Senator Casey actually preempted me a little bit earlier today. He mentioned the vision of making biological weapons obsolete as a mass destruction threat within 10 years. That was actually the title of a report that we issued with Sandia National Labs in 2019, as we worked with top-notch scientists across the government and private sector to understand and start to game out whether that was becoming a potentially feasible vision for the United States. The resounding sort of emphasis across all of our work and across many different technical communities was that it's becoming more feasible than ever before, though obviously not fast enough to have prevented the devastation of COVID-19. And as Kevin and others mentioned earlier, we're not quite there yet, but we're getting there, including in some of the ways that were discussed earlier today. So at the strategic level, I and my colleagues have proposed that the United States embrace a strategy of deterrence by denial regarding deliberate biological threats. This would be enacted by a robust deployment of technology and enhanced preparedness and training to deny an attacker success in their potential aims regarding biological weapons, such as causing mass casualties, mass confusion, and erosion of operational capabilities for our defense forces. As such, the ultimate goal is to deter nations from producing and using biological weapons in the first place. The odds of success would be reduced at gaining those effects that they're trying to achieve, and the risks of retaliation would remain high, therefore hopefully affecting their cost-benefit calculations regarding biological weapons. Deterrence by denial is a common goal, of course, in conventional warfare and conventional defenses. And while it's a more robust and hopefully effective strategic shift for the United States than where we stand today, the United States has actually been moving in this direction for many years, and especially in things like the Department of Defense moving toward more disease-agnostic countermeasure development, different vaccines and countermeasures that can be used for multiple different devices, detection and diagnostic systems that can work across many different viruses and bacteria, et cetera. We think that overall this would dramatically reduce biological weapons risks in the years ahead. The biggest difference between when I was in the Pentagon and we saw this sort of shift from our defense leaders in this position and where we are today, of course, is that the technologies and methods needed to get there and to make the strategy a reality are now on hand or nearly so, which was not the case even though they were envisioned decades in the past and oftentimes invested in for a very long time, such as mRNA vaccines and other platform technologies. So while it will still take years to get there, now's the time for us to set that ambitious vision, especially because of the effects of COVID-19 and obviously because of the rogue behavior that we're seeing by states like Russia, where we are concerned about the possession and potential use of biological weapons. Second, strategies are nothing without resources, of course, something that this group has long been at the forefront of fighting for. To enact the strategic shift for the nation for our biodefense and to prevent future infectious disease threats from growing to pandemic scale in general, I and my colleagues have recommended a national investment plan that we call 10+10/10, which has been used before and we stole for this purpose, but we think it works well. Entails investments of $10 billion per year for 10 years on average for deterring and addressing biological weapons threats, plus $10 billion per year for 10 years for global health security and direct pandemic prevention and preparedness initiatives. So while this may sound like a huge sum, it's far more affordable than the trillions of dollars that we've seen expended off of just this one pandemic that we're still suffering from across the United States and the world. It's certainly more affordable than insufficient action. And while this would represent a large surge in funding, those funds directly fuel jobs and a robust bioeconomy and could be game-changing regarding the mitigation of biological threats of all sources. Third, I'll make one recommendation on the programmatic level to show how this might actually look in implementation. Starting immediately, we recommend a surge in the U.S. Biological Threat Reduction Program through the Department of Defense, including with which is a program that we run with partner nations around the world, more than 40, I believe, partner nations around the world now, and has an extremely strong track record. It is such a surge is, I think, already supported by Congress, is starting to pull the budget back up above the last president's request, but certainly Russia's behavior, including with a lot of partners, nation states that we partner with, U.S. allies and close partners around the world in this particular threat reduction program, are very fearful, obviously, of what Russia might do in the coming years. I got to know this program very well in my time at the Pentagon and was in our labs around the world that are now being maligned and in disinformation and misinformation campaigns. And it's long been used for advancing biosurveillance in particular, but also biosecurity and biosafety with around 40 key partner nations. And this paid off heavily. I think others mentioned this was a different set of programs, but some of the successes in South Korea, for example, that Ian Watson and others had spoken about, these are longtime defense partners. And a lot of the successes, relative successes in their fights against COVID-19 manifested from long-term investments that both our Defense Department and civilian agencies held with those partner nations around the world. So we've already seen some of them pay off over time. And now's the time for the United States to leverage the Biological Threat Reduction Program and others to quickly surge resources as a leading edge of a strengthened national biodefense strategy. Specifically, my colleagues and I have been recommending a near-term surge of more advanced tools for pathogen early warning. DoD has long been a leader in this space in biosurveillance and detection and diagnostic capabilities that can create early warning of new pathogen threats. Additionally, the private sector and academic leaders are making amazing progress in next-generation sequencing and metagenomics and other tools. A substantial increase in DoD use of tools like this in the near term through this partnership program by which we deploy it around the world could help enhance capabilities relevant to deterrence, showcase U.S. technological advantages, and tangibly assist key partners in biological threat reduction, including given the unfortunate biological weapons threats that we see looming potentially in the near term for us and our partners. And I could go on much longer, but we'll stop there. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And before we get to questions, we'll turn to our very last speaker of the day, Mr. Yu.
So first, good afternoon. I want to thank the co-chair, Senator Lieberman, Governor Ridge, and the Commission, and Dr. George, of course, for the invitation. I want to start by saying that I think it was tasked to me to talk about the arms race, but I want to put it to you that I don't think it's an arms race. I don't think we're characterizing it appropriately. I firmly believe, and you may have heard me say this before, I firmly believe we're in a space race, a biotechnological space race. And because we don't have that awareness, I think we're rendering ourselves somewhat vulnerable and open to potentially being blindsided. And the views that I'm providing to you is basically the culmination of the experiences that I served both at the FBI Weapons of Mass Destruction Directorate, where you've seen me testify before about what we've been doing in engaging the private sector and academia, partnering with institutions like the American Association for the Advancement of Science and the National Academy of Sciences, hosting a series of workshops where we brought in experts from places like Google, Intel, Amazon, Microsoft, Dell, and challenging them that this is the future of the U.S. economy built on biological data. Soon after that, I served a term at HHS on another joint duty assignment where I got there just in time for COVID to hit and had the enormous privilege of supporting both HHS and DoD in Operation Warp Speed and understanding what the supply chain challenges were there. And then now currently in my position at the National Counterintelligence Security Center, where I think is really relevant for this meeting in that this past October announced 5 key critical emerging technologies that the U.S. must protect in order to maintain it and grow its leadership globally in innovation. And those key areas were in autonomous systems, semiconductors, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and the bioeconomy. And the reason why that's important is if you think about how biotech is going, you had a little hints of it, but you're absolutely witnessing a convergence of all those critical technologies to make the bioeconomy happen. And in that space, we're not assessing risk, I think, appropriately. And how I want to highlight that, I'm going to now provide you several series of vignettes, because what I'm going to, the challenge is going to be, what do we mean by biodefense? And throughout the entire day, we heard about the threat to human health, about pandemic response, still incredibly important and a priority, but if that's the only scoping of what would constitute a potential biological threat, I think we're doing ourselves a significant disservice. So just from on the realm of vulnerabilities, looking at the cyber realm, for example, we're absolutely seeing a convergence here. And if you recall, the NotPetya attack in 2017 impacted some very large companies, and there was a significant loss of data, significant financial loss. But if you recall, Merck was one of the companies that were impacted. But not only did they lose data, but their operations came to a screeching halt. They were unable to produce vaccines for 6 months. In fact, they had to borrow Gardasil vaccine for the human papillomavirus from the CDC to fill their orders. And then when they were able to get back up and running, paid them back. Could you imagine if we were hit by that kind of attack in 2020 when we just got the mRNA vaccines, which was a Herculean effort, and then rapidly tried to mass produce them and get 300 million shots in arms? If we had been attacked back then with something like a NotPetya, think of how many lives would have been lost or at stake if our ability to defend ourselves was compromised. And we saw indications of that, and this was in the public domain, that every company that was announced that was awarded a contract through Operation Warp Speed, they immediately saw attempt of cyber intrusion just go off the charts. And so that's an indication of there are other realms of threats that we're not taking into consideration, particularly where the biotech ecosystem is evolving and advancing. As was mentioned, it's all about the data. That again, we went from the DNA sequence of SARS-CoV-2 and in rapid order with tools like machine learning and AI came up with mRNA vaccines. That was all based on genetic data. Well, if data is going to be, if we're in a space race, data is absolutely the fuel, the critical resource that's going to support this space race. Well, as was mentioned, China has strategically established itself to potentially gain access to data, whether it be through a clinically approved non-invasive prenatal test kit that collected the genetic information of, was identified by Reuters, over 8 million mothers from around the world. And Reuters, through their investigative reporting, identified that genetic information of European mothers was being sent back to laboratories in Hong Kong and China, and was actually being utilized by the Chinese military in their research efforts. Because of COVID, we've seen an expansion of telehealth and telemedicine. So we're generating massive amounts of data. And yes, that's important for our ability to rapidly provide healthcare to patients. But it also means, are we opening another vulnerability that we may not take into consideration? Just to kind of highlight that, there was a health information technology summit that occurred just a few months ago, and they approximated that within the last year alone, there were over 50,000 apps that came onto the Apple and Android stores, all dealing with health and fitness applications. So can you imagine that in the very, very near future, with the new health data interoperability rules that are going to be going into effect by the end of this calendar year, we as individuals are going to be able to download our health records onto our smartphone devices. The idea is being that you can go to a doctor's office and you have all your records on you. But can you imagine that if we don't understand the value of our data, what happens if you download and install an app from a foreign entity, foreign country that we may have not done any due diligence, and you swipe permission granted to access your data storage? In that instance, HIPAA does no longer apply because it is the health data is under our control. So what are we doing are we potentially feeding supporting a feeding frenzy of data in the near future? And why that's important is you also remember that I used that by us not understanding the value of our data, and whether through criminal acquisition, through cyber theft, or the sad fact that many of the DNA sequencing companies that was mentioned, predominantly Chinese, have been accredited by HHS. They're CLIA CAP accredited to do clinical testing. They're HIPAA compliant. Many of them are even FAR and DFAR certified, so they could put in bids for government contracts. And they can probably outbid most of our domestic and international competitors. So as we speak, clinical samples, biopsy samples, blood samples, tumor samples, even research samples are being sent to these entities, and they process them. Our clinicians and scientists get the genetic information back, but you know what? At the end of the day, they have it too. And what does that mean? That the tagline I used before is that by us being so short-sighted, are we going to end up one day realizing, well, wait a minute, we've just become healthcare crack addicts, and someone like China has become our pusher? What happens if we suddenly find ourselves becoming completely dependent upon a foreign supply chain to get the things that we need to marshal our biodefense? And that was a hypothetical that I proposed to the commission the last time I spoke, but unfortunately COVID, although we're kind of getting out from under that, at least for now, that tagline is becoming somewhat a reality. And what I mean by that is Omicron was a huge close call. However, it did show that although it spread widely, thank goodness the pathogenicity wasn't there. But what it did do, because of its variation, 2 out of our 3 existing antibody treatments were no longer effective. In fact, the FDA had to pull back the approvals for the Regeneron and Eli Lilly antibodies, and they left 1 standing. Well, if you look at the trade papers, that 1 antibody therapeutic that's left, that's keeping us alive from Omicron, for those severely impacted patients, it is completely mass-produced in China. And so what does that mean? That if, yes, our companies in the name of biodefense are coming up with our frontline drugs, much like what happened to our pharmaceuticals, our antibiotics, we've outsourced it all. Then even though we may be putting new policies in place, if we're not understanding the broader perspective of what the vulnerabilities might be, whether it be for looking at supporting our public health, looking at supporting our Defense Department capabilities, and looking at developing new countermeasures to protect our warfighter. If we don't understand these new vulnerabilities that are coming either through a cyber attack vector, or not understanding what the supply chain ecosystem looks like, or as was mentioned before with Mr. Watson's testimony, say we develop a great public-private partnership vehicle. What happens if by the time we're ready to pivot to a bioindustrial base model, we find out and we come to learn that most of the private sector entities have been co-opted either through investments or mergers or acquisitions, and there's already a foreign connection vulnerability that we have not factored in. So these are just some of the things that I wanted to highlight to you, because before it was theoretical, but the one, I guess, silver lining of COVID, it highlighted into stark relief what these significant vulnerabilities might be. And if we don't understand the supply chain issues that we're facing right now, as we speak, we just might end up digging ourselves a deeper hole that we may have a really, really hard time getting out of. And this kind of culminates all the testimony that you heard before. But what I'm hoping to do is highlight the fact that we need to be a little more forward-looking, that it is not just a public health threat, but just on a final note, we've been focusing a lot on human health. But in the same time frame that we've been challenged with this, China has made significant investments in the agricultural sectors too. That they acquired Smithfield, which is our largest pork provider. Why is that important? Well, one reason is that, well, one, you're messing with my bacon, and that's not good. But secondly, we still get a significant portion of our heparin from pork. And it's also important to note too, important of things to come. The FDA approved just about 2 years ago the first genetically modified pork model. And what that is that it's pork that has been designed to delete an expression of a certain sugar. And what that does is that means that pig now is viable to provide us organ tissue that we can then use. And what it does is it drastically decreases the rejection response. So if China has already got access to that future pork supply, which might end up becoming a source of organ transplants, where are we strategically? And then finally, ChemChina acquired Syngenta, a large agrochemical company based in Europe. And just before all hell broke loose in Ukraine, China lifted its restrictions on selling modified seeds to the global market. And just right after the US established those significant sanctions across Russia, China lifted its ban on Russian wheat. And if you think about the combination of Russia and Ukraine, we're talking about almost a quarter of the world's wheat supply. So these are all things that are all absolutely based on biotechnology, biological data, looking at modified seed or ranging to engineered tissue from pigs, to looking at our ability to come up with the next vaccine. Where are we looking at the ability to holistically conduct viable risk assessments to understand what the other threats might be and how we might get attacked or what our new vulnerabilities might be? So with that, thank you again for this opportunity to be able to present to you all. Just wanted to highlight that biodefense, how we scope it, needs to be stretched a little bit more than I think we're used to doing. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I have to say, I was expecting a different focus from you, but that was interesting in terms of bringing together the different pieces of your recent and longer career in government. I thought you were going to speak more to the work now in the intelligence area per se, and I'm wondering if I can ask a question that has to do with intel collection in this domain, and perhaps the others of you have some insights as well. And then I'm sure we'll come back to some of the other issues. But, you know, that's been an area that is very hard, I think, for us to get good information about the bio threat. Obviously, the capability to do bad things in the biospace is increasingly available to people, you know, with a high school biology course, maybe even. But intent and motivation and activity of, you know, potential malign actors is crucially important to know. But I think that is much harder because there aren't the kinds of signals. You know, you don't have to have a big plant to be processing biological agents like you might for nuclear. You know, there's not, you know, smoke coming out from a lab that's doing synthetic biology. And the ability to collect information about what's going on in some ways is much harder because of much of the activity being embedded in, you know, a broader scientific enterprise. You know, I think as you look at nation-state programs, there are ways to get at some of this. But I'm just curious, are there things we should be doing now to better prepare us? Should we be thinking about it differently? Maybe some of what you were just talking about in terms of looking at trends. I mean, you may or may not be aware that when we had serious problems with contamination of heparin in this country because of imports from China, there was actually an outbreak of something called blue ear disease, I think, in the swine population, which led to smaller numbers of swine, higher prices, and so a desire to manipulate the product and keep production high and costs low. And it, unfortunately, had serious negative implications for human health and animal health. But anyway, I would like, it's a very broad question, maybe starting with you and going down, are there things we should be doing now to strengthen our capacity in the intelligence arena to better inform us about the nature and scope of the threat and use?
Sure. So first I want to bring up what my boss, Assistant Director Donald always said at this point from the FBI, that if anything, the anthrax attacks, it was a good wake-up call for not only the FBI but the U.S. government. And since then, we've established a very, very important partnership between FBI, CDC, and then facilitating partnerships at a local level between law enforcement and public health. I just want to highlight that because that's really important. Is that information sharing model is so important to rapidly determine whether or not an unusual outbreak or incident of some kind, any indications of potentially naturally occurring event, or any aspect of a potential intentional release. And easy to say, but if you really think about it, you mentioned yourself, sometimes there's a challenge in vocabulary, right? But then not only how do we handle potentially HIPAA-covered health information, but then also translate potentially sensitive threat information, threat intelligence, and be able to adequately share that to ensure the shared goal of protecting public health and safety. So that mission has not gone away. If anything, COVID has shown us that is even more reinforced. There has been already other testimony about how the intelligence community has been better positioned to address the pandemic threat. There's much information about that. But what I appreciate you calling me out and giving me something a little bit different, because it really highlights that the biological threat definition also needs to be able to be commensurate with where the technology is going. Right? So now we're looking at the impact and not just a health response aspect of it, but looking at strategically what are the potential implications to the private sector if they suddenly become a target, not just an opportunity. Looking at how this translates into possibly not only foreign and international policy priorities, but looking at trade. And again, this is all based on not only a public or global health issue, but how you're able to respond. And ultimately, are we asking the right questions to not only where can we potentially get hit, but is our ability to respond potentially going to be compromised? And I think that's a part of the risk paradigm, a risk framework that also needs to be considered. So yes, to a certain aspect of your question, the IC is continually to evolve to address that. In fact, it was also called out with the passage of the most recent omnibus budget legislation that the Intelligence Authorization Act actually calls out the IC to look at biotechnology. So there is significant movement there. Again, what I'm just highlighting is that it is much more diverse than I think we fully appreciate.
I would just drumbeat that a little bit and say one of the concerns that we have, it's great to see that the intelligence community is paying more attention to transnational threats now, including pandemics and otherwise, but without getting into too much detail, I'm worried about it being done in silos. So including silos that can be killed off quickly by folks in Congress or leaders of those agencies that don't see the value in focusing on transnational threats. So for all of the reasons that he just explained, it's important for those looking at pandemics and biological weapons threats, as well as climate change and all of these other transnational threat areas, to attach to other areas of the intelligence community and not sort of be an office of people who are deeply expert and wonderful in doing those things, but both what they're producing and then what they're bringing into their analysis is not as well attached into some of the intelligence and analytical and operational work that's focused on nation state behavior or regional political dynamics. So doing so in ways that de-silo and recognize some of these convergence areas that were named and others, I think is really important. I would just add as well thinking beyond the government in terms of that very question. So the capability for misuse of biology is ubiquitous nearly to varying degrees. We're not all the 30,000 people that Kevin was talking about, but it's everywhere. Biotech is everywhere. The capability is everywhere in the world. We can't regulate that away. So we really come down to understanding motivations of key players and the patterns of nation states over time and how that changes. And where we've had positive breakthroughs in this arena in the past, including in developing new arms control agreements and multilateral agreements to reduce weapons of mass destruction and other types of threats, very often that comes on the heels of when things are at their worst. Very often also there's that grain of science and technology discourse at that level that's maintained between countries in advance of that bleeds into creating new political realities at a higher level. So we've seen this in multiple nuclear treaties where we've had S&T exchanges with the Soviets and later Russians that helped pave the way to eventual treaties to help reduce nuclear arms. Similarly, in our mission to destroy serious chemical weapons, a lot of those conversations on the international level began with very, very basic technical exchanges about equipment. What equipment, in theory, would you use to conduct this mission? And there are many times in our world where that is all that is politically feasible to undertake. If we can keep doing that, either through the government to government level or through non-governmental entities, including scientific and technical exchanges, that can, I think, maintain a really important platform. Could be useful for understanding how nations might behave and how things might trend in the future, but it can help create those human relationships that become really our only option for truly understanding and then hopefully walking back, especially at the nation state level, threats regarding state interests in these types of weapons and threats.
Briefly, and maybe an oversimplification, is that we really don't know the breadth and depth of risky research going on in the world. It's really hard to monitor risky research in the US, much less the rest of the world. And previous panelists mentioned that there's not necessarily an international framework, there's guidelines. Especially when discussing BSL-3 labs, it's one step down from BSL-4, and COVID-19 is involved in that. So you not only have medical facilities and diagnostic labs to study COVID, but we also have normal research going on, and if you're not registered with the NIH for recombinant DNA, or if you're not registered with the Select Agents Program as prescribed by that program, all of this kind of research falls through the cracks, and that's just in the US. So what CSET is doing is we're using publicly available data, looking at methodologies of published academic reports, using BSL-3 facilities to get an understanding of what kind of research is going on. So not only looking at epidemiology, looking at, animal research, so animal models on human pathogens, but also on plant and animal pathogens, because that can have a significant impact through zoonotic jumps and through, food supplies. So, using this evidence and data to guide us to understanding what is going on out there, so we can use those as indicators and know what to look for when people are misusing this research.
Senator Lieberman, I suspect
Thank
you have a few
you.
questions.
I do. So, in a way, let me begin not exactly with a good news story, but it's now more than 2 decades since 9/11. And the attacks of 9/11 were followed by the anthrax attacks. Senator Daschle's office was one of the targets. So I think if you'd asked us then, we would have said, wow, the chemical and biological attacks against the U.S. are going to be more frequent because they seemed at the time to us to be less complicated and less massive than the actual 9/11 attacks with all the planes and the rest. But we haven't really suffered anything that was equal to that. And I'm I'm interested in having, I'll start with you, Dr. Yu, because you've been at this a long time. Why do you think that is so? And what are the implications of that success story, if I can, Homeland Security success story, for where we are now? And if I can add to it, we've all talked today, we heard testimony about the remarkable advance in biotechnology in the last 20 years as well. So does that mean that we can't rely on the same deterrence or whatever worked? I don't want to anticipate at this point, because biotechnology has gone beyond whatever we did over the last 2 decades to prevent the nightmares that we imagined in the months after 9/11.
Yes, Senator. So highlighting that because of the anthrax mailings and the tragic events of 9/11 was one of the reasons for the inception of the FBI WMD Directorate. And to your point, one of the priorities was proactive outreach. And it's not just at the public health, but that joint criminal epidemiological investigation model that also translated into not only a best practice in the U.S., but that also turned into a phenomenal model that we shared internationally. So it was highlighted even through some of the training provided through deter and their cooperative engagement programs. We worked with Interpol to help other international law enforcement agencies establish similar partnerships with their own public health entities. So that also helped them to be, to be on the lookout to be able to raise their level of awareness. And then, yes, I'm going to be a little biased here, but this goes back to what was mentioned before, is just engagement. So the FBI had embarked on significant outreach to the biological life sciences community, whether it ranged from college students like participating in iGEM to universities to companies, all the way down to the garage biohackers. And the idea being is that we have a shared responsibility to safeguard science. And I think that's important to note, because it's not just focused on a specific discrete list of dangerous pathogens, because thank goodness most of those entities in those areas don't work with dangerous pathogens. Some of them have a specific guidelines that they would not. But then now you're talking about an ecosystem where somebody who just might be focusing on computer coding, just software design, but it may be a tool that will engineer a genetic circuit that will eventually go into a microbe. How do you get them to understand the significance of the Biological Weapons Convention? So in engaging that type of outreach and showcasing the shared responsibility, if I can coin a term from the cyber realm, I think it's appropriate here, because there's a lot of parallel happening between the revolution in cyber technology and biotech. What are we doing to elicit a global community of white hats? Because there's a shared understanding that, do no harm, but especially with what's at stake with bias, not on my watch, and to be on the lookout for potential black hat activity. So that's one of the benefit of really engaging, see something, say something at a grassroots stakeholder level. And I think to that extent, you've seen even the biohacker community, they embrace their own code of ethics that they developed. Same thing happening, bolstering not just a select agent program, we're talking about a very specific community within the life sciences that are dealing with regulations and compliance. How do you get everybody else? And so that's why this type of engagement, I want to say that we may have provided assistance, we may have interdicted, prevented, but then, as with all things when it comes to prevention, it's really hard to prove a negative. But I can say that the fact that our local FBI WMD coordinators, so special agents at field office level, the level of engagement with universities, with companies, with hospitals has just been absolutely positive. And to me, that's an indication of success. If they're willing to engage with the Bureau before something happens and is willing to learn, that is an indication of an embracing of what it means to protect biotechnology.
So I appreciate that, and I think everything you described probably did help. Let me present, because I want to only ask this last question relating to what we can do now. Over the last 20 years, if one was in the capital or the defense intelligence structure of a country with bioweapons capacity, you might well hesitate to use it against the United States because we have the capacity to strike back at your country if we can determine that it came from you with other means, conventional military strength, even nuclear, if it was that devastating. If one was in a cave somewhere with a just extremist terrorist group that wouldn't make rational calculations, what might have stopped me from a bioweapons attack on the U.S. over the last 20 years is that I didn't have the capability to do it. Is that sensible?
Yes, Senator, there is some truth to that. But I want to flip that scenario on its head a little bit, because you're looking at trying to identify the specific bad actor. As I mentioned, one of the challenges is trying to identify intent. I'm going to harken back to the ODNI had funded a year-long study with the National Academy of Sciences, and they came out with a report called Safeguarding the Bioeconomy. And one of the key takeaways was that they identified maintaining the security and success of the U.S. Bioeconomy for the U.S. is not just good for the U.S., but it's good for all our international partners. That's a different proposition because historically speaking, when you thought about threat reduction, it was going in and providing financial support, building infrastructure. And as was mentioned, it's a challenge to, once you're done, keeping the lights on. But if you're now helping them build a bioeconomy, that's self-sustaining. That helps improve health security, food security, agricultural security. That's a different proposition for those that we're trying to engage. And so that they understand that it's in their best interest to be able to protect that, so that that individual within the cave is not going to be able to do much with there. So they're going to have to come out and tap into expertise elsewhere. So if you have the community that's building them, like, again, not on my watch, do I want to imperil, it's not about the US anymore, it's about my home country. Then no way am I going to let that happen. Or if there's something that's suspect, then I have to be aware of that. And two, do I know who to contact and raise that awareness?
Interesting. So as the pandemic has painfully illustrated, that's particularly true with regard to infectious diseases,
yes,
whether naturally occurring or the result of a bio attack.
Yes, sir.
So, okay, thank you very much, all three of you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll turn to our virtual participants. And again, Governor Ridge, you want to start us off? Your thoughts or questions? Now you're on mute. Now you're off mute.
Very good, thank you. Dr. Schorger, I'm very interested in the work you've done as a research fellow at Georgetown in the biotechnology programs. I'm curious, what kind of, just as a general framework, relationship between Georgetown's biotech programs and other, in collaboration with other universities similarly situated, how extensive is it? And is any of your focus in these programs directed at all by federal funding based on federal need? That makes sense?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
So are you asking about the development of biotechnology programs at universities to research how we're solving some of these problems?
I'm just curious as to whether or not, given the emergence of the biotech arena as from a national security point of view and clearly in a post-anthrax and post-COVID-19 environment, how much collaboration between Georgetown and other universities did it pre-exist? And I'm just kind of curious, what intra-university on biotech programs, what that kind of collaboration is. I suspect that Georgetown is one of the leading universities. And if you are, what's the nature of your collaboration? And is any of your research directed by the federal government and supported by federal funding?
Sure. So at CSET, the Biotechnology Directorate is very new. So CSET has traditionally focused on AI and more cyber topics, but we are starting to bolster the biotechnology sector through the lens of national security. There are a lot of really great programs, as represented by some of the previous panelists, especially from George Mason. There's also great work on biosecurity from, universities like Stanford and Johns Hopkins, but also there's many think tanks. I can't speak to their funding specifically, but I do think it's really important to think how we're encouraging the next generation of thinkers, not only researchers on the bench, but how people can move with this technical background into policy and have that mindset.
Mhm. I appreciate that. All of you, I'd like to ask a general question if you care to comment. Since you're external to some of you are working inside government, we've often talked about a whole of government approach when it comes to the bio threat. As from your observation points, both within and without government, you see areas where the collaboration within the federal government could be enhanced to improve our national capability of responding to bio threats. As Senator Daschle said, is probably predictable. We need to be preemptive. I think that's what the commission is trying to make sure. Public policy is often reactive, and the commission was set up with the hope to be preemptive, identifying a threat in advance and preparing for it. So from your individual perspectives, if you care to comment, have you seen any places where we could improve the internal structure, the federal government, improve collaboration, so we have a better and improved all of government approach? Do you see any gaps that we should fill? That's pretty open-ended. Don't worry, it's not for attribution. Your insight and criticism will be viewed only as constructive. That's what it is. It's constructive insight. Please give us the benefit of your thinking.
I'll cover for him for a few minutes in case he wants to think about a smart answer. It's full of holes and ways to improve, and also full of points of light, of course, in terms of interagency cooperation. In terms of filling gaps, though, and things like that, I think it really comes back to people. So we've all of us who served inside government have served with and under people who encourage whole of government cooperation, and those who do not, and sometimes who actively deter it within their staffs, or at least don't encourage it and are neutral about it. So cultivating leaders, including people who may become political appointees for both parties in different administrations, who will embrace that and promote that, is really, really critical. You can have all the staffs and the structures and the willingness, and I've seen multiple times where infrastructure exists and there's a expert level across the interagency interest and real motivation for working together, but where meetings sit there and nobody shows up. So there's a really, really important human and leadership component to that, in addition to thinking about structures and how to go about doing it. A few specific things that I would put on the table right now is we need to find a way to perpetuate some of the interagency cooperation that occurred during Operation Warp Speed. So my understanding is that DoD and HHS have signed agreements now to continue some of that cooperation, but in some of the early days of that, the stories of my friends and former colleagues who were at DoD being thwarted, frankly, from contributing to COVID-19 response because it was not a deliberate biological threat, were extraordinarily frustrating. And that, you run the risk that can happen under any structures. So anything that can be done to take things that have worked and go back to the lessons of what allowed for inhibited or facilitated interagency cooperation, I think need to be enshrined. That's a good thing for Congress, I think, to step in and do, is try to bring out those lessons learned and then reflect them in future policy decisions. And again, one of the nuggets in particular of that I think is important not to give short shrift to FBI or anything like that, but DoD and HHS, just in terms of the huge level of dollars within those particular agencies. The whole of government side is very, very important, but there's a lot of activity and acquisition and contracting and some of those basic things that come down to those two agencies. So again, a lot of it's at the leadership level, but in terms of congressional oversight and potential future recommendations and things like that, I think a lot of energy should focus on what has gone well or at times not gone well between those specific agencies.
That's helpful. She also, in addition to giving you time to think, teed you up for Operation Warp Speed, I think. So let's go to you to answer Governor Ridge's question.
Sure. No, I'm really glad that Operation Warp Speed was brought up because there have been some phenomenal best practices that were established. As was mentioned, there was a direct understanding of what was at stake, but also from a biocon perspective, and what that translated into were things like setting expectations for the private sector as they were onboarding, right? Looking at the terms of agreement, looking at the contract language, looking at proper due diligence and vetting who they're bringing into the Operation Warp Speed ecosystem. All that were some really powerful best practices that ensured the integrity of the entire system. It also highlighted the fact that when it comes to supply chain, especially when it comes to biotech, it's not line of sight, meaning that typically from a DoD perspective, you're talking about one component going into, like, say, a weapon system and following along the way. It's not the same with bio, when you're talking about not only taking a potential candidate vaccine, but then looking at the clinical trial application, looking at the stability testing, looking at all the other quality control aspects of it, and all the other ancillary support systems that go along with it to the final shot in arm along the way. Any missing piece is suddenly the whole thing potentially can come to a screeching halt. So it's a different proposition. And so there were some best practices that I'm hoping at a personal level doesn't get lost. And it was mentioned it is being coordinated as we speak. And then shameless plug, but sitting where I'm at right now at the National Counterintelligence Security Center, the center's one of its main roles is to conduct outreach. So across the departments and agencies, particularly the non-Title 50 organizations that fund a lot of the biological life sciences research, helping them with understanding insider threat and counterintelligence potential vulnerabilities, as well as I mentioned, looking at engaging the private sector and academia. And there's a reason why I call it a space race, because the space race highlights that it's not just playing keep away or keeping the adversary at bay, although there's some aspect of it. It's also looking at what are we doing to position ourselves to run faster. And that's another level of aspect that we need to think about, rather than, and I don't mean to render this short shrift, but not just looking at a look back at how did we respond to the last pandemic, but understanding that everything that went along with responding to the next pandemic, but also understanding that it is a space race, not just a global health issue. And if we don't follow through on that, understanding the spectrum of risks, what happens at a global stage, we find out that the U.S. is coming in second place in a two-man race. So, and what that translates into not only leadership loss as a democracy, but also translates into potential, if there's a co-opting of a complete future market share business model, then where does that leave our companies? Where does that leave the proposition that was brought up before is, the proposition is that we always expect our children's generation to do better than our generation. But if we're now looking at this a little more strategically from that lens, then what propositions, what prospects are we leaving to them if we don't understand what potentially is at stake today?
Thank you.
Quickly, the theme of today has been that there is a lot of siloed functions in government, whether it's branches or agencies or even, committees in the House and the Senate. And so when these different functions aren't able to communicate together and talk to each other, but also have a national strategy moving forward, so everyone's coordinating on the policies, I think that at the end of the day is what we're all trying to solve. There's no perfect answer, but it's the fact that to register risky research with the NIH or Select Agents Program and completely different agencies. And yes, there's a lot of coordination and discussion, but the fact that these all developed independently and not together for a national strategy can have a problem down the line when we're trying to look forward and prevent, lab accidents, prevent other biosecurity needs when people are trying to just do research themselves.
Thank you very much. Senator.
Yeah, thank you. If I might add that my colleagues, didn't we at one time, one of the recommendations ask OMB to give us a cross-cut of all the bio dollars in the budget? We could see where they go and how they're being properly used.
Yes,
how
yes,
they're being
Governor.
deployed. I don't think we ever got that, did we?
No, they haven't done it yet, sir.
I know we're working hard on getting it. I appreciate that. Give us some insight, because we work so hard to try to devise for the legislative and regulatory community and all of government approach toward this bio threat. And until we can break down some of these turf battles, which are often reflective of combating for appropriations, we'll never be able to break these silos down, I think, build bridges between the silos. So, Senator Lieberman, if you kindly excuse me for a doctor's appointment, I have to catch a flight to catch it. I don't have to go to a plane to catch it, I just have to move on. I want to thank you. I should have paid more attention in biology class. If I'd have known I was going to co-chair with you, Senator, I'd have been a better student.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Tom.
This has been a phenomenal, Asher, to you and your team. This has been a phenomenal session, one of the most productive and provocative we've had in a long time. So I want to thank you very, very much. It's always a pleasure to join my colleagues. Thanks all. Be well.
I agree. You too. Actually, I'm going to leave too, so we're going to leave the closing of the hearing to the next generation. But I want to echo what you said. It's been a very thought-provoking, informative, and vexing day here. And Tom, I've been thinking now the last hour or so that when we started this in 2014, it wasn't simple because we knew we had a lot to learn, but it seems simpler than today because of, we've experienced the pandemic, 1 million Americans killed. And now we see a whole new threat level with Russia's behavior in Ukraine, which breaks all the rules that have governed the world, or attempts to, for a long time. And at the same time, the natural movement forward of biotechnology has been dazzling to our benefit, but also to our danger. So in some ways, the remake of our blueprint 2.0, I think may even be harder than our first one, but that doesn't mean we will not proceed forward and get it done. Anyway, thanks to everybody. Peggy, I leave you with full confidence. Take care.
So you're departing now?
Yes, I
must.
Well,
before we close, let me just check to make sure we thank you for the leadership of this meeting.
Thank you.
Your faith in me as chair, even if I'm going slow.
It's well-based.
But I do want to make sure that Senator Daschle and Congressman Greenwood have a chance to ask a few questions.
No, please do.
So safe travels, whether you're going home or to a doctor's appointment or anywhere else, to those who are leaving us. But let me turn Senator Daschle.
You've done an outstanding job of chairing this panel for the first day, and I appreciate your great contribution. I think in the interest of time, we've had a lot of good testimony today and some excellent questions. I think I'll refrain from asking any further questions, but I want to thank our final panel. They've provided us with some terrific insight and great information. We really appreciate, first, their patience in waiting the entire day to be part of the program, but secondly, their stellar information. So with that, I'll turn it back to you.
Great. Well, thank you. And, I agree this has been a great panel, but you're not quite done yet, because Congressman Greenwood, who is skilled at asking questions of witnesses, has a question or two.
Yeah, this should only take about 45 minutes. So I want to focus specifically on North Korea and Iran, and I probably aim this at Christine, but please, any of you respond if you want to. So we know, at least we believe strongly that there are two biological weapons programs going on in both countries. And we have imposed very stringent sanctions on both countries to deter them from their nuclear development. Hopefully we're on the verge of coming to an agreement with Iran about that. I don't think that, personally, I don't think North Korea is ever going to give up its nukes. It's just too paranoid to do that. But in any case, were the sanctions to be removed from either or both those countries, would we then, I mean, why would we not be sanctioning them for their biological weapons?
That's an easy
programs?
question.
So I'm not a sanctions expert, obviously, or an international lawyer, so I'll give it a crack with those caveats. The demonstration of nuclear capabilities by North Korea, including its missile systems as well as nuclear tests, make it very clear that they're in breach of international law in ways that are, I think, not clear in biological and chemical weapons. Certainly Iran, with our concerns about behaviors that have crossed the line into nefarious activities banned by the Chemical and Biological Weapons Convention, also again similar, not visible in a public way that would allow the United States or other countries to rally international support for sanctions against violations of international law. So that's just some of the differences in these types of programs, right, in chemical and biological compared to nuclear, where we've seen Kim Jong-un hanging out in biological labs, and certainly they appear to be behind the use of chemical weapons in an assassination in Malaysia, and some of these other issues. They've never admitted that behavior, of course, but then also, there are ways for them to still purport that this is not offensive or illegal behavior in ways that, obviously, if you have a nuclear program, even though they're not party to the NPT any longer, are still generally in breach of the NPT and generally accepted international law. So I think that's one of the big differences. For us, part of why we are recommending a much more robust biodefense strategy with deterrence in mind is some of those limitations to international agreements and international law. So those tools are great. We should keep enhancing them in all the ways that we can, but they're always going to be a little bit limited. And I know from my experience there will always be kinetic options that our nation has, and there will always be people promoting kinetic options in circumstances like this. In the experiences that we went through, like Syria with their chemical weapons and others, it's really important that our presidents and our national leaders have multiple options for dealing with these sanctions. And economic sort of statecraft are one set of tools, obviously. Military and kinetic options are another. But there need to be as robust of options as possible against countries that I think are dabbling in or overtly, or not overtly, but pretty clearly, I think, have biological or chemical weapons programs to deter them from using them, and then try to create pathways to walk them back out of that situation if the political conditions change over time, such as if there's a change in regime leadership and they decide to walk back from having these types of programs. Unfortunately, with chemical and biological weapons, we're more left with those suite of things, and I think it's a task of making those suites of options as robust as possible, again, so that our military responses do not seem to be the only ones at the forefront of national policy for the United States.
Thank you. Hopefully the last question of the day, maybe the last question of the day, directed to you, Mr. Yu. You talked a lot about the cyber implications and the vulnerabilities that we have in this country. So my question is a couple-fold. Should the government impose certain kind of standards for cyber security on biopharmaceutical companies, academic laboratories, et cetera, to say, if you're going to be delving in this realm, you need to protect yourself to a certain level of cybersecurity. And the second part of that is, I mean, it's always seemed to me that the hackers, if you will, have the advantages. They hack and then we patch, right? And then they hack and then we patch. To the extent that you know the answer to this question, I mean, is it not possible for us to win the space race, as you say, get ahead of the game there, so that we actually can build the closest thing to invulnerability in the cyberspace?
Thank you, Representative. So, in the interest of time, I can go into this in so much depth, but
I said 45 minutes.
So first off, yes, I mean, there are existing guidelines, and we have NIST cybersecurity recommendations, and to put it bluntly, just patch, right? So on a regular basis. So just basic cyber hygiene, as a start. But if you really think about my testimony there, it highlights a couple of things. One is that we have to rethink cybersecurity in this new, especially in the biotech space. When you think about cybersecurity, we tend to think about putting in up walls, either virtual or physical, with things around that we know are important: financial information, PII, classified sensitive information, financial information, intellectual property. Now we're talking about a space where it's not just the type of data, but now it's the size of the data, right? How much data? Looking at data aggregation, looking at data that might be born in the open. So you think about what happened with wearable tech, right? Wearing an exercise tracker, and because of that, they were able to identify activity forward operating military bases because they were looking at the activity off that data. So understanding we're coming to a world where data might be born in the open, and we may not think that it requires that much information. Even our own genetic data, our genetic sequence is not necessarily covered by HIPAA. But as soon as you start aggregating the data, whether it be at an individual level, combining your lifestyle, your genetic information, your electronic health records, then suddenly your profile suddenly becomes a commodity. And then much of our business models out there is all about getting as much data as you can, amassing it, and looking at how you can then turn around and monetize it. In those different areas, cybersecurity, as it stands right now, has not caught up with where we're heading. And so I'm going to quote some of the things that came out of both the National Academies of Science reports, that workshops that the FBI sponsored, and then also some of the other reports I've mentioned before. But they highlighted that it's not just, again, about playing defense, because you don't want to be putting it in such a way where companies and universities, especially where the strength is openness, that you put in the name of security, put in so many restrictive regimes that you cannot adequately share data. Even with entities like China, it's like, what are we doing to go into these situations where the eyes wide open to conduct a proper risk assessment? Like, not all data should be open. Depending on the type of data, depending on how much data, what the use case might be, who the potential end user will be, will dictate what kind of security is required. But on top of that, it was also, what are we doing to ensure that we can increase our lead? So a bunch of cybersecurity experts that we had in the meeting who had no background in biology, when they heard this challenge, like, why don't we have a bioeconomy Manhattan project? Like, why don't we establish a public-private partnership that we have a secure digital sandbox where we can reliably share data and honor existing privacy and security requirements, but then people, whether you're to facilitate public-private partnerships, for example, can safely, securely share data, put in their inquiries, get their results, and without necessarily taking out the data or manipulating the data, but still get what you need to facilitate innovation. It's just thinking about the different frameworks that we move forward to, again, that's commensurate with where the technology is evolving. And again, that's what the benefit of COVID through Operation Warp Speed and what we're happening right now, it was a different course of action for the private sector. And it's also meaning that as we advance in not only in commercial sector, but especially in academia, we need to do a better job and again, I'm going to highlight the prior panel. What are we doing to engage and educate? Because really, if we're as a government trying to find out, that database is going to be important, or that database, that's not the position we want to be in. It's the practitioners that, if we get the stakeholders that are actually developing these technologies capabilities, if we get their buy-in and then raise their level of awareness, they're best positioned to understand, well, wait a minute, I'm getting a critical mass of capabilities or data here that now warrants security. or if, more importantly, if they identify that, hey, there are these significant vulnerabilities, being able to contact, whether it be NCSC or FBI or other federal government entities saying, hey, you should be aware that this is where things are trending. Here are the vulnerabilities that you should be aware about. And especially in those areas where policy is not addressing it, we at least give us a fighting chance to start thinking about it right now to start mitigating it. That's the best position where we want to be. Because right now, if we try, there is some merit in trying to do an accounting of where everything stands. As you mentioned, the OMB call out, well, one of the National Academy's reports found out that it's really, really hard to do it in bio because right now we don't even have the proper NAICS codes to find out what happens when we go from a fundamental biological search to a final application. There's no real way of tracking that. So we can't even do that properly. So if you can't even do that, we can imagine when it comes to data and cybersecurity. So, but there is an opportunity here, just a matter of gaining that awareness.
Thank you.
All right, no further questions? Well, let me thank our three panelists. Very, very important contributions to our discussions, our thinking, and our future work. Let me thank all of the panelists from today. I think it has been an extraordinary day, very, very full, very thought-provoking, very sobering, but also very, very helpful because I think we've been given some important ways to think about the challenges before us and, some concrete recommendations for how to proceed. So, thank you all, the audience, for being with us today, and Asha and her team for the remarkable work that you always do, pulling things together, and the work that you'll do to help us sort of review and synthesize all of the ideas that were put forward during the course of the day. So with that, thank you all. Be safe and, keep up your interest and passion on this topic because we all need to work together to find the solutions needed. Bye-bye.
Finished early.